Bakante.
The competitive roadmap for Star Wars Unlimited has led us to Palm Springs, California for this sector qualifier, a limited sector qualifier, and this is day 2. Yesterday, we had 8 rounds of Swiss where players battled it out to go X and 2 or better to get to day 2, and now they have a draft. We will have a draft and then 3 more rounds of Swiss before the cut to top 8. I'm Josh Schneider, joined by Grumpy Elephant. Grumpy, we get to see some drafting, and this is so exciting because draft is going to be a big part of the Galactic Championship coming up in July. So, a format that everyone needs to be very familiar with.
That's exactly right, Josh. And here on cam right now, we see 8 of our heavy hitters from yesterday. We saw many, if not most of them, on stream at some point. We can see Mariana, who's going to be our featured drafter. Anna took an Aura Sing red deck to 7-0-1, and you can see she's sitting next to her friend Amando. The two of them drew in the last round. They were the last 2 undefeated players remaining. Amando bringing a client aggression deck, also to a 7-0-1 finish. But not just the 2 of them are navigating this draft. The other 6 players also had top finishes yesterday. So it's going to be a bloodbath as these 8 players navigate the first draft of the day, all trying to claim their spot in the top 8.
A long road ahead. This draft is going to be thrilling. And then again, 3 rounds of Swiss was a lot of fun to see the decks that we featured yesterday. Like you said, Anna had that really interesting Aura Sing aggression deck that had so many aggressive plays in it. And then Armando with that client deck paired up with so many good tempo plays and the mastery. He absolutely loved that deck. Felt it would go the distance. It absolutely did. And you could see Armando there next to Anna. What a run for both of those players. The only 2 undefeated players coming in to day 2. It's been a great weekend so far. Now, yesterday we had Justin Desai from Team KTOD, our featured builder in the sealed portion, and he did make it into the day 2 portion of our sector qualifier. Was 5-2, had to win in the last round, so he is in day 2 as well. We might be able to see him again later on in the day. And one other shout out before we get into some of the strategy of this draft. I want to give a big shout out to Jeff Creasy, finishing in 64th. Didn't make day 2 at 5-3, but came into this weekend needing exactly 15 points. He's been desperately searching for the 15 points he needed to qualify for the Galactic Championship main event, and he did it. Barely squeaked in there in 64th. Couldn't be more happy for Jeff. Huge shout out to him. But now, as we look forward to this draft, Grumpy, we saw Cunning play a big role yesterday in the interview with Armando at the end of the day. He was talking about how good Cunning was and all the tempo that it brings. What are your thoughts about Cunning going into this draft?
I think Amando said it exactly right. So much of Limited ends up being a tempo format. You try and get value where you can, and then you try and push tempo when you can. And part of that's because the average card power is just going to be lower than it is in Premiered. When you get to build your own deck of 50 or 60 cards, you are putting in the heavy hitters of whatever Premiere format you're playing in. In Limited, you're playing the cards that you open, and so there will be a lot of vanilla cards, a lot of 2 drops that do nothing else other than have stats, a lot of 3 drops that do nothing else other than have stats. So anytime you can find a card that for a small amount of resources disrupts a large thing the opponent is trying to do, that is how you're going to get an edge in these limited games. So I believe Amando called out specifically the card the Axe Forgets, just a 2-cost event that lets you return a unit that costs 3 or less to an opponent's hand. On its face, nothing to write home about, but we're in a format where people are slamming masteries left and right. They're putting upgrades on their units. Vel Sartha is adding experience counters and experience tokens and giving you credits in return. So if you can, for just 2 resources, disrupt something big that the opponent has done, that's going to give you a huge edge. And the Axe Forgets is far from the only card in Cunning that lets you do that. Ambush, a trait, a keyword that operates similar similarly in terms of disrupting what the opponent is doing, very, very prominent in Cunning with cards like the Guild Ambush team, with cards like the Milodon Rider. So I'd expect to see a lot of these players try to gravitate towards Cunning as an aspect because it is the aspect that offers by far the most disruption. One challenge with that, Josh, is in sealed, you are limited to your 6 packs and no one else can touch them. Here, all 8 of our drafters are going to be clamoring for the same card pool. So if all 8 of them try and gravitate towards Cunning, it's going to get stretched very, very thin, which makes drafts particularly exciting because some of these players will likely need to read the room and realize I'm not in the best seat to end up with the most powerful Cunning cards. What other strategy might be available to me?
That's absolutely right. And we have the ability to splash, of course, in this format with those 27 HP bases that have that epic action, reducing or ignoring the aspect penalty. So what's interesting here is if Cunning is not particularly open, these players could always be splashing some of these Cunning cards. You mentioned the Guild Ambush team and the Mylodon Rider, two of the fantastic common rarity ambush units, and those are so, so good. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if some of these players end up splashing some of these great tempo-oriented pieces in Cunning, since they will have that option to do so. But like you mentioned, it is going to be so important to read the room. You need to make sure you're picking up on what signals your opponents that are passing to you, what are they sending? Is this particular aspect open? Now, it gets a little bit more challenging because again, of because of the splash bases, right? And so there's this interesting element in kind of this push and pull where you have to pay attention to what you're getting past, but it is always going to be this element of surprise with those splash bases. So it makes it just a little bit more tricky.
That's exactly right, Josh. Now, I want to point out one thing that's just happened. I believe the box of cards for our draft has just arrived at the table, and you might be wondering, why are there not packs? Why are these sort of red and white boxes in an otherwise cardboard box? One interesting thing that happens at tournaments of this level when we make it to day 2 is that all of the packs are pre-opened and put into these separate packages for our players. They then get stamped with a unique stamp for Star Wars Unlimited, which means that rare cards opened during these day 2 and top 8 drafts can have extra value. We've seen previously a showcase opened on stream in a top 8 draft at a sector qualifier makes it a one of one showcase in the world because it has that unique sector qualifier stamp on it. So just a little bit of bonus value for these players fighting their way to day 2. Even if the draft doesn't go well for them, they're going to be going home with a little bit of a unique commemorative piece, whatever cards that they drafted for their deck here.
That is absolutely right, Grumpy. We actually saw that very thing happen, very interesting in the Philadelphia sector qualifier. We had our featured drafter, it was Didier, on his birthday nonetheless, get a showcase Kanan Jarrus that was stamped. And that's the only one out there like that. So very, very interesting that you can get these stamped cards. So if one of these players find themselves with a showcase, and especially if it's a very playable leader, that gets extra exciting.
Absolutely. Now, we are getting a note that there may have been an issue with the pods pairing for this draft today. Based on the results from Swiss yesterday, we're supposed to have the top 8 players from Swiss all representing one draft pod. It seems like that may have not gone correctly with the melee sorting. And so we're going to have a slight delay here as I believe the administrators at the tournament sort out who's supposed to be in what seat.
Okay, so we will get this sorted, but Grumpy, what we can do here in the meantime, talk a little bit about this draft format. If you're not familiar with the draft format, is one of the most exciting ways and interesting ways to play the game. Each player will open 3 packs, and you're going to separate the leader from those packs, and then you're going to have a leader draft where the knowledge of all of the leaders that each player have opened in their packs, that is public information. So you're able to scan the table, see what leaders are there, what leaders are right next to you. And with the leaders, you're going to be passing the leaders to the right. So you know which leaders could be coming your way. And that is very strategic in how you're picking your leaders. Now, once we get through the leader draft, you go into the regular cards in the pack, and you will then be passing those as well. It'll go left, right, and then left once again with those three packs. Each player will be choosing one card in the pack and then passing it to the player on their left, and so on and so forth until each player has 42 cards to work with, and they have to build a minimum 30 card deck. And so that is how the draft format will work. And that's a little bit why Grumpy and I were discussing how important it is to pay attention to what cards you are being passed, what aspects may be open. And there's also just so much strategy in the leader draft as well, because you may be tempted to pick one of those really good leaders. But if you know that your opponent to your right could be picking that leader as well, that person on your right is going to be passing two packs to you throughout the three packs, and they could be cutting you off of those aspects you need for that particular leader. So a lot of strategy goes into this format.
I think that's spot on, Josh. The leader draft is one of my favorite parts of this game, trying to get a sense of, how well represented is a particular leader at the table, not just around you, but if six of the eight players are all trying to push towards one particular leader, that's maybe a sign that you can and should find a different angle. But I think one thing that you mentioned earlier in our draft conversation is also relevant for the leader draft, and that's that we're in a world of splash bases. Normally, one thing players try and do when they're drafting their leader is diversify aspects a little bit. You want to make sure that you have one heroism option and one villainy option, but you also oftentimes try and make sure, if possible, that you have a couple of viable leaders across the different colored aspects. But here, even if players end up funneling into the same colored aspect for their leaders, the presence of those splash bases means all of our players will have a certain amount of freedom in including cards of any aspect in their deck. And so this particular sealed format maybe has an edge of excitement, or the particular draft format has an edge of excitement that previous draft formats haven't, because nothing is ever locked in for certain. Any player at any time can choose to dabble in a powerful card, even if it's in the wrong aspect for their deck.
Yes, that is so true. Look, yesterday, Grumpy, we saw Shadow of Stygian Prime being played double out of aspect. The splash base wasn't even used a couple times with that card. So there are going to be plays where you're just not expecting that your opponent's going to make these out of aspect plays, and it really adds this very unique element to the draft that I absolutely love. And it's going to be a lot of fun to see. So we're continuing to work through the pairings here, get this opening table set and ready to go. But this is going to be a lot of fun. And we don't have it yet, but we are trying to get the leader breakdown for you of all of the players that made day two. So we are trying to work on that for now, and hopefully we can get that information to you very soon.
We see some players shifting around, shifting seats. Looks like we've got a judge making sure everyone's in exactly the right seat for this top eight draft. And one note on our day one performance, I think one thing that a lot of folks were talking about was they're expecting to see Vel to be the most represented leader from day one going into day two. And we do know there were a number of successful Vel Sarthas that made day two, but at the same time, after those 8 rounds had concluded, we were left with two undefeated players, one of them on Aura Singh, one of them on the client. So it just goes to show that strong players with strong pools were able to navigate yesterday's tournament, even if they did not have access to or chose not to access the leader that I think was on most people's lips.
That's absolutely right. When you think about it, I love to see that Ara Singh and Client were on top. And Ara Singh was one of the leaders that I had in my personal top three leaders coming into this weekend. But the Client really felt so good every time we saw that leader on stream. Really was powerful. And I think I'm going to potentially have to rethink my top leaders, Grumpy.
That's fair enough. And here we've transitioned. We've got Anna, one of our undefeated players from yesterday, going to be our featured drafter for today. The judges have passed out those 3 sector qualifier boxes. Each one of those boxes contains the cards from one Star Wars Unlimited pack of this set. So Mariana is going to draft these just as if she were to draft unopened packs.
This is where all the fun begins. A little bit of information on Mariana, who goes by Anna, from Team Fallen Order. So, part of Team Fallen Order, coming in from Pasadena, California, has been playing since Legends of the Force. And this is not Anna's first rodeo with a day two at a major event. Made day two at the Mesa Sector Qualifier also. So definitely having some former success and part of the winning team on the Kyber Cup, which was a community run event in San Diego a while back. So a player that has been around now for a few sets and really starting to find some good success as we get closer and closer to opening these packs. I can't wait to see what is there. Are we going to find some early bombs? That's the question, Grumpy, because I think early in the draft, you are very okay with going after some bombs early.
Think that's right. I think certain bombs are irresistible. Certainly, if we see something like a Liberty, that's going to be something that players are going to want to snap up very, very quickly. But I do think draft also tends to reward discipline. And what I mean by that is this is a limited format, which means if you fall behind early, it is very, very difficult to keep up. And with that, 2 drops and 3 drops can take on particular importance. So we may see players, Anna included, facing a decision. Do I want a very powerful 7 drop card, or do I need to take just a well statted 2 cost unit or 3 cost unit to make sure that my deck can keep up early? It's somewhat counterintuitive, right? You want to think maybe I should take the most powerful card, but because no one's deck is going to be operating at the level of a premier deck, it becomes very, very difficult to claw your way back in the game if you have to skip one of those early turns. So we'll keep an eye out for certain for bombs that Mariana pulls, potentially ambush cards, potentially heavy hitters, certainly strong removal. But we're also going to want to keep an eye out for, are there strong early game plays that are floating her way? Does Anna need to take another 2 drop or another 3 drop just to make sure that she has cards to play to get to the later phases of the game where she can then deploy whatever bombs she's pulled?
Now, Grumpy, you are absolutely spot on, but I do want to play devil's advocate just a bit here. One cool thing about this format with those splash bases is it does open up the flexibility where you could potentially take some more really strong cards that may have a bigger impact later in the game earlier on in the draft, and then later on you always have the option to pull that. For instance, like you said, those turn one plays are so crucial in the limited format. You could always splash a turn one play that's out of aspect if you find those really strong cards in your aspect. So that's obviously most of the time not going to be the most optimal use of your splash base. But if you can put some bombs together, that is always an option for you. And I do love that versatility that is brought to us by the splash bases. Turn one, you need to splash it. Hey, it's there.
I can't disagree with your point, Josh. This format is unique in the sense that if you need to, you can certainly use that splash base to play an earlier unit, even if it's off aspect. Part of that, I think, bringing our points together becomes a little bit of this format is going to be push your luck. Because if you take too many bombs early, banking on the fact that you will get a 2 drop unit to play later on, somewhere later in the draft, that 2 drop may never come to you, even in a color that's not in aspect. And that might be because the players around you have taken the inverse priority. They've been taking up all of the 2 drops in every color. And you might get a 2 drop for sure, but it might be a 2 drop with absolutely terrible stats that is barely better than no 2 drop at all. There's a limited number of premium 2 drops. And from what I've been hearing of players discussing this limited format, there's a particular scarcity of 3 drop units that have the kind of stats that you're excited to play. And so, yes, you can end up with a certain play, but is it going to be a play you're happy to make?
And Grumpy, this is why you are such a consistent player and put up great results. You talked about it yesterday. You want to be conservative, you want to have that consistency, and those are the types of choices that get you there. As we see now the packs being opened, and it was Velsartha and Saul Guerrera, the first couple leaders. And I'm seeing a hand clap from Anna. So I have to believe we may have found a showcase somewhere, which would be really, really cool. You can see these cards stamped there on each of the leaders, and Boba Fett, the last leader option. Now, this is really interesting because that's three powerful leaders, Grumpy.
I think if you're Anna, you ask the judges, can we actually cancel the leader draft portion of this event? I'd like to keep all three of these and have them be my options. You've got a great heroism option, a strong villainy option, and then Saw Gerrera, the potential to absolutely pop off with that pump and action compression. But I think if you're Anna, the consistency of Vel is one that you can't give up. And we see her making that decision here.
So Velsartha, the first pick, getting past a couple more heroism leaders, Han Solo and Hera Syndulla. I do love Hera Syndulla. This was one of my top three coming into this weekend. And we get a villainy option as well. Darth Vader is passed over to Anna. And look, as much as Darth Vader can be very tough to build around, there are some pulls and some cards that you can really make this deck work. So great options here. We have heroism and we have villainy, and you also have arguably the strongest leader in the format.
Yeah, I think this leader draft could not have gone better for Anna. A number of aspect combinations, both heroism and villainy. And in particular, Darth Vader, right, a little bit higher on the curve, that 7-drop, but great stats. Combos with cards like That's a Rock. So we'll have to see if Anna gets any of those synergy cards in her packs.
The first thing I'm noticing in this pack, some good removal options with the two aggression events, but immediately Anna pulling that Nothing Left to Fear, which is a great removal event, one of the best removal options in the format, and that is going to be pack one, pick one, it looks like for Anna.
Snap pick there for Anna. It's going to synergize well with either Vel or Hera. So, aspect wise, aligning with two of her three leaders. And even if she ends up in Darth Vader, she can use that splash base to cancel out the aspect penalty of either that vigilance or that command. And so, can likely still this Nothing Left to Fear on curve. Really, really strong first pick.
Yeah, Nothing Left to Fear is just so good. Kind of overwhelming barrage light, right? You can't spread around the damage, but you can still take out your opponent's biggest threat as we take a look at this second pack. Looks like Phantom is the rare, immediately pulling the Onaka Gang Bandits to the front. That is a massive late game finisher, which I believe she had in her deck yesterday. So this is a card that your opponents generally don't want to see.
Anna's going to remember the absolute haymaking power of that 9 power attack, so she might be inclined to go that familiar route. Nothing else really jumping out in this pack. Certainly, there's the Phantom, a 2-drop that could start to build out the lower curves, but Anna here saying, I want some finishing power. One thing that does notably is she's now got 3 aspects represented across her first 2 cards.
Looking through this next pack. Pulling the Canto Bite security towards the front. Good, solid Sentinel unit that can create some credit tokens for you. Also looking at that Staccato Lightning Repeater, great upgrade, but going for consistency here, getting that 5-cost Sentinel.
Yeah, in particular, adding a second vigilance card, which could say, Anna doesn't want to deviate too far from the possibility of playing Vel as her leader. The Sonaka Gang Bandits can always be splashed as a late game bomb, even if she were to pair that Vel with command.
Immediately seeing Yerk, that's a card we saw get so much value yesterday, can swing for 6 with Raid 4. So we'll see where we go. Not seeing any major vigilance cards here. Does have some removal with Incapacitate and the late game removal with the Industrious team. So looks like the consistent vigilance pick here with Incapacitate.
Just a low cost card that can disrupt a little bit what an opponent is doing, save some damage, make for a favorable trade.
Oh, look at this Django Fett. Great unit here if you are going into villainy, and that is going to be the pick for Anna, so maybe keeping the options open for villainy or potentially even just paying the extra for this very strong unit
Eight
in
does seem a
heroism.
lot, and notably, her only villainy leader is Darth Vader, who's paired with aggression, so she's going to need her splash base for that. An interesting pick for Anna, potentially just hedging early to keep multiple lines open.
The solid heroism turn one play there with the Cloud Rider veteran. Also see the Ghost, which is very, very good when you pair that with Harrison Dula. We saw that being used effectively yesterday. The Ghost is the pick for Anna here.
I think no clear direction of which of the three leaders she's going for. We're going to need to see a few more picks to really solidify. That villainy pick, followed immediately by a heroism pick, suggests that maybe Anna herself isn't sure where she's going to land.
The Industrious team, the next pick here. I've seen a couple of those already. Solid late game unit that can remove a decent amount of threats. See the mercenary fleet here. Massive late game finisher, that 10-10. But going to go for smaller unit here. The Swoop Bike Marauder. This next pack. Airy still hanging around. It's going to be the B-Wing Skirmisher. So really starting to add in these heroism picks, Grumpy.
And if I'm Anna, I'm going to see those two aggression heroism cards coming relatively late and ask, is that potentially an open lane?
It's a great point. Have to read those signals. Aggression, heroism does appear to be relatively open. Now, I believe the Shield Drive Outfitter there, I love that card, and looks like Anna's going to go with Chopper. And then grabbing the Sun Tool Berserkers. That's a card that she dealt so much damage with yesterday. So Anna still keeping the options open for villainy or potentially just splashing in these late game bombs.
Now, Josh, I do believe that Anna heard our conversation disagreeing about whether to prioritize early game drops or bombs, and she's decided to side with you. She's a number of very powerful later game plays that are not kicking bandits. That's Son Tool Berserker. She took the Ghost. She took Jango Fett. She's got an industrious team. But we have to note one, it's a little bit uncertain which of her three leaders she's going to prioritize, but she also only has one turn one unit, that rickety quad jumper. Not exactly the best way to start unless she's specifically aggression command heroism to play chopper. This is the point in the draft where Anna's really going to need to start prioritizing those early game plays if she does not want her draft to be left behind.
Yeah, the curve is so important, and the early game is crucial in this format. And right now, that early game really non-existent for Anna. But we have two more packs to go through. Double Highsinger in this pack, and there's the Ezra Bridger. So if we start seeing some of these specters, we know that Anna already picked up the Ghost in the first pack. We could start looking more at Hera with these many different aspects being represented so far.
Circuit Challenger, though, ambush, such a powerful keyword in this format, would be another card higher up on Anna's curve. But can she give up the ambush? Is she going to bank on getting those lower drops later?
Yeah, she did pull the Circuit Challenger to the front of the pack. It's very hard to pass up on any ambush units that could fit into your deck, especially if she is looking to go into heroism. Ambush, absolutely the most powerful keyword and really the best removal option in limited because you could potentially take out an opposing unit and keep your unit in play, maybe create a 2-for-1 situation.
Ezra Bridger unit, though, so much value for four. A 4/5 with raid one means that it can take out any opposing four drop or even five drop that just has five health. Also, the ability to heal because of these splash bases, you're much more likely to turn on that bonus healing portion. So, healing another unit for four as opposed to two. That's the kind of play for four resources that can really turn an early game around. So, definitely tempting to choose that, especially because it's in those same two aspects as the first card that she picked in this entire draft, that nothing left to fear, she could really start to cement herself into some sort of command vigilance hero archetype, which would work both with Harrison Dula and with Vel.
I do also like that healing capability, especially against something like Aura. Being able to get out of range from that Aura action ability is important, but Ana going with the Circuit Challenger, choosing to go with the Ambush unit. Now we have Lost and Forgotten coming in this pack. One of the better removal options in the format, and it's a pretty quick pick there for Ana.
Yeah, that's a moment where my discipline bells would be ringing. You had a Canyon frontrunner, one of the best two drops in the format, particularly if you have initiative. She had a Cinta Kaz, that 3/5 for 3 that gets Sentinel when it's upgraded. Such a premium 3 drop in any deck, but the ability to pair that with Vel and give it Sentinel with an experience makes it such a blowout play. All of a sudden, you have a 4/6 Sentinel. So Anna's saying, I'm going to get those early drops later. That window is closing, I think, faster than we think.
Whoa, look at this, Grumpy. Chewbacca and Obi-Wan Kenobi in this pack. We've talked about heroism being the main option right now. Vigilance in command, the aspects that go very well with these two leaders, and that early nothing left to fear. This is quite the pack for Anna.
Absolutely. Happy to see that. Happy to see both of those cards, suggesting that she might be the only player looking to pair those two particular aspects. So it's going to be a Chewbacca for her. A fine 4 drop. And I get more and more worried, Josh, every pack. Are we going to see those 2 drops come around?
It's a great question. Your words of wisdom, Grumpy, could be coming into play here. We need to find that early game for sure because so far it is just not there. We do see the kill switch here going to be the pick. We had a couple 3-cost units, but they weren't in the main aspects that I feel Anna is going for. So instead, going for the kill switch, which provides great value as well.
Yeah, but at a certain point, that Millennium Falcon would have been a fine turn to play using that splash base. So here we see her looking at that mid-rim sharpshooter. It might be time to start taking those early cost cards, knowing you're going to have to use your splash base to even get to the later phases of the game to play some of those more powerful cards you picked up.
I think the alarm bells are ringing, as you said. Anna's got to find some early game plays. The mid-rim sharpshooter is taken there. Now, as we look at this pack, does have a turn 1 heroism play in aggression. We've got Weasel, I think the inspired recruit right behind. So looks like Weasel is going to be the pick this time around. A little bit of a tough situation because command and vigilance have been the two aspects she's really been honing in on, but we're just not getting the early game for those aspects as of yet. Got the Soliston
Here,
Sapper here.
a nice 3 drop, but not really in an aspect combination that Mariana's been wanting to go. That being said, the aggression cunning is there also with the Irk, so potentially a somewhat open color combination. She's gonna take it, potentially saying, I'm gonna have to use that splash base early.
There was also that 6-cost Cad Bane legendary in that last pack, maybe telling us that the Vigilance villainy is open. Val's going to be the pick here, another 2-cost play. We would potentially have to splash this if we're not in Cunning. Very likely will be in Vigilance.
I worry we've got this high singer here, also a double aspect 3 cost unit. The issue is none of these units that she's been picking up are heroism, which means she can't rely on Harrison Duel's ability to play them later in the game without an aspect penalty. She's really developing quite a rainbow across her recent picks.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. Just trying to solidify the curve here, but like you said, it really does feel like a rainbow right now as we pick up the Street Gang Recruiter. Now here is a turn 1 play, not the most exciting one, but nevertheless, it is a turn 1 Vigilance play. And that's going to wrap up pack 2. So I really am starting to get a bit worried about this early game, Grumpy.
Yeah, putting together the pieces, she had a chopper earlier. She's got that weasel. It might be that she's going to be forced into some sort of aggression command using heroism, or using Hera as her leader, and then rely on Hera's ability to play some of those higher up units, for example, the Ghost, potentially that swoop bike Marauders. So there's potentially a way to stitch it together, but she's really going to have to emphasize those early drops here. She cannot be distracted um, by a powerful late game bomb at this point because she has so few early plays.
Yeah, definitely need to focus on the curve and the early curve in this final pack. Definitely has some great late game plays, some fantastic removal with nothing left to fear, lost and forgotten. She was able to find kill switch as well, so some great removal options. Just have to figure out the curve. Now, we do have some options here in the early game in this pack with heroism. We also have the droid laser turret and vigilance that's pulled to the front.
Yeah, I also see that Masasi group Marines, just a nice 4-4 for 3. Anna potentially choosing to take this droid laser turret, which is going to push her potentially into vigilance again. We'll have to see how she navigates the deck building portion of this draft, because I think that might be a challenge for her.
I think so as well. The flash base, unfortunately, can only be used once per game, and it feels like we need that ability a little bit more here at this point. Let's see what we get in pack two, and it does feel as though she is favoring the vigilance a little bit more. Another Masasi group Marines here, or is this the same pack? I mean, we're still looking through. Yeah, I think this is the same pack.
Yeah. I
Okay.
noticed there was a liberated Wookiee there, just a nice 2-4 for 4. That would have been a
Yeah.
great turn one play.
I saw that Kane and Jarrus. That's probably going to be very tempting. Also had the Defiant Scrapper, so if you're looking at Vigilance, that's a good turn two play. Goes very well with Velsartha. If Vel is the leader choice, being able to take out that credit you give your opponent. And it looks at though, Vigilance really is the aspect
Yeah.
Anna
That
focusing on
Haxian
right now with
Aggressor,
that
though,
Scrapper.
that's just a fine turn one play when you have so few. So I understand the Defiant Scrapper. She's really saying, I'm going to try and make this Velsartha leader work one way or another. It's a great combo with Velsartha. Makes the two drops even more important. If she sees one now, I think she's got to take it.
We see a couple turn one plays here. Actually, a few. So we have some options. Rose Tico, I think the best card in the pack, but at this point, we really, really need some turn one plays. That Rose Tico, so good, but again, curve is important. So the
And I
Cloud Rider
don't
veteran
mind
looks
that
like the pick.
shield drive outfitter in the back of the pack. That's a nice 1-3 shielded for 2 if you want. But she's going to take the Cloud Rider veteran. This is potentially solidifying her into Velsartha paired with aggression, and then needing to liberally rely on that splash base to make sure she can play cards up the curve.
If there is going to be just the aggression vigilance look here, if that is the play, Vel aggression, you've got kill switch. There was also a B-wing skirmisher in this pack. And it already does have one copy of the kill switch, and it looks like a second copy will be added. Here's a turn one play, passed over the Rhodian Bondsman.
Yep.
Great late game play there in the Tantive 4 and Vigilance Heroism.
And of course, we like to see that Tantive would be a strong play, but I do think she needs those two drops. I see her taking this. I worry that she's not going to be able to get to the phase of the game to actually rely on that Tantive.
Tantive is the pick. The Bondsman passed the early play, not taken here. We'll see if Anna comes across any more early plays. Now, the Inspired Recruit is an option here. You see Rogue One as well, but at this point, the question is, do we need to turn one desperately? And Anna believes that turn two is just fine. The Rogue One will be picked.
Yeah, in a pinch, of course, those kill switches she's been taking can be her turn one play. They'll set her up for a favorable trade later if she can play a 3 cost unit to then ultimately take out whatever debuffed 2 cost unit her opponent has. So serviceable in a pinch.
The Onaka Gang Bandits towards the front already has one in the pool. Looking at aggression, flash the event's a great event here that can allow you to potentially trade up or get that finishing bit of damage in with the attack pump, but it's going to be the Onaka Gang Bandits taken, trying to solidify the late game. And a turn 2 play here, that Braca Shipbreaker. Not the best statted, but nevertheless, it's a turn 2 play.
I think at this point, her 3 drop slot is doing okay. She's likely to have something to play on the second turn of the game. She's picked up 4 already in this pack. It's really now just that first turn that she's going to have to hope her deck cooperates and gives her one of the cards that she's picked that's in aspect and that she can play.
Braca Shipbreaker is taken. And now this next pack really not going her way. Nothing in that pack. And yeah, I think the turn 1 play is very minimal now. Now look here. The Inspired Recruit has come back around. So
Yeah.
do find
If
another
you're Anna,
turn 1
you're
play late.
happy to see that. A 3-1 on the first turn will get the job done.
The aggression heroism really did feel as though it was relatively open. And these last couple picks here, will we get anything for the deck? Likely not. But in that final pack, like you said, several turn 2 plays. We got some turn 1 plays. So the curve does feel a bit better. And Anna has a ton of late game bombs. You've got the 2 Onaka Gang Bandits, the Tantive 4. There's some really powerful plays coming late. As you said, this deck just needs to cooperate and get her there. And if she can do that, I think she's got a pretty good chance.
Yeah, and it does seem like her 2 primary colors are ending up being vigilance and aggression, which is going to push her towards that Velsartha. Unfortunately for Anna, that means some of those earlier picks that she made. Remember in pack 1, she picked up a ghost. A ghost, unfortunately, is going to be in command and cunning, and without Hera's leader ability to turn off the aspect penalty, that is double out of aspect. So even using her splash base, the ghost is going to end up costing 8, which means she might have to leave some of those powerful cards at home just to make sure she has a deck of playable cards.
That's right. There were definitely some good picks that will just not go with this particular pairing that she finds herself in late. And I think the deck building portion will be very interesting to see if we have that on tap. And I am also very curious if there was a showcase opened at the table because we saw Anna clapping there early. I'm very curious if there was a
And
showcase
imagine
pulled. That would be quite interesting.
one of two scenarios, Josh, for that applause. One, there was a showcase opened, definitely something people would be excited about. Two, it happened pretty early on, so potentially it was just a round of applause for everyone who made day 2 to sort of celebrate that we're here. One of those less exciting than the other. I hope for everyone in the room that there was a showcase somewhere.
Yeah, definitely would be a very cool experience to be a part of.
So these players now, their task is going to be building a 30 card or more, but probably 30 card deck based out of these cards that they've drafted. They're going to have to rely on those cards to make it through 3 more rounds of limited. We are down to 29 players from the 211 that started yesterday, but just 8 of those players will earn the right to run it back and do another draft for our top 8 later today. So the rules of limited do apply. Everyone's going to be locked into their starting deck for every game 1, but if a player thinks that they made a mistake in building their draft deck, they will be able to sideboard out potentially a new leader, potentially a new base to go into game 2 and game 3.
And we actually saw that, I believe, a couple times on stream yesterday where the player switched leader and base either going into game 2 or 3. Here is the pool for Anna. This is what we are working with. Like you mentioned, it does appear Velsartha paired with aggression will be the call. Great removal options in this deck and some very good late game plays. But how many turn one plays are really going to get the job done?
Yeah, looking at this, we've got Inspired Recruit at 1. That'll do just fine. We've got Weasel. You're happy to see that. Cloud Rider Veteran, also fine. So we've got 3 turn 1 plays in Aggression Heroism. We can add to that the Rickety Quad Jumper, a 1/3 for 2 in space that has the opportunity to throw experience on other units, but there's not a lot of non-unit cards here that Anna's going to be working with, so the odds of that hitting are pretty low. Nonetheless, it is a card to play. And then if she wants to throw in her splash base, she does have Chopper and she does have Val. Val, of course, gives a shield to a friendly unit when she's played, so you're not super pleased to have that be your turn 1 play because her when defeated ability gives a shield to an opponent's unit. And if you miss out on the shield for your end of that deal and then give your opponent a shield when Val is defeated, that ends up being a pretty bad exchange. So I would say there's 3 turn 1s that Anna's happy with. Weasel, Cloud Rider Veteran, Inspired Recruit. I'd say she's not super thrilled, but will use her splash base to play Chopper. Will come in just as a 2/3, but I believe with Raid 1, which actually makes it pretty solid start. And then we'll scramble together to potentially play that Boonta Eve flag bearer, that rickety quad jumper. Probably doesn't want to play Val unless she has to. But then remember, she's also sitting on that pair of kill switches, which she can use to debuff an opponent's turn 1 play to then potentially get a favorable trade with one of her turn 2 plays, of which she has several. And also, plenty of turn 1 plays in this format come in with just 2 health. So that incapacitate could also be a turn 1 play if the opponent plays a unit that could ultimately be defeated. So I think it's not as bad as I was worried it might end up being when we were about midway through the draft, but definitely this is the weakest part of Anna's game, getting through turn 1 to make sure she can get to those more powerful cards that she has up the curve.
You mentioned the incapacitate and also the double kill switch is interesting here because one of the best two drops in the format is that Leppy Lookout, so the kill switch could possibly be another answer there. And of course, that droid laser turret, which Anna does have one of, the kill switch is a great answer to that as well. And like you mentioned, Velsartha does have the option to buff up these units. So while they are not looking great on their own, they can get a bit stronger on that opening turn. And then we could go into turn 2, potentially take out that credit if it's still on our opponent's side of the board with that Defiant Scrapper. Now, as we look at the turn 2 plays here, it is a solid lineup. You do have six total units in the aspect pairings, not including that High Singer and Sullustan Sapper, which would be out of aspect. So it's a serviceable amount of turn 2 plays, but you don't love that 3 of your turn 2 plays have 3 HP in the ground arena and can easily be taken out by a decent amount of the turn 1 plays in the format.
I think that's exactly right. And one thing I want to look at, Josh, as we're talking about, what can she safely play and then what can she play using her splash base? The number of cards that Anna's going to run that ultimately she might have to use her splash base on. We know she's going to play that Nothing Left to Fear. If she pairs Val with Aggression, that is one candidate for the splash base. You can, of course, play it for 7, and she will be very happily play it for 7 in games that go that late. But in games where she needs to play it on curve, she'll be using the splash base for that. So that's only one strong candidate. We've then got Chopper, one of her turn 1 plays, almost certainly going to be included, and so is going to need the splash base for Chopper. If she wants to play Val, that's already 2-drop units that need the splash base. The Sullustan Stapper and the High Singer, both splash base candidates. So we've gone from 3 to 5. Chewbacca is going to need the splash base, so that's 6. And then the Ghost is double out of aspect, so might not even make the cut, but could be played with the splash base for a total of 8. So ultimately, at the end of the day, 6 candidates for a splash base to be used with Vel if she pairs Vel with Aggression. That's actually not as high as I thought it had been getting as we were going through the draft. So it seems like a reasonable number, which means I do think Anna has pulled together the pieces of a very serviceable draft. She's got, on the low end, but an okay number of turn one plays. She's got a decent number of splash cards. Some of them are very powerful, but not so many that if she uses the splash base early, she's going to end up stranded with cards she can't play in her hand. And I particularly actually like to see that 4-drop slot in Anna's draft. I think the 4-drop into the 5-drop might be one of the stronger points for her. Swoop Bite Marauders, Chewbacca. Chewbacca loves to get experience from Vel so that it can then turn on its own ability to heal itself and get more experience. Two of those B-Wing skirmishers offering the ability to provide some aggression in the space arena. And then when we get to the 5-drop slot, we've got that Canto Bite security and that Circuit Challenger, one of them providing a sentinel, one of them providing ambush for that ground arena. So she could make it through the early game, get some aggression in space, and then gum down the ground arena, then follow that up with the removal and Nothing Left to Fear and Lost and Forgotten. We're starting to get a story of how this deck might be able to leverage the cards that Anna drafted paired with Velsartha's experience to squeak out a few wins. And certainly, given that she's going into day two undefeated, does not need to remain undefeated to make it to top eight, can give up a loss, potentially two. So I think Anna has given herself a real shot to make it into the next phase of our tournament.
Going undefeated on day one, that is incredible. And both Anna and Armando really positioning themselves so well here in day two. Talking about this list, I think the plan, Grumpy, has to be let's hope we don't have to use that splash base on turn one or turn two because I really want the option to either play Chewbacca on the 4 resource turn or be able to play Nothing Left to Fear on the 5 resource turn if we need to. So I think that's going to be the dream here. And like you said, that Chewbacca with Vel Sartha could get really, really out of hand. Absolutely love the combination of those two cards. And as you mentioned, the 5 cost slot, very strong. And then we get into the late game. Those Anaka Gang Bandits can finish things off. The Tantive 4 can potentially really swing the damage race with that when played ability. And then holding on to the Restore 2 each and every turn. And then some more late game removal with the Industrious team. She's got the pieces. Is it the best draft pool? I don't think so. I think she probably maybe would have had a few more early plays, maybe try and solidify this curve just a little bit more. But at the end of the day, it is very serviceable. She's put herself in a wonderful position here in day two. And I think she absolutely has a shot to get the wins she needs to find a spot in the top cut.
I think that's exactly right, Josh. So best of luck to Anna. We thank her for agreeing to be our featured drafter. Super fun to watch any strong player like Anna navigate a draft at these top tables. And fingers crossed that she gets 1 or 2 wins to make it to the next part of our tournament.
Now, that is going to do it for our coverage of the Swifts draft portion here in day two of the sector qualifier in Palm Springs, California. We are going to take a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We've got day two action coming up next. We are live in day two of the sector qualifier in Palm Springs, California. I'm Josh Schneider, joined by Grumpy Elephant here in the booth, and we've got some exciting action waiting ahead. The stakes are high, Grumpy. We just had our day two draft, and now we're getting ready for the final 3 rounds of Swiss. But before we do, let's jump into the deck meta, the breakdown from how these decks did in day one and their conversion rate to day two.
Exciting stuff, Josh. We had 8 great rounds of Swiss yesterday. The top 29 players have completed their draft and deck building for 3 more rounds of Swiss today. But the leader on everyone's lips yesterday was Vel, Vel, Vel. It seems like a consistent theme in Star Wars Unlimited is if a leader allows you to place experience on one of your own units, that leader shines in Limited, even if they don't make a big presence in Premiere. And although we saw a couple of Vels throughout the day on stream, the top 2 decks, once all the dust had settled, were in fact Aura Sing and the Client. But once we zoom out a little bit to look at the top deck across the whole of day one, it seems like it was Vel all along. Here you see the 8 most popular decks chosen by players for their day one sealed pools, separated by both leader and aspect. And you can see in terms of popularity, Vel appears in all 3 of her non-duplicated aspects in the top 8. Vel Cunning, most represented deck in day one with 13% of the field. Vel Command, second most popular deck with 10% of the field. We also have here the conversion rates. This says of the percentage of players who played this particular leader and aspect combination in day one, what percentage of those players advanced to day two. And so what you're really looking to see here is a higher conversion rate than the day one representation rate. And so we can see that Vel Cunning and Vel Command both overperformed their respective 13 and 10% representation rates, representing 29 and 14% of the players who advanced to day two. What do you notice about this chart, Josh?
Well, the thing that immediately jumps out to me is Harrison Dula was the third most represented. Harrison Dula Vigilance, and that conversion rate not great. We went from 9% down to 5%. And Boba Fett is one of those leaders I think had a lot of potential, one of the top 5 for me personally in this set in the limited format. Now, Boba Fett Vigilance had really good success, almost tripling from 6% up to 15%. But then as you look down towards the bottom of that chart, Boba Fett Aggression and Boba Fett Cunning, none able to convert here into day two. So that really stands out, but it's just unreal to see the conversion rate of Vel Sartha doubling, over doubling with Vel Sartha Cunning. And then you look at Vel Sartha Aggression, almost quadrupling. That is absolute madness. So Velsartha clearly very well represented here in day two, a very good conversion rate. And now we take a look at the decks that qualified. And you can see it right there. Velsartha Cunning. We talked a lot about Cunning. Players were really honing in on Cunning throughout that day one. and Velsartha Cunning the most represented leader and combination to make it on today too.
Josh, I think there's a secondary story going on here that I want to highlight. Of course, Velsartha putting up incredible results, but if we look at the top decks on this chart, Velsartha Cunning, Aggression, Command, Han Solo Vigilance, Saw Gerrera Vigilance, Aura Singh Aggression, Aura Singh Cunning, Boba Fett Vigilance, what do all of these things have in common? They are all running Vigilance as one of their aspects. I think the players have agreed that cunning as an aspect has some really powerful tempo tools. We've talked about the Axe Forgets, we've talked about those ambush cards, but it turns out with those sealed games going later and later that we saw on stream, we commonly saw top decks going to turn 9, 10, 11, having access to that powerful removal in Vigilance, in particular the Lost and Forgotten card, the ability to defeat any opponent's units and restore 3 life, may have been one of the biggest factors in the success of these decks. And Velsartha, of course, being a Vigilance leader herself, means she gets access to not only that incredible experience tool, but also those Vigilance removal cards. So definitely something to keep an eye on in Limited. Velsartha as a leader, but also Vigilance as an aspect.
We are jumping right into our feature area for round 9 of Swiss. Mariana Aldeco versus Amando Santos. These two players were actually paired up in the final round of Swiss yesterday, and they decided to take the draw to remain undefeated, both of them going into day 2. But now they have to face off once again, and this time we will have a match played out. Mariana or Anna, our featured drafter this morning, and we are getting ready to get this game underway. It's going to be Saul Guerrera paired with Cunning for Amando, and Anna will be bringing Velsartha Aggression, the draft that we saw her orchestrate this morning. And now she's got this deck ready to roll.
Josh, I believe Amanda was sitting to Anna's right in the draft, which means Anna, when she chose Velsartha over Saw Gerrera, likely passed that Saw Gerrera to Amando. Not only did he choose that leader to be one of his 3 leaders, but then he potentially ended up using that exact leader passed to him by Anna to be the leader that he's bringing to draft. So we'll see if Anna is happy with her choice, drafting the Vel deck that we saw, some powerful units towards the higher end of the curve, but a little bit lighter for turn 1 plays, or if she can take down, or if Amando can take it down with this Saw Gerrera.
So here we go. Game 1 underway. That's a rock being played by Amando, dealing that 1 damage needed to the Val unit to defeat her. And that when defeated trigger forces Anna to give a shield token to an enemy unit. So the Canyon Frontrunner, a very good unit to have a shield token for Amando. Now the action back over to Amando. We see the Defiant Scrapper on Anna's side of the board as well. And it's going to be the Axe Forgets. And Amando talked to us in the interview yesterday about how he was going for Cunning, all of the tempo-oriented plays in this aspect. And we are already seeing it here early on as it's paired with Saul Guerrera. Amando trying to really position himself well on the board.
And we can see that Anna did have a turn 1 play, but it was that turn 1 play we talked about after the draft. She had to start with Val using her splash epic action on her base, losing out on the ability to give a friendly unit a shield, and now Amando capitalizing on that, taking out the Val and giving the shield to the Canyon Frontrunner. So not exactly the start that Anna hoped for, but we know that her deck has a number of powerful cards. She may be able to get back into this game.
The Max Rebo Band unit is played for Amando, and then Anna going to play the Relentless Hunters unit. And now the action back over to Amando. That Canyon Frontrunner has a shield token. No units have attacked this phase, so theoretically could attack into the Relentless Hunters, put some damage on it, and just lose the shield token. And it looks like that is going to be the line. So 3 damage to the Relentless Hunters, 1 HP remaining, and the shield token off of that Canyon Frontrunner.
And what that does is it means if the Relentless Hunters want to take out this Max Rebo band, previously it would have been basically a free trade for Anna, a 5-4 into a 1-5. But with just 1 HP remaining on the Relentless Hunters, now it becomes a trade. Amando gets the credit token from the Max Rebo band to start this phase and ultimately is able to also finish off the Relentless Hunters.
Back over to Amando, the Broken Horn, Vizago's Pride, 5-cost space unit coming out, and it is the Circuit Challenger from Anna. Going to come in, ambush the Canyon frontrunner, so the ground arena cleared up on Amando's side. Amando's still holding that 1 credit token. We'll see if he can effectively use that here in the very near future. We do see Anna's hand holding on to that Defiant Scrapper, so the credit in danger.
Yeah, relatively even going into what's going to be our leader flip turn. Both players with a unit, of course, that Circuit Challenger damaged, now going to be finished off by this Sultan Sapper, leaving Amanda with the only unit in play, a 5-4 Broken Horn in space.
Anna is going to deploy her leader first. Velsartha leader unit coming down into the ground arena. Broken Horn will attack for 5, 7 damage on Anna's base, and now it's the droid laser turret. So a Sentinel shielded unit in the ground arena for Anna. Now Mondo going to have to work through the roadblock that is that droid unit. Velsartha going to attack into Amando's base for a total of 5. The on attack trigger and experience token given to the Velsartha. And here comes Arvel Skeen taking out Amando's own credit token. 1 damage coming across to the shielded droid laser turret. The shield is popped. And now the Defiant Scrapper is the follow-up play for Anna. So the ground arena getting busy pretty fast.
Yeah, really great for Amando that he had that scrapper there. Anna clearly thinking to give him the experience and kill it with the Defiant Scrapper, but because Amando could play that Arvel Skeen in between, is able to defeat the credit that he knows is going to be defeated anyway and take advantage of that 1 damage ping to clear the shield from that droid laser turret so that he can then have an easier time chipping through more damage to Anna's base already at 7.
First action for Amando with the initiative. Saw Gerrera leader unit attacking and defeating the Sentinel unit for Anna, the droid laser turret. And can attack again right away with the ability on Saw. So Arvel Skeen will also be attacking with 2 additional power there. And it's going into base. 6 more damage to Anna's base, up to 13. And now the attack comes from Velsartha, taking out Amando's leader unit. Will take some damage in return, but Amando has all the pressure here. 5 more damage coming in from the space arena, but it's Tantive for exactly what Anna needed. Will heal 4 damage from base with the When Played ability. And now we've got a big restore unit in the space arena. But look at Amando. He fights right back. The Guild ambush team as well. So some big plays on both sides, ambushing and defeating the Defiant Scrapper. And that Guild ambush team will remain in play with 1 HP.
Yeah, that double attack there from the Saga Rera, throwing the Arvel Scheme to deal 6 to base, suggests that Amando was ready to turn this into a pure race. Anna recognized that and said, hold on, I'm going to slow the brakes a little bit. I'm not going to throw my stuff at your base. I'm going to take out your leader. I'm going to heal some with Tantive. So it's a great way to acknowledge what her opponent is doing, slow things down, and try and get some board control.
Board control coming together now for Anna with the initiative. Tantive 4 unit able to attack and defeat that Broken Horn. And it's the Guild ambush team that will be attacking for 7 off of the Saw Gerrera action ability. Will be defeated after that attack, but it's 19 damage on Anna's base as she plays down 1 of 2 of the Onaka Gang bandits that she has access to in her pool. Amando playing the Yerk unit and the Hidden Hunters, 2 hidden units. So Anna just claiming the initiative, no attack from Velsartha.
That Urk threatening to be lethal immediately with the boost of 2 from Saw Gerrera. So Anna's going to have to deal with that right away, but that's going to let those hunters get in, probably with a boost from Saw to get in for 6. That's going to leave Anna with just 2. So she's going to need to figure out a way to either finish the game this turn. She's got a couple of heavy hitters on her side of the board, or she's going to have to deal with every single threat that Amando puts down between now and the end of the game.
2 very real threats. Velsartha will attack into Yerk. The Yerk unit is defeated. Couple damage back on Vel. Vel remains in play, and here comes that Saw Gerrera action ability again. 6 damage to Anna's base, but 5 plus 1, that experience token on the Tantive 4. So 6 damage to Amondo's base and restoring 2 for Anna's. 23 to 11, the damage totals in favor of Amondo as he plays the Leppy Lookout, and Lost and Forgotten will meet it right away. 3 damage healed from Anna's base. The 2-cost unit is defeated. These players are playing in turbo speed. It's the honor-bound Partisan coming out. That's 1 damage to Anna's base. And it looks like we are going to scoop it up here. Mondo doesn't have a way to stop the big threats, and Anna takes the early lead.
That combination was exactly what Anna needed. She had the heal from the Tantive paired with the heal of 3 from that Lost and Forgotten, getting her just out of range of some of Amondo's threats. That gave her an opening to hit for 9. Then one of her attacks would be lethal first action next phase, and Amondo simply did not have the firepower anymore to get through. So really a nice job there by Anna reading the change in pace. She saw Amondo go pedal to the metal, and she had the cards, the restore, the removal that she needed to get herself just out of range to buy her the time to finish the game on her own terms in just a couple of attacks. All of that despite having not the best start to the game, right? Forced to play that Val as her turn 1 play, ultimately giving Mondo essentially a free shield token when he took out that unit. So really showing, these strong cards that Anna drafted, bolstering the later parts of her game were enough to take down game 1.
Well, that was actually the exact thing that we had talked about earlier. We knew that Anna had the cards needed in the late game to close things out, but it was just a matter of could she get there. And I think the big late game plays, but paired with that very effective removal, the Lost and Forgotten, we know that she also has the Nothing Left to Fear, just so many good removal options to get you there, and we see it work to perfection for Anna in game 1. But I tell you what, Grumpy, these games with Saul Guerrero, they really feel like they are on rails.
Absolutely. And Amando, of course, because this is draft, had no way of knowing that Anna was holding on to that Tantive and holding on to that Lost and Forgotten, right? His strategy would have been a successful one if Anna hadn't been able to heal. Going into game 2, of course, Amando now knows that there are those sources of healing in Anna's deck. So that potentially is going to change the calculus for him of when to start sacrificing his own units to Saw Gerrera's ability, as opposed to when to continue to try and get value on the board through favorable trades.
Game 2, both players getting set. Amando will start with the initiative. We know that Anna and her turn 1 plays not the strongest, so we'll see what she's found here to open things up in game 2. Just have to navigate through the early turns. Believe she is holding on to Chewbacca. That was the bomb 4-cost unit that she was able to find in the draft. It looks like we are good to go. Amando starting things out, the honor-bound Partisan, 1 quick damage to Anna's base, and Anna does have a turn 1 play as the rickety quad jumper into the space arena.
That Partisan's so good with Saw Gerrera because it can either be crashed into a unit or sacrificed to the Saw Gerrera pump ability, and it'll give a 1-cost discount to Amando's next unit played. So if he's holding on to something like an expendable mercenary, would allow him to cheat out that ramp card 1 turn earlier.
That is going to be the line. Saw Gerrera action ability going to be attacking with the honor-bound Partisan, 4 total power. So Anna taking 4 more damage, 5-0 the damage count. It's the mid-rim sharpshooter, and look at this. It is the expendable mercenary, Amando, firing on all cylinders here in game 2 as the on-attack trigger, finding a non-unit card for Anna, and the experience token given to the mid-rim sharpshooter, as Amando will claim the initiative, but that expendable mercenary could be setting up that early Saul deploy.
Yeah, that's a nice little benefit for Anna hitting on the rickety quad jumper. I have a feeling that this mid-room sharpshooter is not long for this world. It seems like a very juicy target for Amando to crash into.
It's again First action for Armando saw action ability attacking with the mercenary +2 power and overwhelm. So 1 damage into Anna's base. And here comes the big bomb, Chewbacca, the mighty rescuer with the epic action on the splash base to avoid the aspect penalty. And for Armando, it's going to be the shifty suspects, and Anna just claiming the initiative here.
Unfortunately for Anna, getting experience on that Chewbacca is the best way to really start that value engine. But if she took the action to do that, Amando would just be able to crash the shifty suspects into the Chewbacca using the Saw Gerrera action ability. If Anna doesn't put an experience onto the Chewbacca, now all of a sudden the shifty suspects are looking for a favorable trade, so she has to do something else.
A play here, kill switch, exhausting the shifty suspects, giving it -1/-1, but Amando will not let Chewbacca stay on the board. The guild ambush team will ambush and defeat Chewbacca, and now it's the droid laser turret coming out for Anna, as Saw Gerrera is deployed for Amando, the rickety quad jumper, doing some more work here. An experience token to the turret with that on attack ability, 2 damage on Amando's base, but we're going to see that's a rock again. We saw Amando do that in game 1. That's a rock, clearing out the shield token, and then we're going to have Saw Gerrera crash in and defeat the droid laser turret.
Unfortunate for Anna there that Amando had another answer to the Chewbacca in the form of that ambush team. She couldn't have started with the droid laser turret because of the saboteur on those shifty suspects. It would have just bypassed the Sentinel and taken out the Chewbacca anyway. So doing the kill switch, she hoped to save the Chewbacca, but ultimately couldn't because of the ambush.
And speaking of ambush, we've got more of it this time coming from Anna's side with the Circuit Challenger ambushing and defeating Saw Gerrera. And that lined up really nicely. That experience token on the droid laser turret actually coming into effect in a big way here because it left just 4 HP remaining on Saw, and that's just enough for the Circuit Challenger to come in and defeat that leader unit. Amando playing the Hidden Hunters, getting the Hidden 4-5 into the ground arena as Velsartha is now deployed. Again, Amando was able to deploy 1 turn earlier thanks to the expendable mercenary becoming that extra resource. And we're going to see the Weequay Pirate. So the ground onslaught continuing for Amando. Velsartha going to crash into the shifty suspects. The suspects will be defeated. And do we
Yeah,
see the on attack trigger?
the first play that I'm not 100% sure about, Amando chooses to play these Weequay Pirates instead of doing anything with those shifty suspects. That gives Anna the chance to just take out the suspects with the Velsartha. So that feels like a potential missed attack from Amando. We'll have to see if that damage ends up mattering. It was debuffed by the kill switch, but that's still 3 damage that could have gone to base. It's 3 damage that could have defeated the Circuit Challenger. And so Anna left with a little bit of an advantage now after that turn. Essentially a clean taking out of Amando's debuffed unit.
The board has certainly shifted. The leader for Amando has come and gone. The Hidden Hunters going to attack into Anna's leader unit. Both units defeated. And Anna happy to just make the trades here. The Circuit Challenger taking out the Weequay Pirate. We see another Weequay Pirate for Amando, but now the big guns coming out for Anna with the Onaka Gang Bandits. A 6-7 with Raid 3, but Amando does have a roadblock in that Bith Brute, so a Sentinel to deal with for Anna.
Yeah, after the dust has settled, both leaders cleared relatively low damage on both players' bases. Based on how Anna drafted this deck, must be pretty happy about this turn of events. She's reached the phase where she can start to drop her late game bombs, including these Onaka Gang Bandits, and Amando's now going to be the one who has to keep up.
Now we've got the Soliston Sapper for Anna coming out, ambushing and defeating the Bith Brute. Some overwhelm damage in the process. It's 7-4. The damage totals on each base in favor of Amando, but the Onaka Gang Bandits threatening 9 damage. Let's see what Amando has in store. It's going to be another copy of Guild Ambush Team. That's 5 damage, which means the Weequay Pirate could take it out. So Anna seeing the writing on the wall for the Onaka Gang Bandits attacking for a total of 9. And the Weequay Pirate will attack in with Saw Gerrera's action ability. So some overwhelm damage, 2 in total to Anna's base. As Anna fires out the Baraka Shipbreaker. 12-9, the damage totals. No units in play for Armando. Let's see what he fires out. It's going to be the Canyon front runner, as Anna will just claim the initiative. Ricky quad jumper and the Braca shipbreaker for Anna, and it's the Canyon front runner for Armando.
Yeah, these players have battled it out to mostly a standstill. Anna with the initiative is going to chip in 4 more damage, so Amando's base is starting to get dangerously low. But there's nothing too powerful on the board that Amando is going to have trouble dealing with until, look at this, Josh.
Another Onaka Gang Bandits. Now, Mondo plays a pretty strong unit as well with Maz Kanata, but doesn't quite match up to the 9 damage that the Bandits can send through. It's 16-9 after the Braca Shipbreaker got in for another 4 damage. Amando does play the High Singer, that deadly droid, going to give an experience token to Maz Kanata, now a 5/5 that could get some extra value if it stays on the board. The rickety quad jumper getting it for 1. That rickety quad jumper, what kind of value here in this game? Another non-unit
Yeah.
card revealed on top, and the Onaka Gang Bandits getting another experience token.
That was a very lucky turn of events for Anna. The risk of attacking with that quad jumper is that Amando could claim use Saw Gerrera on the buffed Maz Kanata and take out the Onaka Gang Bandits, which just have 7 health, right? That would essentially make Anna lose the 9 damage swing that she could have gotten if she had simply claimed initiative. But because that rickety quad jumper hit off the top, it has hit 100% of the time in this game, all of a sudden those Onaka Gang Bandits are up to 8 HP, and the Saw Gerrera attack with Maz Kanata is no longer enough to take out those bandits. Absolutely a fortuitous turn of events.
Now we see with the initiative, Amando action ability on Saul, Canyon frontrunner attacking and defeating, dealing some overwhelm damage, taking out the Braca Shipbreaker, -2 power on the bandits, but still getting in for 8. 25 damage on Amando's base, just 2 HP remaining. Now here comes Maz Kanata's attack. Attacking for 5, 16 damage on Anna's base, and now gets to search the top 5 cards of the deck for an Underworld unit and play it. It would cost 4 less and interplay ready. So this could be very interesting. Finding the broken horn. We'll have to pay 1 resource for it. It costs 4 less. That's a 5 cost unit. And it does interplay ready. So that's 5 damage being threatened in the space arena with that broken horn.
Yeah, that is getting Anna dangerously close on board. The 4 from the High Singer, the 5 from the Broken Horn, that's 25. But Anna already has a Mondo to 25 herself. So an experience from Vel onto that rickety quad jumper would threaten lethal. Amando would be forced to take it out with the Broken Horn. Otherwise, he would lose in 1 attack. Anna could potentially then claim and attack again with the Onaka King Bandits. So very much Amando up against the rails here, needing to cobble something together, needing to force Anna to blink, to think that she's in trouble in some way, and therefore prematurely claim to give him the opportunity. But without some sort of intervention from Amanda or some sort of mistake from Anna, it seems like Anna has potentially multiple ways to bring this game to a close.
That is absolutely right. What a game this has been. What a match so far. 2 decks bringing out some big guns. I believe we have a judge call that we are working through at the moment. May have been a missed trigger that we have to figure out. But as it stands, 25-16, the damage totals. And Amando behind in the damage race, but does have High Singer and Broken Horn ready. It's 9 possible damage. And a lot of resources to work with on both players' sides here. But I think we're trying to figure out the rickety quad jumper, maybe a potential miss trigger on attack from the Braca Shipbreaker at some point. I do believe it attacked. I don't remember if it was
Oh,
once or twice, but I think that may be the issue here.
or if the Braca Shipbreaker attacks, Anna is forced to discard a card from the top of her deck, which means the card would have potentially been a different card than the one that the Rickety Quad Jumper saw, which means the Onaka Ging Bandits might not have actually been able to benefit from the experience token, which means the Maz Kanata would have potentially been able to take out the Onaka Ging Bandits using the Sagarera buff. So potentially a cascading series of changes based on whether the top card of her deck was the card that she saw with the Quad Jumper, or whether that card would have needed to have been discarded by the Braca Shipbreaker.
Yeah, that's exactly what we are discussing right now with the judge is the Braca Shipbreaker, the discard trigger. So we'll have to work through and see what the correct line of actions will be, but still been a fantastic game. Both players fighting to be the last undefeated player in the tournament. They have faced off in back-to-back rounds. You had the draw at the end of Swiss yesterday. Now one of these two players will be the last standing undefeated and really give themselves a fantastic chance at the top cut. Could potentially even lose the last two rounds and on tiebreakers get in. So a very important game here for both of these players.
Of course, because both of these players have done so well yesterday to put themselves in this position, even a loss here keeps them live for top cut, needing to win likely both of their next rounds, or potentially, based on how breakers work, just one of their next two rounds. That is the cushion that you get when you can navigate the sealed portion of a tournament like this and end up undefeated.
Now, you were talking about the Onaka Gang Bandits because it was, as you said, quite risky to potentially leave it open. And we got the experience token on the Onaka Gang Bandits off of the Rickety Quad Jumper. I am curious, was Vel, I believe Vel had already been defeated. And the action ability, could it have been used worst case scenario there if Amando got the initiative to still buff it up?
Still buff the bandits. I think that's very possible. I think that Val had been defeated an earlier turn and was likely ready. We
Okay.
haven't seen Anna use her ability, her leader ability, much throughout this game. We have a bit of an update on what's going on with this judge call. This Onaka Gang Bandits that's currently in on the field as a unit may have been the card that was required to be discarded by the Baraka Shipbreaker on the attack. And so by leaving that bomb on top of her deck, Anna potentially had access to this game winning card that really should have been, according to the rules, in the discard pile. Because that unit has now been played and has had multiple attacks and has warped the game state, it's going to be a very, very difficult decision to unwind. So the judges are going to have to navigate, what do we do in a situation like this? The Braca Shipbreaker trigger was mandatory. It's not optional for Anna, so she would have been required to put a card into her discard pile. If missing that trigger leads to some sort of advantageous board state, very, very complicated to sort through. Almost certainly no malice in this at all. Braca Shipbreaker's trigger, non one that will ever really make a game be relevant in a game of limited in terms of affecting the board, in terms of discarding a card that's potentially useful. Or not useful, but here potentially huge implications because the card that wasn't discarded could turn out to be the game winning card for Anna.
An interesting set of circumstances we have found ourselves in as we continue to work through it. But I think that's the big question here was the Onaka Gang Bandits having access to it, and of course having access to that experience token, very important. The Onaka Gang Bandits, even with that -2, was still able to attack for 8 on this turn. And with all of this being said, and all of the commotion here, Grumpy, I have forgot which player's action it was when we stopped everything. So that's going
I
to be
believe
another.
that Amando had just attacked with Maz Kanata, and that
Okay.
the Maz Kanata had brought out the broken horn, which puts Anna in the position of, does she want to get one damage to base with this Rickety Quad Jumper? Does she want to try and set up the lethal threat with Velsartha, put an experience token on the Rickety Quad Jumper? Does she want to put another unit into play that could potentially be a second source of lethal for next turn? And is she worried about the current board state with the fact that this broken horn came in ready off the Maz Kanata attack? Amando has the opportunity to get her to 25. Of course, Saw Gerrera already exhausted, not available to be used for a second pump, but is Amando holding on to something like, for example, a Nothing Left to Fear, something that would let him give a +2 damage pump to one of these two units and ultimately present lethal to Anna this turn on his own?
Yeah, there are definitely options. Nothing Left to Fear would do it. Flash the Vents would also be a very, very good card here to help Amando get across the finish line first. Still continue. And I think the problem here and the reason why this is taking so long is because so much has changed in the game state, right? There's been so many actions that were taken since the Baraka Shipbreaker missed trigger. There's a lot to unpack here.
Also seems like another result that potentially we didn't see coming was Amando forced to put another damage on his base, taking him from 25 to 26. That potentially changes some of the calculus for our players because now that Rickety Quad Jumper is going to be lethal on its own, even without a Velsartha experience, which means Amando is going to be forced to attack into the with a broken horn. But the players look like they've come to an agreement.
Yep, we have an agreement, fist bump, and it is going to be Anna taking it with Velsartha Aggression, our feature drafter this morning, taking it and becoming the last undefeated player here in Palm Springs, California. What a match. Very tight games there. Saul Guerrera, like I said earlier, really puts the game on rails. That ability is extremely versatile and can be defensive, can be very aggressive, and that was a lot of fun to witness.
Yeah, congratulations to Anna navigating herself to a round one win with the deck we saw her draft. Puts herself in an incredible position to make top eight. But we're going to jump to our backup match. It looks like it's in game three.
Here we go, a deciding game three between Chris Valeda and David Debates. We have got Hera Syndulla Vigilance with Boba Fett Aggression. Boba Fett Aggression, one of the combinations that did not make it or convert to day two from the sealed portion of the event. But now David drafting this particular deck, going to attack Chris's base with the Haxian Aggressor for 4. That 2/2 unit with Raid 2. 2 damage coming back from the Alkinzi Patroller. So it's 8-2 as David puts down a Sentinel unit, the Quarren Contractor, just a 3/4, and the Masasi Group Marines, it's a 5/5 with that experience token, so able to take out the Sentinel unit as David claims the initiative.
We can see Chris here navigated to get some incredible value in that 4 resource turn. An absolute bomb in this format, Haymaker, able to take out David's Dengar. That meant that with a four cost event, Chris was able to add an experience token to his unit and remove the Dengar. That also buffed the Masasi Group Marines out of range from that Haxian Aggressor, a 2/2 raid 2. So the Haxian Aggressor forced to hit base for 4, not able to take out the Group Marines. The Group Marines then taking out the Dengar. Ultimately, the Haxian Aggressor finally clearing the Masasi Group Marines. But after all of that, just 2 cards from Chris able to take care of the turn 1 play, the turn 2 play, and the turn 3 play from David, leaving Chris a little bit ahead with that Alkenzi Patroller in the space arena.
David with the initiative, attacking and trading the Haxian Aggressor for the Masasi Group Marines. And that Haxian Aggressor, a bounty hunter unit. So the Boba trigger giving a credit to David as both leaders deployed. Hera first for Chris. So Hera is going to attack for 3, 5 damage on David's base, restoring 1 as the target tagger into Boba Fett. Target tagger allowing you to attack with a unit. If it's a bounty hunter, it gets +2 power with that raid 1 on Boba, attacking for a total of 6, defeating Chris's leader unit. Very strong play as Chris follows up with the hidden hunters, but good tempo here for David.
Yeah, absolutely all of that early advantage from Chris almost evaporated by that target tagger. The Boba Fett leader unit with just slightly better stats, that 3/6 raid 1 with the +2, enough to cleanly take out the Hera. And all of a sudden, it seems like David is the one with a little bit of an edge in terms of this early game.
David also going to take advantage of those 2 credit tokens thanks to Boba Fett. Had 2 ready resources and 2 credits, so cashing in the credits, just paying the 2 resources for Ruthless Duo. And with David controlling another villainy unit, it is 2 damage dealt to the Hidden Hunters, just 3 HP remaining as Chris will hold on to the initiative here.
That 3 HP, of course, is crucial because previously the Hidden Hunters could have finished off the Boba Fett leader unit and survived. But now, if Chris attacks his Hidden Hunters into any of David's units, the Hidden Hunters will be defeated as well.
First action for Chris. We've got Zeb Aurelios. Zeb's going to come out, deal the damage needed to defeat the Boba Fett leader unit. 5 total damage dealt. A Sentinel in the way, but David has a response. Paying 4, and here is Haymaker. Haymaker's going to buff up the Ruthless Duo. 4 total power. That's 4 damage to Zeb. The Zeb unit is defeated. And David just continuing to try and keep the tempo on his side as we see the trade, the Hidden Hunters for the target tagger. And here comes that Ruthless Duo with the experience token. 4 damage to base is what this would be.
Couple of very powerful effects exchanged there. The Zeb, of course, had to target the Boba Fett leader unit with that damage. If it had took out any of the other units, the Boba Fett leader unit with with 3 power raid 1 would have been able to take out the Zeb cleanly with an attack. So Chris hoping to block multiple attacks with that Zeb's 4 health, but David having the clean answer in return, a haymaker of his own on that Ruthless Duo, able to deal 4 damage to the Zeb, taking no damage in return. So again, after that exchange, David just a little bit farther ahead in terms of this board state as we go into what's going to be the 7 resource turn.
11-5, the damage totals in favor of David. And playing the Syndicate Spice Runner gets to go searching the top 3 cards of the deck for an Underworld unit and finds a pretty good one here, that 4-cost Zuckuss unit, which will be a very real threat with more bounty hunters in play. So solid pickup there for David.
Both leader abilities seen a little bit of action this game. Boba Fett has been able to generate a couple of different credits, and because of Hera's leader ability, Chris was able to play that Zeb Aurelius without using his splash base. He had 2 other units in play, and so was able to play the heroic unit without any aspect penalty.
First action for Chris, having the initiative, the Scarif Lieutenant coming down. Not having an immediate impact on the board, but could buff up a friendly rebel when defeated. No rebels in play outside of the Scarif Lieutenant for Chris. So now David, with the pressure here, has the lead in the damage race. Ruthless Duo going to attack once again. 4 damage into Chris's base. That's 15 now. And here comes Rose Tico. Love this card. One of the better rares in the set. And because Chris controls a non-unique unit, Rose enters play ready. But David has yet to spend any resources playing down the Suntool Berserkers, an 8-5 with Overwhelm, and Chris has to just take the trade. The Ready Rose Tico unit defeating the Suntool Berserkers, being defeated in the process as well. Another 2 to base with these Syndicate Spice Runners. So David has Chris up to 17. 17-5 as we go into the next turn.
Yeah, that Scarif Lieutenant perhaps doesn't make a lot of sense in a vacuum, but gives Chris the second unit to turn on Harrison Duel's leader ability, lets him play that Rose Tico without needing to use his splash base epic action, ultimately trades it to the Suntool Berserkers. So both players roughly trading their 7 resource turn investment, but in exchange, this 4-6 Ruthless Duo gets in for another 4. Just a couple more hits from that, and this game is largely going to be over. So Chris needed to deal with that big threat.
Chris has a big threat of his own, a massive 7-7 Sentinel, and neither one of these units for David has Saboteur. So the 7 HP Sentinel unit going to pose quite an issue for David. He is showing a total of 6 power in the ground arena. So we're going to see the Syndicate Spice Runner coming in for 2 onto Obi-Wan Kenobi, the big 7-cost unit. 5 HP remaining. Alkinzi Patroller for Chris, getting in for 2. 17-7. Now here comes Flash the Vents. That will allow David to attack for an additional 2 power. 6 damage being dealt to Obi-Wan Kenobi. 1 overwhelm damage getting through. But importantly, David has taken out the 7-7 Sentinel.
Yeah, biggest threat dealt with, but at the expense of David's entire board. So David's going to need a rebuild with something threatening here.
He's going to start with Zuckuss. Zuckuss is dangerous, and it's 18-9. The damage totals in favor of David, but Chris still has the initiative here. We'll see if he has a quick response to the Zuckuss.
If Chris can't answer the Zuckuss and David can get another bounty hunter in play, all of a sudden this on attack ability from Zuckuss threatening to really control Chris's ground arena.
Here comes Kanan Jarrus. This is a solid play indeed, controlling a command unit able to return a non-leader unit that costs 4 or less. So an immediate answer for Zuckus. It's put back into David's hand. And now David has to once again reestablish presence on the board as Chris doing a good job at stabilizing. But now that epic action on the splash base, here comes Forlom, and Forlom with that win plate ability essentially treats it as ambush because you can attack with a friendly bounty hunter unit even if it's exhausted. That includes Forlom, and Forlom is going to attack into and defeat the Kanan Jarrus unit. Sentinel coming down for Chris, just the 3-3 Sentinel, the stalwart fleet trooper. And now David will play the Ruthless Duo, which once again will have the when played trigger. There's a villainy unit right next to that duo. So we'll see where the damage goes. Could defeat the Scarif Lieutenant, but that would be an experience token on the Stalwart Fleet Trooper with that when defeated trigger. So that's what we see here. The Trooper will be buffed up for 4 Sentinel in the ground arena for Chris now, and that's going to do it for the turn. Chris still holding on to the initiative, still trying to stabilize.
Josh, one thing I've noticed, and perhaps it's too late in the game to be relevant, but we've now seen 2 missed triggers from David with respect to his Boba Fett leader ability. Anytime a bounty hunter attacks and on completion of that attack defeats an opposing unit, Boba Fett leader can be exhausted and generate a credit token for him. Of course, we're already at the point where it looks like David is sitting on 9 resources, may not ever have need of a credit, but nonetheless, that is a possible additional resource he could have had access to. And so if he ends up a couple resources short on a crucial turn, may regret missing those optional triggers.
That is definitely an excellent point. It's the industrious team for Chris. Big 4-7 unit with that when played ability, able to defeat the Forlom unit. Once again, Chris doing a solid job of stabilizing the board. David down to 3 cards in hand, but he is paying a lot of resources. It's Jabba's Rancor out of aspect, paying the full 9, and that's a big, big problem.
Yeah, this Jabba Rancor's on attack ability, opponent forced to choose a ground unit to take 7 damage, has the potential to absolutely wreck Chris's board. One saving grace for Chris is he currently has a Sentinel in that Stalwart Fleet Trooper. So the Jabba's Rancor are going to be forced to attack into the Stalwart Fleet Trooper. If Chris wants, he can choose to deal the 7 damage to the Fleet Trooper. It would die before combat damage is dealt, which means the Jabba's Rancor wouldn't take any damage in return, but it would effectively exhaust the Jabba's Rancor for a turn and buy Chris a little bit more time to do something in response to that huge threat.
First action, it's lost and forgotten. He's got a great answer for the Jabba's Rancor unit. It is defeated, 3 damage healed, back down to 15 damage goes Chris. And now David has his own Sentinel unit, the Nightwind Assailants. So his Sentinel outclassing the Stalwart Fleet Trooper just a little bit as we see the Rhodian Bondsman coming down into the ground arena as well for Chris.
I have to imagine both of these players were pleased with how this draft went. It seems both of them have access to some incredibly powerful cards, multiple forms of removal, multiple bombs. It is no surprise to see that they went 1-1 in the first 2 games of this match that we didn't catch on stream, and this game 3 is turning out to be somewhat of a nail biter.
It really is. It's been a fantastic match, clearly, here in the deciding game 3, and we see the ground arena very busy now. Some damage being traded between the Sentinel units. A follower of the code coming out for David. It is Chris who will have the initiative going into this next turn. Still behind just a bit in the damage race. It's 15-9 in favor of David. But Chris has been doing a very good job of stabilizing all these big threats. The Sentinel continues to be a problem as David wants to find some more damage to base as quickly as he can. First action for Chris, it's going to be attacking and defeating the Nightwind Assailants. That when defeated trigger giving both players a credit token to play with.
Notably, David had been able to get Chris up decently high. I believe at one point Chris may have just been 15, but I thought it was 16 or 17 or 18. But since that time, Chris has done it was 18 because there was 3 healed from the Lost and Forgotten. Since that time, Chris has done an incredible job of slowing things down. But look at this, Josh.
Another Obi-Wan Kenobi. Wow. Another massive 7-7 Sentinel that David has to deal with. Big time stuff from Chris. And it's just getting tougher and tougher to break through the defenses that Chris is presenting. Now, at some point, Chris is going to want to try and turn the corner here and put a little pressure on David's base as well. But for now, David just has to start working on that massive Sentinel unit. The Ruthless Duo putting 3 damage on, but now is the opening for Chris. 4 damage to base with the Industrious team. Now let's see what David has. Does he have a big response? He's going to put Zuckuss back into play that was bounced earlier by Kane and Jarris. Chris claims, and now a 4-3 prototype tie advanced coming into the space arena. But this Obi-Wan Kenobi really changes things, doesn't it, Grumpy?
Without access to a bounty hunter, that Zuckuss isn't going to be able to take care of it on its own. Notably, that Obi-Wan Kenobi legendary, we've seen Chris play not one, but 2 of them in this draft. We saw one of them going around the table when Anna, our featured drafter, chose to take Chewbacca over Obi-Wan Kenobi. It seems like we now know where that Obi-Wan Kenobi ended up, and that 7-7 Sentinel putting in so much work to stall David's aggression in this game 3.
So now let's see what Chris has for us. A great match going the distance. We are deep into game 3. First action for Chris. It's going to be Common Cause here. That is going to be able to give a unit +1/+1 for each different aspect among units that Chris controls. So the question is, who's getting the buff? He does have a total of 1, 2, 3 different aspects. So one of these units will get +3/+3 for the phase.
Now, I wonder, he's choosing to do this before taking an action. He could have put 7 damage to base with the Obi-Wan Kenobi. He could have taken out that Zuckuss with the Obi-Wan Kenobi and it would have survived. Seems like he's maybe wary of some card that David had in game 1 or game 2, thinking that he needs to throw this buff to prevent being blown out, but he throws it on his Industrious team rather than on the Obi-Wan Kenobi. Not 100% sure why. We'll have to see whether David has this card that Chris is potentially playing around here.
Well, at the moment, David does not have an immediate response. Just puts 3 more damage on Obi-Wan Kenobi. And Obi-Wan attacking for 7. The Industrious team can deal 7 as well, which means David would be within just 1 HP remaining. It's David's action. The prototype tie advance cleans up the Alkinzi patroller. That would have been threatening lethal if the Industrious team gets in as well, and it absolutely will. 26 damage on David's base, 1 HP remaining. Here comes the Persecutor. The Persecutor will deal 3 damage to each ground unit. That takes out Obi-Wan Kenobi, and at the end of the phase, it will take out Industrious team as well. Strong play for David.
Yeah, not sure. That cannot have been the card that Chris was playing around because the +3 buff to the Industrious team is still going to make it die. So I'm still curious about that play, but certainly this Persecutor, a fantastic answer. That being said, with just 1 HP, every threat that Chris develops is a lethal threat for him. So David has a lot on his plate if he wants to survive even into this next action phase.
That is right. Unfortunately for David, it's 2 more threats from Chris. The Vigilant Scouts and the Jaunty Light Freighter coming out with 3 experience tokens. So David has to have a response for both of these units in one action.
Persecutor able to take out that Jaunty Light Freighter and throw 3 damage onto the Vigilant Scouts thanks to its on attack ability. But because those Vigilant Scouts have 5 health, that's not going to be enough. Very, very difficult to deal with 2 lethal threats spread across both arenas. There's almost no cards in the game, certainly almost no cards in this limited format that have the capacity to deal with 2 lethal threats across the 2 arenas.
What a match. Harris and Dula has got some big value, being able to get around some aspect penalties earlier in the match. We've seen Boba play a role as well with the credits. And now David just looking through his hand, making sure there's no possible way to stop both of these units in one action. He can't do it. There's the handshake. Chris Valeda will move on to 7-2. David drops to 6-3. Now, Grumpy, you and I were talking earlier, and with the calculator we were looking at, there is an off chance that maybe one X and 3 on tiebreakers could make it in. So it's not the end of the rope just yet for David, but he's definitely going to need a lot to go right the rest of the way.
Yeah, it's going to be potentially one three loss record squeaking through. It's going to be very, very difficult to claim that spot on breakers if you are able to claim that spot. So likely is going to be someone who was X and 2 until the very last round. But we don't know what Chris's breakers were going into this round. We don't know the strength of his schedule through this tournament. So nothing's off the table. And Josh, importantly, players are competing not just to make it into that top 8, but to make it for additional points to qualify for the Galactic Championships. These points tier at tournaments like this are top 64 was able to benefit from 15 points. The top 32 is going to get a slightly higher amount of points, and so on and so forth, the top 16 and the top 8. And so there's still points to be played for, even if your record ends up locking you out of the top 8.
That is absolutely right. A lot to play for, great prizes on the line, and the points are extremely important. We talked earlier in the day about just getting into the top 64. Getting the 15 points could be what you need. It was what Jeff Creasy needed, finishing 64th, getting those 15 points. And speaking of 15 points, Grumpy, Mike Jim, the current player of the year, #1 in the world on the leaderboard, was able to get into the top 64 as well. Did not make it to day 2, but nevertheless getting some more points and will be very close to 1,300 points at the end of this weekend. So great job for him as well. But what a run it has been so far. That concludes our coverage from Swiss round 9. We have just 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining before we cut to the top 8. We're going to step away from a short break. We'll be right back with round 10 after this.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Sector Qualifier here at Palm Springs, California, hosted by Star City Games. Thanks to the incredible work of Fantasy Flight Games. We just saw our featured drafter Anna remain the only undefeated player after 9 full rounds of Swiss, defeating her friend Amando in round 9. We're going to go into round 10. Round 10 is the second round of this 3 round draft to end day 2 of the limited portion of this tournament before we cut to top 8. We saw some incredible plays in round 9, looking more to the same in round 10. I'm here with Josh Snyder. Josh, how you doing?
Doing very well. Excited to see how this all unfolds. Really can't wait to see who is able to make the top cut here in Palm Springs. It's been a fantastic event. And like you said, how about that run from Mariana? She has been on fire, the last undefeated player. And we got to watch her draft earlier. And to be very frank about it, we were worried about the early game for her, and she was able to put it together, won 2-0 over a very strong opponent with Amando on a very strong deck with Saul Guerrera Cunning. So it seemed to work out. She got that win. She's the last undefeated player and seeded very, very well right now to make it into the top cut. Love to see it. We also got a little bit of a treat there at the end of the last round. We saw game 3 of our backup match. And what a wild one it was. It went very, very late. It was a long, grindy game. And we saw a Harrison Dula deck, Chris, and he had 2 of the legendary Obi-Wan Kenobi Protector of Felucia units. That was just wild to see. And it's very hard to overcome 2 of them in the same game.
If you missed it, definitely worth going back and watching game 3 of our backup match for round 9. That Harrison Dula having 2 Obi-Wan legendary units matched, of course, by our Boba Fett player having a Persecutor in the space arena. But that Persecutor, despite absolutely obliterating the ground arena of Harrison Dula on with its wind plate effect, not quite enough to get our Boba Fett player over the edge. And so Harrison Dula ultimately claiming victory in that round 9 showdown.
Now, going into day 2, the leaders that did very well on day 1. We took a look at those graphs earlier. Velsartha clearly converted the best, but some other leaders did well. You had Harrison Dula up there. You had Ara Singh. We know that Saul and Boba also put up some solid numbers. We actually didn't see it as the most represented, but we know at least 1 or 2. I believe it was 1 client made it in to day 2. We saw Amando. He was the one on the client, ended up undefeated on the opening day of Swiss. So lots of different leaders making an impact. And as we get ready for round 10 here in Palm Springs, California, it's going to be Dylan Sumner and Waman Bai. This should be a great match. It's Dylan Sumner on the left with Boba Fett Cunning and Ara Singh for Waman Bai paired with aggression. This is going to be a great match.
Yeah, both of these players ending the sealed portion of yesterday at 7-1, both of them winning the first round of this draft phase. So increasing their record to 8-1 total. Both of them trying to win this round as well. If they can get to 9-1 after 10 rounds, very, very likely that they will have locked themselves into the top 8 with that record. So the stakes for this match, absolutely huge. Both of them have already learned that their deck can get it done, beating their opponents in the first round of the draft phase. Now they have to face each other. Only one of them is going to leave 9-1.
2 fantastic players. Waman Bai, not long ago, made day 2 of the regional in Milwaukee. And Dylan Sumner, a former top cut finisher in a major, the Portland Sector Qualifier. Dylan was able to make the top cut. He also has 3 planetary qualifier wins, and some interesting stats on Dylan here. He's got a 75% win rate in competitive play. That is outstanding and makes the top cut 61% of the time in these competitive events. So Dylan Sumner, quite the player recently on a roll. We'll see if Waman Bai can slow him down because Waman, I've seen him on stream before, and he knows his way around the playmat as well. This should be a fun one. 2 fantastic competitors looking to position themselves and potentially lock that spot into the top cut. Now, what are you looking for specifically in this matchup? It looks like we've actually got Hera and Tobias
Oh.
Beckett. So, my apologies. We may have given the wrong leader base there, but this is one we haven't seen yet, Tobias Beckett.
Yeah. A little bit of a change from what we were expecting, but I love to see it. Tobias Beckett is a leader that I think can be very, very difficult to make work in sealed. Just like that, we've got another switch. I think that was our backup match looking for the Tobias Beckett. Here we are with the main match. It is Boba Fett Cunning versus Aura Singh Aggression.
Yep. So the display there on the top of the screen, the leader base was correct. We were just looking briefly at the backup match, but we are here now with Dylan Sumner versus Waman Bai. And we've got the initiative on Dylan's side and that Canyon front runner with the initiative so good. And it's a BT1 for Waman Bai.
Yeah, normally that BT1 would simply outclass the Canyon Frontrunner, a 2-4, able to cleanly take out a 3-2. But because of that Canyon Frontrunner's ability, when Dylan attacks with it, he's going to be able to give -2, -0 to the BT1.
Now we are going to see target tagger for Dylan Sumner, allowing him to attack with the Canyon frontrunner. So attacking into BT1. BT1 gets -2 power because no other units have attacked this phase. The Canyon frontrunner not a bounty hunter, so doesn't get the additional 2 power, will not defeat the BT1 unit, but just 1 HP remaining. As we'll see what Waman Bai has here on the 3 resource turn. Do see that Bith Brute, possibly a Sentinel in the way.
Because of that action compression, Dylan making sure that he's going to end up with initiative after this 3 resource turn. So he's going to be able to attack again with that Canyon Frontrunner. Except look at this, Waman choosing not to make a play to say, I need to turn off that Canyon Frontrunner, that -2, -0 attack, too threatening. I need to get it off the field, even at the expense of not playing a card. Could have played that Bith Brute, chose not to.
Yeah, really like this line for Waman Bai. Not going to allow Dylan to get any more value out of the Canyon front runner. BT1 will attack in. Both of the 2 cost units defeated. And the on attack trigger, Waman Bai actually discarding the Sabine Wren. And that could be a very interesting thing to take note of if we see some very good upgrades played by Dylan later in this game. Bosk coming out. Join our merry band, says Bosk. And it's the Bith Brute for Waman Bai. But that ready target tagger, it is a bounty hunter. 3-3 lining up very well into the 4-3 Sentinel. Waman Bai once again will start another turn with no units in play and a credit token off of Boba for Dylan Sumner.
Yeah, it's worth noting that that Sabine Wren came off the top of Woman Bai's deck. He chose to value that card very highly, despite it being double out of aspect, both Heroism and Cunning. He knows that Mastery is such a powerful card in this format that one of the ways to win is to get a bunch of upgrades, particularly on a leader unit. So having access to a unit that can both ambush an opponent's unit and defeat an upgrade, incredibly valuable and worth the resource investment, despite it being double out of aspect.
Waman Bai with the initiative going to play the Syndicate Security, and that's essentially going to be Waman's turn here. All of the resources exhausted, and Dylan Sumner now has the ability to take his time and think through how he wants to navigate this turn. Boba Fett will be deployed first, and Waman now has to decide, do you just claim the initiative? Do you potentially just pass, leaving that action in play? What do you think, Grumpy?
Think we'll probably I don't think it'll make much of a difference. Dylan is not going to navigate these attacks to end one of his units at 1 HP, knowing that that Aura Sing could then kill it for free. And so, knowing that, I mean, it doesn't hurt to pass if you're Woman, but the thing that is helpful for Woman is that this Syndicate Security has 6 health. It means the Boba Fett leader and the Bosk are going to have a very difficult time taking it down. Even with that -1/-1 from the Bosk attack, the Boba Fett leader only has 4, not enough to finish off the Syndicate Security, and any damage is going to turn on that grit, making it an absolute monster aggressive threat. So instead, leaving it largely untouched.
Oh, look at this play. So 8 damage to base from Dylan Sumner with Bosk and Boba Fett. The first on attack trigger from Bosk, giving himself +1/+1, -1/-1 to the Syndicate Security. And then Forlom comes out and allows Bosk to attack again. Another on attack trigger to buff it up to 4 power, taking out the Syndicate Security. And Waman Bai says, that is enough. I've seen
Yeah.
enough in game 1. Dylan Sumner cruising to the early victory.
Really, really a devastating combination there. Bosk being played using that splash base. Bosk, such a powerful and flexible 4 cost unit of 3/5, but the ability to grow friendly units, including itself, the ability to shrink opposing units of your choice. And because it was an on attack trigger, Forlom coming in perfectly on aspect for Dylan, attacking again, effectively doubling that devastating on an attack ability. Really, really excellent value there from Dylan. And I completely understand Woman's instinct of saying, at this point, I'm still 2 turns away from my Aura Sing leader flip. There's just no way for me to come back from the absolutely massive amount of damage that Dylan is now going to present turn after turn after turn.
Absolutely. It would have been board clear. Dylan would have had 3 units left in play. That was absolute madness from Dylan Sumner. What a combination. And all Wom Bai could do is just laugh it off. Like, my goodness, you had Bosk plus the Forlom. That is just so good. That combination of being able to attack with Bosk twice in one turn thanks to Forlom. What a combination. What synergy in this bounty hunter deck? I mean, if you can get the bounty hunters, Grumpy, Boba Fett has a lot of potential. And keep in mind, in the process, you would have had a credit token for Dylan Sumner as well, so he could have big value on the following turn.
Yeah, what's remarkable is it only took really 4 cards for Dylan to effectively win that game. We started out with the incredibly powerful turn 1 play Canyon Frontrunner. Even though the target tagger, his turn 2 play, didn't get full value, it nonetheless gave action compression, forced Waman into a premature claim, not doing anything for his turn 3. Bosk is a really powerful turn 3 play on 4 resources, and then turn 4, that Forlom just was the nail in the coffin. So we really only saw Dylan play 4 cards along with his leader deploy, but those 4 cards synergized perfectly and gave him enough value to just overwhelm Waman early, or a Sing a complete non-factor in that game 1.
Wom Bai has to be thankful he's starting with the initiative here in game 2. Doesn't have to tiptoe around the Canyon Frontrunner shenanigans. That unit's just so good. We've talked about Cunning all weekend, the great early plays that it has with Canyon Frontrunner, the ambush units, the bounce effects. There's just so much tempo in Cunning. And Wom Bai is going to start again with BT1. It's follower of the code now for Dylan Sumner, and that on attack ability for BT1, that could come into play here, Grumpy.
Yeah, Woman has a choice. Does he want to risk the successful flip? If he can flip an aggression card off the top of his deck, this BT1 can cleanly defeat the follower of the code. If he waits until the code attacks, he potentially can get a clean and easy trade. He's going to do neither. He's going to throw this big brute into the follower of the code and force Dylan to have something.
But of course, Dylan has the target tagger, allowing the follower of the code to attack with 2 additional power, defeating the Bith Brute, taking it out. Both units defeated. Credit token off of Boba for Dylan Sumner. Now, Wom Bai does attack and defeat the target tagger with the BT1 dealing that extra damage. The on attack ability discarding Fear and Dead Man. What a card there for Wom Bai. Unfortunately, it is discarded, but it allows Wom to take out the target tagger and take control of the board.
We're learning a lot about Woman's deck through this BT1 discard. Game 1, we saw that Sabine ran the powerful ambush upgrade removal. Now we're seeing Fear and Deadman, a possibly powerful board clear. So it's clear that this Aura Sing deck is running some absolute haymakers, just needs to get to the opportunity to play them through what seems to be like a very efficient value engine from Dylan Sumner's deck.
Dylan Sumner with the initiative. Epic action is going to be used on the splash base to get that Bosk out once again. BT1 is going to attack, does find another aggression card, some very powerful cards being discarded. All 3 damage going into Bosk, and now the Cutthroat Pod Racer for Wom Bai. That is a good response. 2 damage off the win plate ability and cleans up Dylan Sumner's board. So that Bosk not going to have any value for Dylan in game 2.
No, and that splash base now being used by Woman is an interesting pickle because we saw him holding on to a Terramin Barcona. That would have required the splash base, but would have defeated one of Dylan's credits. Now, no longer able to be played on curve, is going to have to come out much later in the game.
Boba Fett immediately deployed, and Wom Bai has flashed the vents to attack and take out Boba. And with Boba having 6 HP, the 2 power from the Pod Racer enough to take out Boba, no damage to base. So Pod Racer is not defeated. And look at this, Dylan Sumner has 2 Hunter for Hires, 2 3-cost 4/4s. And right now, Waman Bai has no credits to try and take control of it.
No, an incredibly risky card often to include because an opposing deck can generate those credits. They can take those Hunter for Hires effectively for free. But the good news for Dylan is that they're bounty hunters, and his deck is a bounty hunter deck that generates credits off of bounty hunter attacks. So Dylan making the bet, even if my opponent has a credit that they can take this bounty hunter, I'm likely to have a credit that I can take it back in return. So ultimately, I'm getting a 4/4 for 3.
Waman Bai has the initiative. One of those Hunter for Hires will be no more. A trade with the Cutthroat Pod Racer, and it's a second target tagger for Dylan Sumner. What a bounty hunter package that Dylan has found. The Hunter for Hire attacking for 6. It is going to be the Dogged Pursuers from Waman Bai. The extra resource spent to deal 2 damage to the target tagger, and that means Waman Bai, for the first time in this match, will get value out of the action ability on Aura Singh. 1 HP remaining, taking out the tagger. And Dylan Sumner just claiming the initiative, 3 resources left unspent.
Yeah, I think we've reached the inflection point of this game because Aura Singh is about to join the battlefield. She'll be able to remove that second Hunter for Hire for free if she wants. Huaman with board advantage going to this, his Dogged Pursuers outclassing Dylan's Hunters. And so while Dylan is getting in 4 more damage, it might be 4 of the last damage that he can get in this game before Huaman fully closes the door shut.
That 4 damage from the Hunter for Hire, putting Waman Bai up to 10 damage on the Shield Drive Outfitter coming out for Waman Bai. A shield token onto the Dogged Pursuers as Dylan Sumner just plays the Kessel Hulk. We're going to see the Dogged Pursuers take out the Hunter for Hire, and it's a collateral damage for Waman Bai. 2 damage to the Kessel Hulk and 2 damage to base, and this is so important because it means it's just 5 HP remaining, and Hara can take it out. Dylan says, I've seen enough now. 2 games, very one-sided either way. The initiative has played a big role. What an interesting match we're witnessing.
Yeah, Dylan Summer knowing exactly what he needs to do once an Aura Singh player gets control of the board. He presented an absolutely massive threat in a previously uncontested arena, so that Kessel Help, without interaction from Woman, able to dodge the Aura Singh leader deploy. 7 health. Aura Singh can only target units with 5 health or less. Unfortunately for Dylan, Huaman had the perfect answer, that collateral damage, bringing the Kessel health from 7 to 5, making it the perfect target for Aura Singh. And at that point, Dylan recognizes there's no coming back. Both of these players playing quickly, 2 full games done with 41 minutes remaining. There wasn't necessarily a time urgency to either of these players conceding their game, but both of these players are strong players. Both of them know what cards are in their very small limited decks, just 30 cards each. And so both of them with the game sense to say there's a 0% chance that I can come back from this game. Better to just do a clean reset and try and take the next one.
What a match. Dylan Sumner, Waman Bai, having a great time. You love to see it. I've seen a lot of smiles this weekend. Players just having fun, having a good time. Even here at the feature table, there is some extra stress and pressure being at the feature table, but these players having a great time. So definitely get out to one of these major events, the sector qualifiers or the regionals if you can. Galactic Championship in July. Definitely don't want to miss that. But now Dylan Sumner will start with the initiative here for the deciding game 3. And hopefully Waman Bai realizes he does not have to start with 10 damage on the base, Grumpy.
No, likely not choosing voluntarily to take that disadvantage. They'll probably see it the second damage comes into play. But for the 3rd game in a row, Wamanbai starting with BT1, an absolute smasher of a 2-drop, probably the best you can get in this format. 2/4 stats for 2, absolutely great. The ability to do damage to a ground unit of your choice on attack, also great. And then synergizes so well with that Aura Singh leader side ability, absolutely giving Huaman the tools to control the board early if he needs.
Dylan Sumner not finding the Canyon frontrunner with the initiative this time around, while Bai has had that consistent turn one play, but it's the target tagger again. Dylan Sumner, we know, has at least two in play. The follower of the code into target tagger, such a brutal 1-2 punch. And that's going to allow a credit token to be created for Dylan, defeating the BT1. But now with Bai, he takes back the momentum with collateral damage, 2 damage to each unit, finishing off the follower of the code. And Aura Singh's action ability finishes off the tagger. What a start. Going to be the hidden hunters here on the 4 resource turn and a relentless hunter. So both players just quickly putting down a 4 cost unit. They both line up pretty well into one another.
Yeah, these exchanges, I think, fine for both players. Waman's trying to buy time to get to that 7 resource turn to flip or a sing. Dylan's trying to get through some early aggression, but even if he's forced into clean trades, at least he was able to get a credit out of it. So he has a little bit of a resource advantage going into the 5 resource turn. This is, of course, the Boba Fett flip turn. So Dylan's going to be trying to put together some combination of cards that can give him commanding board control to manage the 5 resource turn into the 6 resource turn to close this game before Aura Sing becomes a factor.
Dylan Sumner prioritizing the credits. Hidden Hunters attacking and defeating the Relentless Hunters. Boba Trigger, another credit token for Dylan. He has 2 to work with. Bai, once again, this is the Syndicate Security coming out on the 5 resource turn when his opponent started with the initiative. Boba attacks for 4, and with 2 credit tokens, Jabba's Rancor, it's snack time, Grumpy.
It certainly is, and because we are still 2 full turns away from the Aura Sing flip turn, this Jabba Rancor is going to go absolutely wild. Laman, of course, can get some damage into it if he chooses to attack with his Syndicate Security, but that would be sacrificing the Syndicate Security. Of course, the Syndicate Security is going to die anyway to the Jabba Rancor attack because Dylan's going to force Laman to put 7 damage on a unit of his choice. Right now, the Syndicate Security, the only unit eligible to be chosen. So this unit, incredibly difficult for Huaman to deal with. It is 6 resources, would need something like Lost and Forgotten from hand to clean the deal with the Rancor, but he doesn't have it, so he's going to just start things off by sacrificing that security.
All right, so 4 damage into Jabba's Rancor, the big 7 cost 7/7 unit. Back over to Dylan Sumner. Has a lot of damage, a total of 11 possible damage showing in the ground arena. And now Dylan has to think through, do I want to attack and get the damage in with Jabba's Rancor? Or do I wait and potentially miss out on that chance with just 3 HP remaining? Bai could have an answer.
So Dylan has the information because he saw Huaman discard that Sabine Wren in game 1. Huaman could use his splash base to turn off the Cunning aspect penalty, play Sabine Wren 4/5, and ambush into the Jabba's Rancor, finishing it off. On the other hand, Dylan could say, I don't think Huaman has that card in hand. If I can save the Jabba's Rancor attack, I can potentially defeat another unit of Huaman's. But Dylan says, I'm not willing to take that risk. The 7 damage is too important. In some ways, it is the safer play because it brings Huaman's base closer to being defeated.
What a read from Dylan Sumner. You said it. He had seen Sabine Unit, and Sabine Unit was there for Bai. So the 7 damage gets in. Jabba's Rancor will then be defeated by the Sabine Wren ambush. Both units defeated, but now another target tagger. Boba attacking for 6. It's 17 damage on Bai's base. 3 units in play as the Hunter for Hire comes out. Bai has to slow down this ground arena, and he has to do it extremely fast.
Think that decision from Dylan to attack with the Jabba's Rancor first was the game-changing decision. Had he not done that, Huaman would enter the Aura Sing flip turn with just 10 damage. Aura Sing's flip able to defeat either the Hunter for Hire or the target tagger, able to really slow things down. But at 17 damage and just 11 HP remaining, all of a sudden Dylan's presenting lethal on board. 11 power across these 3 units and 7 full resources to add to the arsenal. So Huaman needs to deal with not only everything on Dylan's board, including that Boba Fett leader ability, Boba Fett leader, currently a 3/6 raid 1, but also now everything that Dylan's going to play from his hand. Things are looking very, very difficult for Huaman here.
Bai, you could see it, just laughing, having a good time. What in the world am I supposed to do with this, Dylan? Ask Bai. It's going to be Aura Singh deployed right away. The Hunter for Hire will be defeated off the when deployed ability from Aura Singh, but here comes the target tagger in for 3. 20 damage on Wamandbai's base, 0 for Dylan. Dylan has all the time in the world here as it stands to find that last 7 damage he needs, and 4 damage being threatened with the Boba Fett leader unit. If Wamand doesn't have a quick response, the 3 power from Aura Singh doesn't do it. Aura Singh is going to attack and take out the target tagger. Here comes 4 damage to Wamand's base. 24 damage on, and it's the Kessel Hulk. It's lethal in both arenas. Wamandbai can't answer it. Dylan Sumner moving on to 9-1. And it's a very good chance now that Dylan Sumner has locked a spot into the top cut.
Yeah, congratulations to him. I don't think it's possible to construct a draft deck that is much better for Boba Fett than the one that Dylan Sumner has constructed. We saw multiple target taggers. We saw Bosk. We saw Canyon Frontrunner. We saw Forlom. We saw Hessel Hulk as the opportunity to add immense space pressure towards the end of the game. Really, really well done navigating that draft. Really, really well done navigating that match.
Extremely well navigated for Dylan Sumner. Without a doubt, such a good deck. And that's the beauty of draft, because in sealed, you're not guaranteed to open all those bounty hunters, but in draft, you're able to specifically target the bounty hunters. And it's very clear that it seemed to be an open lane for Dylan that he is capitalizing on. But we're getting in to our backup match, because those two players, Wamandbai and Dylan Sumner, playing at lightning fast turbo speed. So we've got more Star Wars Unlimited action here in round 10. It's Chris Schoenthal versus Chris Valeda. We saw Chris come in the backup match last round as well. And we know that Chris has the crazy pull with double Obi-Wan Kenobi. It's going to be Chris starting things out with the Leppy Lookout and the Liberated Wookiee for Chris Valeda. We have 2 Chris's here, Grumpy.
It's Chris versus Chris, slightly different leaders. This is our first time, I believe, seeing Tobias Beckett appear on screen, and it's an interesting leader choice. The opportunity to be absolutely devastating if Chris was able to draft cards like Rio Durant. Tobias Beckett, of course, gives his units to the opponent, and you then want to find a way to get them back. Rio Durant, the perfect card to do that. We'll have to see if Chris has those in his deck.
Some damage being traded to each base. That Leppy Lookout putting 3 damage on Chris Valeda's base. And Chris Valeda responding with 2 damage from the Liberated Wookiee into Chris Schoenthal's base. We've got the Alkinzi Patroller and a Partisan Infantry coming out. So no turn 2 plays, or no 3 cost units. A couple 2 cost units coming out once again for both players. Chris Schoenthal has the initiative, and it's the Partisan Infantry with that Raid 1 attacking for 3. Right now, Chris Schoenthal outpacing Chris Valeda with this 3 power swings each time.
Yeah, and no clear trades available to either player. So far, just ignoring what the other person is doing. But that is going to give Chris a tiny, tiny edge in the damage race until we have this play from Chris.
Chris Valeda with Kanan Jarrus, massive play, has a command unit on the board in the Liberated Wookiee. So Chris Schoenthal puts down the 4-cost Hidden Hunters, and Chris Valeda says, I've got a 4-cost unit that will return yours to hand, and that's a big tempo pickup for Chris Valeda.
Yeah, we're now entering the leader flip turn for both. Leader is 4-6 on the Tobias Beckett side, just a 3-6 for Harrison Dula, but adding Restore 1. So between Hera and Kanan, there's going to be Restore 2 on Chris's side of the board. Because of that Kanan bounce, Chris slightly ahead in terms of board presence, despite being slightly behind in terms of base damage. So if both players choose to continue this race, it's going to be continue to be about even.
Great start here. In game 2, worth noting, Chris Valeda was able to take game 1. So just needs to find one more win to remain X-2. The Partisan Infantry will attack for 3, 12 damage on Chris Valeda's base. And now we'll see where Chris Valeda wants to go. Does he feel that he can continue putting the pressure on, or does he need to control the board? And so far, all of the attacks just going to base. Kanan Jarrus putting 3 on and restoring 1. Leppy Lookout comes back across for 3. And this is the theme, Grumpy. It's just going to base with these units, 14 to 11, the damage totals, both leader units deployed. It's Chris Schoenthal that was able to get Tobias Beckett out first, so gets the first attack in with the leader unit, bringing Chris Valeda up to 18. 13 damage on Chris Schoenthal's face. He will put down the Hidden Hunters once again. Harrison Dula, well, we have to remain true to what we've been doing the entire time. Another attack to base, and Rose Tico out for Chris Faleta. He's got a non-unique unit. It's ready. That's why Chris Faleta says, I can race you. 5 more damage to base, 21-17 in favor of Chris Faleta.
Chris Schoenthal thought, my units have slightly more power. I'm going to be able to get you closer than you can get me. Had Rose Tico not come in ready, they would have ended that turn with 16 on Tobias Beckett's base and 17 on Harrison Dua. But that absolute 5-point swing changed the math completely and is going to get Chris Faleta this win in game 2 of round 10. That's enough for him to advance from 7-2 to 8-2. And I don't know if that'll lock a spot in for him in the top 8, but it certainly makes him an incredibly likely candidate to see there.
Chris Valeda, what a start he's had here in day 2. This very strong Harrison Dula Vigilance deck with double Obi-Wan Kenobi, the 7-cost legendary. So many good plays. The Rose Tico as well. Bomb after bomb for Chris Valeda. And I think Chris, he might be going over to Tim and Claire and saying, hey, can I just stay on the backup match feature table because I'm having some good luck here.
It's working out for him. Congratulations on a great win on stream. Really exciting stuff to see.
Yes, absolutely. Wow, that was quick. We've got just under 30 minutes left in round 10. One more round of Swiss to go, but these two matches, that was some blazing speed, Grumpy.
Now I can confirm for you, Josh, I'm checking the standings. It looks like Anna, our featured drafter who won on stream in round 1, has chosen to intentionally draw in this round 10 against her opponent, likely having done the math, knowing that a draw essentially locks her into a guaranteed top 8 spot. So huge congratulations to Anna for being one of our 2 remaining undefeated players after day 1, and then ultimately locking her spot in the top 8 after day 2. Really cool to see.
It really is because Anna had a very interesting draft. You had the bomb cards that we were talking about, the big removal pieces, the late game, but we were so skeptical of how the early game would play out, but she was able to take victory over her friend Amando at the feature table, remain undefeated, and if the next opponent that she runs into is also open for that draw, she could be undefeated if she has to play out. She could remain undefeated anyway. Her record will be 8-0-2. So very cool to see from Anna. And while we've got a little time, just want to again say thank you so much to Star City Games for organizing and running this event. Thank you to all the judges making this event possible, all the hard work that's been put in by so many people this weekend. Tim and Claire, our amazing production crew, and of course, FFG. Thank you guys so much for this fantastic game and making all of these events possible. I think we are going to step away for a short break, but don't go too far. Maybe get you a little snack, get something to drink, and then come back because we'll have the final round of Swiss to see who makes the top cut very soon. Stay tuned. Just one more round of Swiss remains here at the sector qualifier in Palm Springs, California. I'm Josh Schneider, joined now by Tower number 9. Tower, it all comes down to this one final round for these players that drafted earlier and are going through these 3 rounds of Swiss featuring the draft. They've got one more round to try and lock a spot in the top cut.
That's right, Josh. I think this is going to be hopefully an exciting finale to the Swiss play here in Palm Springs. But of course, we'll have another draft for you guys with the top 8 after this. However, some players now are fighting to determine who will make it into that top 8.
That's right. Lots of good games to come. We saw an incredible string of decks in the last round. That Boba Fett deck that was drafted by Dylan Sumner was crazy if you're just tuning in. It's the cool thing with Limited. If you're playing sealed, you open 6 packs and it's random what you get in those 6 packs, and you have to build a deck with what you get within those 6 packs. But in draft, while you do have less packs to work with, you are passing those cards around the table, and you can really fine tune your builds and target certain traits or aspects and make a really viable deck. And we saw that some great synergy with Boba Fett and the Bounty Hunters for Dylan Sumner, and then that crazy Harris and Dula Vigilance deck out of Chris Valeda that we've seen a couple times. Got 2 of the legendary Obi-Wan Kenobi units. So some wild things can happen in draft. We're seeing some crazy decks up to this point, some really good back and forth games. And now with just one more round, lots of pressure on some of these players towards the top of the standings. You may see 1 or 2 tables have the option to intentional draw, but we're going to have some win and in matches featured for you here in this round, and it should be a lot of fun without a doubt.
That's right, Josh. And I think these win and ins are sometimes some of the most exciting matches you can have where each player is fighting to stay in that tournament and make it to the top 8. Could be really cool. We'll have to see what ends up happening here. But I think we might have some very, very good Star Wars Unlimited on display. Like you said, some of these decks are really powerful. And generally speaking, you could say, oh, they shouldn't have let him have those cards or whatever. But honestly, in general, a draft deck tends to be stronger than a sealed deck. And that might take some people by surprise. You do have fewer cards in draft, but because that you get to select each one and kind of craft your pool towards a specific strategy, generally speaking, the power level in draft is a fair bit higher than that in sealed.
It is. It is definitely a fun format, a challenging format that can be very tricky with the particular set that we have here, the multi-aspect cards, the splash bases that allow you to play these out-of-aspect cards in your base. It makes draft all that much more interesting, and it's a lot of fun to partake in. It's a lot of fun to watch. We saw Mariana or Anna on the draft cam earlier, ended up taking the feature match in round 9 and now will remain, I believe, as the only undefeated player in the field. So it was very cool to see Anna do so well with her deck. And then also yesterday, Tower, we had Justin Desai on as our featured builder in the sealed construction part of the tournament. And then he came on the feature table in round 1. He was able to take it in 3 games, ended up X and 2, making it here into day 2. And I believe we're going to try and get him to the feature table because he is in a win and in match at X and 2. So it's very cool to see these players that we featured in the sealed portion, featured in the draft portion, having some good success.
That's right, Josh. It's always exciting to see those featured drafters or featured builders doing well. You get to see the process by which they select that deck, and then you get to see how they do. And, I remember yesterday we had a brief interview with Justin after that featured sealed pool build. And he said, he thought he didn't necessarily have the strongest deck in the room, but that he felt like it was going to be solid and that he was going to hopefully be able to put together some good combinations. And it seems like he was quite able to do that because he did very well yesterday, and now he's playing for a spot in that top 8 today.
And it is confirmed we will have Justin at the feature table for arguably the most important match of the weekend, especially for Justin, and should be a lot of fun to watch. And I believe we're going to see some Boba Fett on Boba Fett action. And we saw last round the feature table, Dylan Sumner on Boba Fett, and it's one of those leaders, Tower. Boba Fett can be good and sealed, but you are at the mercy of what you open in that pool. How many bounty hunters do you have? Do you have viable bounty hunters to build a curve and pair with Django? How's the villainy pool looking, etc.? And in draft, you can really specifically target the bounty hunters. We saw Dylan Sumner do it, and it clearly paid off. So now the question is, how has it paid off for Justin? Justin on Boba as well, and he's 2-0 so far today in the draft portion of these Swiss rounds. So it's definitely a leader that can be very rewarding once you get into the draft.
Yeah, and I think that generally speaking, these leaders that have abilities that synergize with specific traits tend to be a bit weaker in sealed, where whether or not you're going to have enough cards with those traits is really a matter of luck. But in draft, where you can craft your pool, they become much more effective. So that bounty hunter synergy, definitely a thing that I would expect to do better in the draft environment than the sealed environment. Perhaps similar to, back in set one, Grand Moff Tarkin was not necessarily the best leader in sealed, but in draft he was a menace because a bunch of Imperial cards that would be low priority picks or relatively bad cards for other characters were great for Tarkin. Similarly, Boba Fett here getting a lot of value out of these bounty hunter cards, some of which wouldn't be that exciting to most players. The target tagger is not actually a super hype card if you aren't really going after bounty hunters, but in Boba Fett, it's one of the best cards you can have.
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And now we have the Boba standoff in round 11. Justin Desai going to be taking on Taylor Bomeister. It's Boba Fett Vigilance for Taylor, Justin on Boba Fett Cunning. We heard a lot of players talking about and targeting, looking for Cunning, but the results really showed us, Tower, that Vigilance was what was paired with the vast majority of decks making it into day two. So it seems as though having access to Vigilance as one of your two aspects has been crucial so far in this sector qualifier. It looks like Justin Desai will start with the initiative here for this opening game.
Should be an interesting one for sure. Initiative can be quite relevant here because Boba Fett has an ability that is good when you attack and defeat a unit. So even if your initial units end up trading with each other, the player with initiative can benefit from that using Boba Fett's ability.
And the question is, and what we have to watch for is, what kind of bounty hunter units did both of these players get? Are they able to outpace each other with their bounty hunter units? Can they get the credit train rolling early with Boba Fett? And then how can they use those credit tokens? Can they really gain some big advantage bringing out some of the big threats early with those credit tokens? A lot of questions to be asked, and we'll start finding out some answers very soon. It looks like both players are ready to go, and it's my apologies. It's Taylor. Bomeister starting with the initiative. It's Leppy Lookout, a shielded unit in the ground arena, and Justin Desai with the Black Sun Patroller, putting a shielded unit in the space arena.
Leppy Lookout, I would say, is one of the best starting plays in this format. A 3-1 with shielded is exceptionally strong at trading with early opposing units. But one problem here, the Leppy Lookout is not a bounty hunter, so is not necessarily going to be getting Taylor any credits. Of course, Justin's Black Sun Patroller also is not a bounty hunter. In fact, I believe no space units are bounty hunters. So we may not see any credits being generated just yet.
Taylor going to start things out. 3 damage into Justin's base with the Leppy Lookout. That turn one play for Taylor does outpace Justin just a little bit in the damage race as Justin puts down a Hunter for Hire. This 3 cost 4/4. Great stat line. It is a bounty hunter, but it is a bit of a double-edged sword, Tower, because if Taylor was able to get a credit token, he could essentially defeat that credit token to take the Hunter for Hire.
That's right, Josh. The Hunter for Hire is a very interesting unit because either player can defeat a credit to take control of it. And in an environment like this one, where there could be a lot of credits going around, this Hunter for Hire's loyalties might swap around quite a bit. We'll have to see if that's what ends up happening.
It is, after all, a hunter for hire. Whoever has the money will get his services. Justin Desai has taken the initiative. Taylor Bomeister really spreading things around here in the ground arena. We have Han Solo coming out and the Rhodian Bondsman. So no 3-cost unit. We play a couple smaller units instead. Multiple shielded units now in that ground arena. Let's see how Justin wants to attack this turn. Definitely has a lot of options.
Justin could obtain a credit, actually 2 credits here, by attacking that Rhodian Bondsman with the Hunter for Hire, but would then be open to being defeated by one of those shielded units, which would stay on the board.
Justin says, let's go to base and be aggressive with this 4-power unit. 4-3, the damage race quickly changes with Han Solo attacking, and that on-attack ability for Han Solo unit is so good. You give it an experience token, so it becomes a 2-2 with a shield token, and that is going to continue to grow as long as it stays in play. Justin has used both of his possible actions in play. Black Sun Patroller bringing Taylor up to 6 damage. As it's been all race so far, all the attacks into base. Let me look out, bringing Justin up to 8 damage on. Who flinches first here? Justin looking to get this turn 4 play underway with a unit after the attacks. The Cutthroat Pod Racer dealing 2 damage to the exhausted Han Solo, popping that shield. Definitely a unit you want to deal with quickly.
And that's another 4/4 unit for Justin Desai, a pretty solid stat line. Right now, Taylor's ground arena is wider, but Justin's units are more powerful. But Taylor still hasn't spent his resources, so let's see what he does here.
Taylor going to play Flash the Vents onto the Rhodian Bondsman. That is going to allow a trade here, 2 additional power, and the Cutthroat Pod Racer and the Bondsman defeated. A credit token created by both players, but the Boba trigger for Taylor, that Rhodian Bondsman, a bounty hunter unit. So 2 credit tokens created in that exchange.
This
And
does
that
mean that Taylor is now poised to potentially gain control of Justin Desai's Hunter for Hire. Like you said earlier, Josh, whoever has more credits can command that guy's loyalty. And right now it is Taylor who has it, but it looks like he's going to spend a credit on something else here.
Yeah, just spending the 1 ready resource and the credit on the partisan infantry. Just a 2-3 with raid 1. So putting another unit in play that can attack for 3. Justin does have the initiative with that hunter for hire. Really going to be interesting to see how these players navigate that hunter.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that Taylor didn't end up spending that credit to steal the unit, but that may still be forthcoming later. Let's see how Justin and Taylor manage this.
Love this opening attack for Justin Desai, attacking with the hunter for hire, taking out that Han Solo unit before it can grow any further. So now the action back over to Taylor Bomeister. He's got 1 credit token. Both players have a credit token to work with here on the turn that Boba can deploy. And that attack with the Hunter for Hire, allowing Justin to use the triggered ability on Boba, getting another credit as we go 3 damage to base with the infantry. 11 damage on Justin's base, but he is first to deploy the Boba leader.
That Leppy Lookout still does have a shield token, so can't be defeated in one attack here.
So it
Looks
is
like
leader
Taylor's going to
deploy,
flip Boba as well.
leader deploy for leader deploy. See what Justin has here. Taking a look at that hand once again. 4 cards in hand.
One of them is a mastery, Josh. We've seen that card be
Oh,
very
okay.
powerful this weekend.
It has been quite strong indeed. Grumpy said he believes that is the strongest card in this limited format. And at the common rarity, you see it quite often. And there's
I
just
don't
not
know
many
if I would
ways to
say it's
remove
the
it.
strongest, Josh, but I think it's certainly among the strongest. And some of the other ones that I would have in that category, like Kanan or Zeb, are a lot more restricted in what aspects can play them. Both of those are 3 aspect cards that include heroism, so can't easily be slotted into villainy decks. Whereas mastery is, I personally think I would put mastery in any leader and any aspect combination at this point.
Lots to think about for Justin. He's down in the damage race, going to be the target tagger, Boba Fett. Leader unit for Justin is going to attack with 2 extra power, taking out Taylor's Boba Fett. Massive play here, a 3rd credit token generated for Justin. This could turn into a big play in the very near future. The shielded Leppy Lookout open to attack and take out Justin's Boba, but not after another 2 damage will come in following with that Black Sun Patroller. It's 11-8 the damage totals. The epic action will be used for Taylor Bowmeister, and now Jango Fett is played. This is another big development. That's a 6/5 shielded that has big implications on the board.
That's right, Josh. Django Fett's on attack ability means that if this unit is upgraded, when Django attacks, you can exhaust an enemy unit, and that shield token that Django comes into play with is an upgrade. So if Justin can't find some way to deal with that shield, Taylor can potentially attack with Django for 6 damage while exhausting one of Justin's units at the same time.
Justin with 3 credit tokens to work with appears he may reach into the bank, spend one of those credits. Going to play out the droid laser turret and using the epic action on his own splash base to avoid the aspect penalty on the droid laser turret. So now a
2-1
sentinel
shielded and
shielded unit.
sentinel. Very strong combination of stats and keywords on that droid laser turret. And Taylor may be able to attack and exhaust something with Django, but Django would have to attack into this droid laser turret, and it would just be a trade of those shield tokens. And that's a trade that Justin would probably be happy about because you would be using a 6 power unit to knock off a shield. Yes, you get an exhaust, but then with your own shield token defeated on Django Fett, that on attack ability would no longer be relevant.
That sentinel unit, exactly what Justin Desai needed in this situation, facing down the Django Fett, that wily mercenary that just hits so hard, creates tempo with the on attack ability. And one thing to watch out for again is still there's multiple credits on Justin's side of the table. No credits left in play for Taylor. So we still could see a very big play in the near future with those extra credits as we see the partisan infantry attacking in, removing the shield token on that turret. 1 HP remaining for the infantry.
It's a pretty wide board. 3 units on Taylor's side, 4 units on Justin's side, though one of Justin's units is in that space arena. And, in these sorts of situations, a lot could happen depending on what cards they have in hand. A copy of Haymaker might be really strong here, honestly, for either player. We could see we could see some other cards played as well. We still have that mastery in Justin Desai's hand. I don't believe any of these units are unique. And having already used his splash base, Justin Desai would be looking at actually spending 6 resources to play that copy of Mastery, but it might still be worth it in the right situation.
2 damage to base with that droid laser turret and the ruthless duo. Just what Taylor Bowmeister needed. That win played ability with the shield token gone on the turret. 2 damage, takes out the Sentinel unit, and now Justin once again has to decide, how do we answer Django Fett? There's no longer a roadblock in the way.
Yeah, this might be a tricky moment here for Justin Desai. This Django Fett still has the shield token, could now attack the base for 6 while exhausting one of Justin's units at the same time. Now, Justin could potentially mitigate the exhaust at least by attacking with one of his units into Django Fett, but in doing so, he would lose a unit and Django would still be able to hit that base. Justin may be in a spot of trouble here with the damage on his base adding up quickly.
It is adding up quickly. Justin Desai has the next action. Target Tagger and the Hunter for Hire both ready. We'll see a trade. Target Tagger for the Leppy Lookout. But now Taylor Bowmeister able to attack with Django Fett that is shielded, exhausting The Hunter for Hire, 6 damage to Justin Desai's base, 17 damage on. As Taylor Bowmeister pulls ahead a little bit in the damage race. Just 10 HP left for Justin.
And I might be missing something, Josh, but I believe that Target Tagger is a bounty hunter, and Justin may have missed an opportunity to create a credit token there. The Target Tagger attacked and defeated that Leppy lookout. So I think that potentially could have been a third credit for Justin Desai.
You are absolutely right. Justin not using that Boba trigger in that situation. 6 resources, 2 credits. Justin really trying to think this one through. We know he has the mastery, but there's no units to really effectively use this on right now. That Jango Fett is a big issue that Justin is trying to figure out how to answer.
That's right, Josh. And I think, because that shield token is still there on Django Fett, even if Justin Desai played his copy of Mastery, Taylor could just take the initiative, attack with Django, and exhaust whatever unit had the buff.
It is another Hunter for Hire for Justin. Taylor says, I'll just claim the initiative. 2 damage in from Black Sun Patroller, but with the initiative for Taylor Bowmeister, he could attack with Django Fett again. That would leave just 4 HP remaining for Justin Desai, and one of these units will be exhausted in the process.
I think this turn is Justin Desai's last chance to find some kind of answer and stave off the aggression from Taylor Bowmeister here. This is a crucial moment in this game. Will he be able to do something to slow Taylor down? If not, I think this game may end this turn.
Django Fett dealing 6. The undamaged Hunter for Hire exhausted. 23 damage on Justin Desai's base, which means in 2 actions with what we're seeing on the board, it would be game over. Taylor Bowmeister has 2 units that can attack for 3. The Hunter for Hire still ready. Will trade with the Partisan Infantry. But now Taylor Bowmeister has target tagger. Ruthless Duo will attack with 2 extra power. Game 1 to Taylor Bowmeister here in the final round of Swiss.
That was an interesting game, Josh. I thought that Taylor Bowmeister might be falling behind when he did not use the credits that he had gained to steal that hunter from higher onto his side of the board, but he was able to get a lot of value out of, he used those credits not to steal Justin's unit, but to develop his own board further. And ultimately, that Django Fett ground unit proved to be an insurmountable problem for Justin Desai. Justin able to hold off the aggression for a time with that droid laser turret, but was not able to follow it up, even with a lot of resources and a lot of credits. Couldn't find the answer he needed, and Taylor wins game 1.
And I think if you're Justin Desai at this point, you just have to think, is there an efficient way that I can just remove that shield token? Because when the shield token is off of Django Fett, he is much less threatening. Of course, he's still dealing 6, but he's not exhausting units in the process that could potentially take Django off the board. So we'll see if Django Fett comes back out, if Justin is able to more effectively deal with the shield token. Both players having a very sufficient amount of bounty hunters. The Hunter for Hire never really came into play there, just stayed on Justin's side of the board as a 4-4. So I think Justin feels that is a unit that will get some good value here. And going into game 2, he will start with the initiative. Keep in mind that Taylor was the one with the initiative in game 1, so maybe Justin can try and gain a little more advantage in the early game.
Yes, and as we discussed earlier, Josh, I do think this is a matchup where initiative matters because it potentially, as we said, if we have a situation where there's initial units that trade with each other, the player with initiative can get a credit token out of that, and that can potentially fuel bigger plays later. It could potentially mean that you can retain control of a hunter for hire or steal your opponent's hunter for hire. Really something that could make a lot of difference, but at the same time, that would require the units lining up just right, which may not happen. In that last round, Taylor Boomister had the initiative, but that did not mean that he was able to grab a credit token right from the start because he went to ground while Justin went to space.
It's also worth noting that there could be several answers for either one of these players, several bombs or several good answers to the situations that were presented in game one that we didn't get to see yet out of these decks. So we could see a very different game two. We also know that Justin has the mastery, which is so crucial. So if he's able to sequence things in his favor, maybe get his boba out first and get the mastery on it, you can either be extremely aggressive or you can threaten that opposing boba leader right away. So we'll see if the mastery comes into play moving forward.
Yeah, Justin had that mastery in hand, didn't actually end up having a good opportunity to play it, but it is such a strong card. We could see that easily changing here.
Justin Desai starting with the initiative, playing the Weequay Pirate. Taylor Bomeister following up with the Rhodian Bondsman. The Rhodian Bondsman is the bounty hunter of these two units, so both units a 2-3, maybe slight edge for Taylor Bomeister because he has the bounty hunter synergy online already.
Yeah, I think that in this situation, that Weequay Pirate is slightly better on its own, but with the Bounty Hunter synergy, maybe the Rhodian Bondsman is a bit better. Still, overall, I would say it's a fairly even start.
And now Justin Desai playing the Champions KT9 Pod Racer, generating a credit token. Not a very well statted unit, but it does give you a credit. As now the Rhodian Bondsman and the Weequay Pirate both attacking for 2, and it's another bounty hunter for Taylor Bomeister with the Callus Bounty Hunter. So we've got
Yeah, so
Saboteur units on either side.
at this point, I think Taylor Boomister's board is a little bit better than what Justin Desai has to offer. Not only did he have a higher statted unit with the Callus Bounty Hunter, both of his units have that Bounty Hunter trait for synergy with Boba Fett's ability. However, Justin Desai did generate that credit. And the question now, I think, is the credit generated from that Champions KT9 pod racer going to allow Justin to do some big play here that might turn this board around?
In essence, with the credit token, Justin would have 5 resources to work with. The credit token, not actually a resource, but it allows you to pay 1 less when you defeat it. Starting the turn, the pod racer gets in for 2. Taylor calling that 2 with the Rhodian Bondsman, so we remain equal with damage on base. 4 apiece, Justin Desai going to bring out Zuckuss, the dangerous 4-cost unit. Another Saboteur threat. And if Justin can keep Zuckuss on the board and get another Bounty Hunter in play, this could be quite dangerous for Taylor.
Yeah, this would be a card that would be much stronger on Taylor's side of the board, though, because as it stands, Justin Desai does not have another Bounty Hunter unit on the field to enable this on attack ability. The 3-5 stat line on Zuckuss isn't exactly terrible, but it's not amazing at this price point. And it does look like Justin does not necessarily have any opportunity to make use of that credit at this time. Now, Taylor still has 4 resources, no credit, but could get a credit here. Because if Taylor were to use the Callus Bounty Hunter there to attack into either the Weequay Pirate or the Champion's KT9 Pod Racer, he would be able to defeat the defending unit, use Boba Fett's leader ability to generate a credit token, and then potentially make a 5 resource play of his own.
That is a great point. Trying to take a glimpse here at Taylor Bomeister's hand. Not sure he had anything that he'd want to play at 5 resources, but does have a 4-cost unit, I believe, in hand that he could take advantage of. Lots of
Yeah,
early bounty hunters.
I think there's a Leppy Lookout in hand, a kill switch. Oh, look at
We're going
this,
to
a
see
haymaker.
Haymaker. Okay, so Haymaker giving Callus Bounty Hunter +1/+1 and 4 damage to Zuckuss, but it is not enough to take out Justin's Bounty Hunter. Has 1 HP remaining. So an interesting
Yeah,
spot here.
1 HP left. I wonder if there's going to be a follow-up effect or if the plan is to maybe attack with that Rhodian Bondsman next turn. Not entirely sure here.
Weequay
No?
Pirate dealing 2 to Taylor's base, and the Callus Bounty Hunter just going to take out Zuckuss. Taking 3 back, 2 HP remaining. Taylor Bomeister deciding to play a little bit of board control here. Justin will hold on to that initiative.
Going into this next turn, each player is going to have access to 5 resources and 1 credit. And that means quite a lot could happen this turn because the Boba Fett leaders can deploy this turn. We could potentially see either player generate additional credits with an attack with the Boba Fett leader unit or with one of the other bounty hunters on Taylor's side of the board. We could potentially see 6 resource cards being played or even 7 cost cards being played this turn. I think this is going to be a crucial turn in terms of what develops in this game.
Justin Desai has to quickly take out the buffed up Callus Hunter with that KT9 pod racer. We'll see who blinks first here, gets the leader out. Do we see mastery by chance in this game?
It looks like we're actually basically back to where we started. The boards right now are just the same units that these players played on the first turn, and both players have even damage on the base, 6 to 6.
So now Justin going to dig in to the resources with the guild ambush team. Going to ambush and defeat the Rhodian bondsman. Both players will create 1 credit token, but Justin will create 2 off of that Boba trigger. The guild ambush team, a bounty hunter unit. So
All
good deal
right.
here for Justin. That's 3 credits on Justin's side now, 2 for Taylor Bowmeister, which you talked about these big plays. We could see a big bomb here for Taylor if he had it.
The guild ambush team is definitely something that I think Justin is happy to bring in here. This 5 cost 5/4 ambush stat line is something that we actually saw earlier on in the game. Back in the Spark of Rebellion set, we had the Syndicate lackeys, similarly a 5 cost 5/4 with ambush, though they had the underworld trait instead of the bounty hunter trait. And the difference being that those traits, and that's an important difference here for Justin Desai because that bounty hunter trait means he is able to generate a credit. We could potentially we could potentially even see an additional credit generated by Justin Desai, depending on how things go with the Boba Fett leader flip this turn.
Taylor Bowmeister, the one to deploy his Boba Fett first. Justin Asai follows that up with just continuing to chip away with that turn 1 weak way pirate, putting Taylor up to 8 damage on base.
8
It's going
damage
to
on
be
base.
Leppy Lookout for Taylor.
That Leppy Lookout is a really good card, but I don't know that it's a really good card at this stage in the game. Like, yes, you're developing your board further, but it's not the hypest thing in the world to play a 3/1 shielded here on this 5 resource turn with lots of credits available. You're kind of hoping for something bigger, I think, Josh.
I think that's a great point. I think if you're Taylor, you would have loved to have one of your bigger units, maybe make the most of these credits, but at least getting that shielded unit in play does offer some potential answers to these units that Justin has presented, and maybe take out a couple units in the process as Justin Desai plays follower of the code. So we'll have to see if Leppy Lookout shield token can get some value. The only issue is that Weequay Pirate does have Saboteur, so depending on the sequencing, Justin could try and mitigate the advantage of the shield token.
That's right, Josh. If the Weakway Pirate attacks the Leppy Lookout with Saboteur, it will defeat the shield token before combat damage is inflicted, and those units would end up trading. Whereas if Taylor were the one to attack the Weakway Pirate with the Leppy Lookout, it would only be the shield token and the pirate who would be defeated, while the Leppy Lookout would stay on the field.
Taylor Bowmeister was thinking of going into one of these units, just going to go to base with his Boba. Justin Desai bringing out his own Boba Fett leader, and it's met by a kill switch upgrade, exhausting that Boba Fett leader on Justin's side, and it gets -1, -1.
Yep. So I think we do have that mastery in hand for Justin Desai. So we could see mastery come out and buff the currently debuffed Boba Fett leader unit. But first, it is going to be that trade that you were discussing, Josh. The Weequay Pirate attacks takes out the Leppy Lookout thanks to that Saboteur keyword.
The Saboteur coming in play big time, and Keep in mind, Tower, that Weequay Pirate was played on turn one. Got some real good value in this game, but Taylor Bowmeister is going to get some good value out of Ruthless Duo yet again. Boba still in play for Taylor. So with that villain unit still in play, the win play dealing 2 to the Guild Ambush team, defeating that 5-cost unit. Action back over to Justin. And here comes the mastery with the epic action on the splash base. Boba Fett leader unit for Justin Desai will have +3/+3, essentially +2/+2 with that kill switch still attached as well.
That does mean that a single attack from Justin Desai's Boba Fett leader unit would be able to defeat Boomeister's own Boba Fett leader unit in just one hit because Justin's Boba is currently has 5 power and raid 1. That would also generate a credit for Justin Desai.
Taylor feels as though he can be the aggressor. 4 more damage to base with Boba. 12 damage on Justin's base. And Justin Desai says, I believe I can match you. That Boba Fett is swinging for 6, puts Justin Desai in the damage race, or in the lead in the damage race. We see the Vigilant Scouts coming down for Taylor. That is a restore unit, but Justin has his own restore unit with the follower of the code. 16 damage on Taylor's base, 11 for Justin, and now the Cutthroat Pod Racer finds its way in. And it is going to be 2 damage to the Boba Fett leader unit on Taylor's side. Good game we have
Yeah.
going here.
Now, I do think there may have been I do think there may have been a minor error. I believe that Justin's base should have 2 more damage on it because I think when the damage was being added from that 4 damage swing from the Boba Fett leader unit on Taylor's side of the board, I believe that one of it was actually healed instead of added. So there should be a net swing of 2, 16 to 13 as I understand it, but that would still put Taylor Boomister in the more perilous position here for sure.
Taylor, Bowmister with the opening action. It's going to be Boba Fett leader unit taking out the follower of the code. Boba remains in play with 2 HP, but Justin Desai, the math is in his favor currently. And we are going to potentially try and correct that damage that you were talking about, Tower. I think that's what we're pointing out now.
Yeah, looks like a judge is intervening there. I believe I believe there should be 2 more damage on Justin Desai's base. Um, they may be able to review the footage here or whatever to confirm. Not entirely sure, but I do believe that was handled incorrectly. However, I do think, as I had mentioned earlier, I do believe that Justin Desai uh, is still in an advantageous position here.
So we get the damage fixed here. It is 13 on Justin's base. So 16 to 13 in favor of Justin. And it is Justin's action to take, with Boba still threatening 6 damage. So taking a look at what we have, it looks like we're backing up to the original state at the beginning of the turn before Boba would attack into the follower of the code, because this could
Yeah, so
change Taylor's decision.
another kind of wide board situation here. I mean, look at this setup. Each player has 3 ground units, and they're not exactly like chaff swarm units either. Both players have their leader unit on the field. Both players have, some solid like mid-cost cards there. Should be interesting to see how this develops.
Taylor Bowmeister may just try and race here, 4 damage into Justin's base with Boba, but here comes another guild ambush team to take out the Vigilant Scouts. That's going to take the restore off of Taylor Bowmeister's board. Very strong play for Justin Desai.
That is a big shift in this race math, and it's another credit for Justin because that guild ambush team is a bounty hunter unit. Taylor cannot be happy about losing those vigilant scouts. Restore is such a good keyword in a race.
There is lethal damage in play for Justin Desai with Boba plus the Cutthroat Pod Racer. Here comes Boba. Taylor doesn't have a response, and it's Justin Desai taking game two. Let's go to an exciting game three for this win and in match in round 11.
Yeah, that was an exciting one. We had the players fighting for the board. We had the players ultimately going into kind of a race dynamic, and Justin Desai pulled well ahead in that race with that ambush from the guild ambush team, taking out the vigilant scouts, denying that restore. And Taylor did not have anything he could do to disrupt Justin's board. So that's a win for Justin Desai, and we're going to game three.
Well, this is exactly what we want to see. A game three with a spot in the top cut on the line. Now, there is an off chance, a slim chance, but nonetheless, it's there that someone at X3 could slip in that eighth seed on tiebreakers, but it's definitely not something you want to leave to fate. You want to win this game, make sure you are in the top cut, and it all comes down to one game to decide it.
Yeah, this is a win and in. This match is a win and in. And now at 1-1, this game is a win and in. If Taylor Boomister wins this, he makes the top eight for sure. If Justin Desai wins this, he makes the top cut for sure. This is going to be a high stakes game of Star Wars Unlimited TCG.
Now, we talked about mastery. We've seen two games so far, Tower. Justin Desai had mastery in his hand in game one, was unable to find the right position to play it, and he did not win that game. When mastery was played in game two, it equals a win. We'll see if that kind of line remains to bring us the same result in game three. The initiative will be back over on Taylor Bouwmeester's side of the board. It's a quick mulligan for Taylor. Let's see what Justin wants to do here. He does have a turn one, at least one turn one in play, but don't believe it was a great one going first.
All right.
It's that Haxian
Justin versus
aggressor.
Taylor. Boba Fett versus Boba Fett. Boba Fett Cunning Splash versus Boba Fett Vigilance Splash. We've had some good games here, and let's see what this one has to offer. I see a Leppy Lookout in that opening hand for Taylor, which is probably one of his stronger earlier plays. Yes, it doesn't have the Bounty Hunter trait, but that 3-1 shielded stat line lines up very well against a lot of other early game units.
It does, and Taylor had that Leppy Lookout in game one. The shield token so important. Can potentially take out a threat and just lose the shield token, but it also puts really good pressure on having the initiative, presenting that 3 power unit that is difficult for your opponent to deal with.
Yeah, in game two, Josh, we saw Justin decide to defeat the Leppy Lookout in one attack from that Weequay Pirate thanks to the Saboteur keyword. But if Taylor's going first, the Saboteur keyword only works on offense. So if Taylor were to play the Leppy Lookout and be met by a Weequay Pirate from Justin, Taylor could just attack and defeat the pirate and only lose the shield token.
So now
All
we
right.
are getting ready. Justin took that mulligan. So this hand, this is it for Justin Desai. This one, we want to see a good one. We want to see a good game three here.
All right. This could be big. Taylor Taylor has one card resourced and is, I think, contemplating which other card to send in there. It's a tense moment for these players, and here we go.
Taylor Bouwmeester, the initiative, Leppy Lookout, and Justin Desai does not hit a turn one play. He didn't have a good turn one play going second in that opening hand, so he takes the mulligan and finds no turn one play. He has the initiative, but not the start he was looking for.
Tough start here for Justin Desai. I do see some options in hand that he could play this turn. So there's a Hunter for hire. There is a droid laser turret in there, which would be another shielded unit. And so the Leppy Lookout would end up maybe trading shields there. So Justin has some options to slow Taylor down, but didn't have anything of his own on that first turn.
It is going to be the hunter for hire for Justin, that 4/4 bounty hunter coming out once again. The Leppy Lookout will just go to base, 3 to base, and it's the Callous Bounty Hunter, the turn 2 play for Taylor.
Well, the Callous Bounty Hunter is a 3/4 unit, and that does mean that Justin Desai's Hunter for Hire could potentially attack against the Callous Bounty Hunter, defeat it, stay on the board, and generate a credit token for Justin Desai thanks to Boba Fett's leader ability. So even though Justin Desai had a slow start, these turn 2 plays may have lined up well for him.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The 4/4 lining up very well into the Callous Bounty Hunter, so that is the play. Bounty Hunter on Bounty Hunter action here. The Hunter for Hire taking out the Callous Bounty Hunter, a credit generated for Justin Desai as the Leppy Lookout just going to base. Taylor wants to remain aggressive in this current position. 6 damage on Justin's base.
6 damage on Justin's base, 0 damage on Taylor's base. Both players still with a bunch of resources to spend, but Justin has that credit as well. We could potentially see a 5 cost unit hit the board this turn for Justin Desai.
Would be a great way to potentially flip the momentum of not hitting the turn 1 play. Instead, it will be the Cutthroat Pod Racer. The Leppy Lookout is exhausted, 2 damage dealt. The shield is taken out here, and Taylor Bomeister plays the Ruthless Duo. But Tower, there's no villainy units in play. Leppy's not a villainy unit. No damage will be dealt, and it's just a 3/5 unit.
Yeah, tough spot there for Taylor Boomeister. The Ruthless Duo there does have a decent stat line, but with no villainy unit on the board, not able to use that when played effect to defeat the Hunter for Hire. I think despite the slow start, I would personally say Justin Desai is probably ahead on board at this phase.
Justin Desai with the initiative, and it is going to be 4 quick damage going into Leppy Lookout with the Hunter for Hire. Both units defeated. Another credit token generated with Boba. Every single time one of your bounty hunter units attack ends, you can exhaust Boba if that unit was defeated, the defending unit, and create that credit token. That's 2 credits for Justin as Taylor brings out his Boba leader first.
Now, Josh, how did the Leppy Lookout lose that shield token this game?
It was the Cutthroat Pod Racer when played ability.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, yeah, that when played ability because Justin got to do his when played damage and Taylor didn't. Tough spot
Yeah.
there for Taylor.
That when played actually very important. That's what allowed Leppy Lookout to be taken out with 1 attack. But Justin Desai has his own Sentinel shielded unit. We saw Droid Laser Turret come down in game 1. Wasn't quite enough to slow Taylor down to bring Justin back. But here, in this moment, that epic action use on the base, and it's a big roadblock as the Ruthless Duo will attack the Sentinel unit. Shield removed on Justin's Sentinel. And now it's Boba Fett coming out for Justin. Taylor has to clear the Sentinel unit with his Boba leader.
That
Now
does
both of
also
these units
generate
are
a
2
credit
damage.
here for Taylor.
Absolutely. 1 credit now for Taylor. There's 2 for Justin. And the board has completely flipped because Justin is in a favor or in a positioned favorable advantage on the board, can take out that Boba Fett leader unit on Taylor's side with the Pod Racer. The Pod Racer remains in play with just 1 HP. And the Dangerous Duo also damaged here. So Justin has positioned himself well in the ground arena, but Taylor's going to go up in the skies with the shielded hauler. So multiple shielded units here in this decide in game 3.
Yeah, Justin Desai still has 2 resources and 2 credits. We could see some more plays from Justin here. We could also, at minimum, potentially see that Boba Fett leader unit for Justin Desai attack and defeat the Ruthless Duo and generate another credit. So even though we have 3 resources already spent, with 2 resources up and 2 credits and Boba Fett's ability, we could potentially see a 5 cost card played here from Justin Desai.
A lot of flexibility for Justin, and it's it for the turn for Taylor. He's used up those resources, only has the 1 credit. Very unlikely to see him cash it in here. And now the question for Justin is, does he play board control with Boba Fett? Does he be aggressive? We're going to spend one credit playing the target tagger, and he will be aggressive with Boba attacking into Taylor's base with the additional 2 power. Damage race equal just like that, 6 damage on each base.
Justin Desai with a much stronger presence in the ground arena, but Taylor has the only space unit on the board with that shielded hauler. It could be a difficult one to remove as well. We might be moving back into a race dynamic like we saw earlier, Josh.
That's right. A total of 11 damage being shown in Justin's ground arena, just 7 damage in total between space and ground arenas for Taylor. And with both bases having 6 damage, Taylor has found himself behind at this point in a racing position.
Now we could see a trade here that would generate a credit for Taylor Boomister.
That is going to be the play. Ruthless Duo attacking and defeating the Pod Racer. Both units defeated. Boba generates the credit, and Justin Desai slamming Mastery down on his leader unit. That's +3/+3. Justin will once again be threatening big damage with his leader. Can swing for 7 now.
All right. This is definitely a very powerful card to have in this sort of race. And Taylor is going to find himself falling quickly behind if he doesn't address that mastery on Boba Fett. Does he have any kind of sentinel, any kind of exhaust effect for future turns, any kind of defensive play he can make to hold off this aggression?
2 attacks, one from Shielded Hauler, one from Boba Fett leader unit on Justin's side. It's 13-10, the damage totals, and it's Jango Fett once again joining the fray. This could be a good tempo play, but Justin can claim the initiative and make sure that he can attack with Boba with that first action.
Yeah, that'll be, I believe, a mighty 7 damage from that Boba Fett leader unit buffed by mastery. I have to assume that that damage is going right to the base. And yeah, Justin doesn't even bother to ready his Boba Fett leader unit card. He just indicates a quick attack as the first action of the turn.
That's 20 damage on Taylor Bowmeister's base after that attack. The target tagger going to be exhausted as Jango Fett attacks Justin's base for 6, 20-16 in favor of Justin Desai. One more attack with Boba Fett. And it means Justin Desai is heading to the top cut here in Palm Springs.
This is a crazy situation, though, because in principle, either player could take the initiative and be in a winning position for next turn, depending on what else gets played. And so the question is, do you think your opponent can meaningfully disrupt it? Because if Taylor went first, he could attack with Boba, 6 damage to base, 22 on, exhaust the opponent's Boba leader with that Jango Fett on attack ability. And then, oh no, wait, he would not. I'm sorry, he would be off by 1. He would not quite have lethal. So really, the onus is on Taylor to do something here to improve this situation.
That's right. He needs some kind of attack buff if he wanted to take that line. Justin Desai playing that Undercity hunting team, finding the the bounty hunter unit. It's a 5/5 unit that he's added in the ground arena.
And now we know that Justin has access to that guild hunting team, a potential ambush card that could really change some of the math here. What can Taylor do to prevent him from being defeated in one attack? I think he had to just take the initiative.
He did. He claimed the initiative. Weequay Pirate comes down for Justin. As we get ready, it all comes down to this. I do believe we will have a winner one way or the other here on this turn. Jango Fett swings for 6. He can exhaust Boba.
None of
Now
those
Justin
cards can
Desai.
defeat None of those cards can defeat Taylor's base in one attack. Does Taylor have some kind of pump?
He's
He
got Flash
does!
the Vents! Flash the Vents will allow Shielded Hauler to attack for an additional 2, 6 damage. Taylor Bowmeister heading to the top cut here in Palm Springs. What a finish!
That was an incredibly close game to end an incredibly close match, Josh. Justin Desai looked like he was on the back foot early, missing that turn one play, made a great comeback, and actually felt like he was in a very advantageous position in the mid game. But Taylor Bomeister manages to get that Django Fett unit on the field, exhaust the buffed Boba, and he had the out of aspect pump card to close things out. One action before he would have lost. Very exciting match.
That was thrilling without a doubt, and you can see the disappointment from Justin just wondering, should I have just claimed the initiative, knowing that my opponent probably doesn't have a way to deal with the Boba and force him to have an answer to Boba or it's over. But Justin decided to extend the presence on the board, and Taylor Bomeister with that out of aspect buff. We talked about it. He needed the buff to play that line of claiming the initiative, getting the attack with Django, exhausting Boba, the clash of the Fets, and it goes to Taylor Bomeister here in round 11. That is an absolute heartbreaker for Justin Desai. What a run here for him in California. We'll have to see how the final standings shake out, but we know that Taylor Bomeister will have a spot in the top cut.
Yeah, that was an intense match, Josh. And now we know Taylor has made the cut for that top 8, but he's not going to be able to use the same deck that he just did because we are going to have another top 8 draft, which means if you felt like you had a really powerful deck to close out the Swiss, you might be in some trouble. You might have to end up on something a little weaker, but if you felt like, oh man, I made it through this Swiss by the skin of my teeth. I had a weaker deck and I managed to outplay opponents and get lucky to win. This might be your opportunity to craft a much more powerful build to take things home in the finals.
That's such a good point. We've briefly touched on that before because if you squeak into the top cut with a deck that's not great, you can do it all over again. And one thing comes to mind, our final undefeated player, Mariana Aldeco, our featured drafter earlier, and she is our only undefeated player. And we saw that draft deck, and Grumpy and I were casting for the draft, and the early plays were very, very suspect. So if I'm Anna going into the top cut, I'm excited to have a chance to do it all again and maybe even find something better than she did in that first round. And we'll see if the only undefeated player can continue to remain that way. What an event. What a weekend it's been. Our second major event during a lawless time here in Star Wars Unlimited. And we've got more coming up next weekend, Tower. There's another sector qualifier in London. It will be a premier sector qualifier. And then later in the month, I believe May 22nd through the 24th, you've got the regional for a lawless time in Prague. Lots of good stuff coming up in Star Wars Unlimited.
That's right, Josh. Prague is a beautiful city. I've been there several times for some work projects, so not quite as fun as being there for a card game tournament, but I think definitely people are going to have a good time with that one. With this, I believe we're going to go to a quick break before we move on to that top cut. We see some applause there on the crowd cam as I believe they're announcing who has made it, and we'll be bringing you coverage of not only the top 8 games, but the top 8 draft as well. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back soon with McClunky Gaming's coverage of the sector qualifier here in Palm Springs, California. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Limited Sector Qualifier here in Palm Springs, California, brought to you by Star City Games. I'm Tower Number 9, and I am joined here by Grumpy Elephant as we are preparing to bring you coverage of the top 8 draft. Grumpy, how are you doing?
Power, I'm doing great. It's been a fantastic weekend so far of Star Wars Unlimited, the limited format. We started yesterday with 211 players. We are down to our final 8 with some familiar faces in the bunch. Our featured drafter from this morning, Mariana. Anna went 1 and 0 and then was able to draw twice to guarantee her spot in the top 8 at third seed. Our featured drafter for this top 8 draft will be none other than Dylan Sumner. We watched him win his second to last round to peak at 9 and 1, ultimately then drawing with Mariana to end our 11 rounds of Swiss at a record of 9, 1 and 1, first seed overall. Really, really cool to watch these incredibly strong players navigate the multiple modes of our tournament. Sealed yesterday, draft this morning, and now draft again to wrap it all up before we name a sector qualifier champion.
That's right, Grumpy. It's a really interesting format. You start off with those, I believe, 8 rounds of sealed play. Then for the end of Swiss, there's another draft for those who made day 2. And now for the top 8, after 3 games following that first draft, we have a final top 8 draft. The stakes are high here. And, we see there the judges explaining the situation. We're about to do that top 8 draft, and we will be bringing you coverage of both the draft process itself as well as the top cut games.
Yep. And once again, for viewers watching along, the judges and tournament staff have already opened the packs that these players will be drafting from. That's why we see these green boxes in front of them. Each of those green boxes contains one pack. The players are first going to take out their leaders. We're going to engage in a leader draft to set the choices and move on to the packs themselves. So here's Dylan, our featured drafter, opening up his 3 choices, and he's got a couple of good options on the table.
Yeah, looking at those leaders here, Grumpy, we see Infis Nest, the client, and Vel Sartha. And this is a pretty good initial situation here for Dylan Sumner because quite honestly, all 3 of those leaders are very solid picks.
It seems like in the draft portion, especially, oftentimes some of the more aggressively oriented 5 cost leaders do well. We saw Boba Fett, a very popular choice in our draft this morning, bringing a couple of top players into this top 8. And so the Client and Enfys Nest, both with the opportunity to come out on just 5 resources, give a little bit of boost in that tempo early. But then we have Velsartha, an absolute monster in the sealed format. By far, the strongest conversion rates were the sealed players who were able to play and build strong Velsartha decks. Perhaps not quite as potent in sealed, in part because other decks will be building more synergy, but still an incredibly strong choice because of that experience. We see Dylan potentially signaling to us that he's leaning towards Velsartha. Certainly a great way to stop this top 8, to start this top 8 draft.
Yes, Grumpy. I think one thing to consider with these leaders is you have more opportunity in the draft format to pick cards that suit synergize with your leader specifically. So for Vel, you can take more credit hate than you might be able to put together in sealed. Look at this though. For this the second leader selection, Dylan has passed 2 copies of Director Krennic, and no surprise, it's Director Krennic. Then passed a copy of Boba Fett. That is a very solid leader to receive as your third pick there.
Yeah, a
So
really interesting non-choice for his second pick, forced to pick this Krennic that I don't think any player is going to be excited to play, but then is saved by this third pick, Boba Fett, a great option. So Dylan now going into the draft with one great heroism option, choosing that Velsartha, but also a great villainy option. So we'll be able to read the signals a little bit of the draft and know that he's going to have a strong avenue whether he chooses to go the heroic or villainy route.
yeah, now one thing that I note here, Grumpy, is that it looks like the player just to Dylan's right actually has a Vel Sartha of their own there. And that does mean that this first pack being passed left, Dylan might not have such good Vel Sartha cards to choose from, with the person to his right having a Vel Sartha option. It might be safer for Dylan to go villainy here, though it's hard to say what that other player will choose to do.
Yeah, certainly those credit Kate cards that you mentioned will be prioritized highly by the person to his right, so he probably will not expect to see many of them, at least in this first pack.
We all right. Dylan's looking at that first pack. We see a chrysanthemum. We see a Leppy Lookout. Definitely a strong card. There's a kill switch in there. I think that's a notable card. Axe Forgets.
I like this Leppy Lookout a lot because it works both with the Boba Fett leader and with the Vel Sartha leader. It's one of the most powerful turn one plays you can imagine. And as we've seen, turn one plays can be a bit scarce in a table of top drafters, all of whom know that they need to make sure they have early plays. And I think Dylan agrees with that. He's going to give up that Chrysanthemum, albeit in two colors that don't work particularly well with any of his leader choices, pass that around the table and start his draft with a really solid turn one play.
Yeah, I think Leppy Lookout may be the best turn one play in this format typically, with one big exception. And that exception is if you're playing against Aura Singh, Leppy Lookout is an almost totally dead card.
I agree with that completely. Dylan now going to be past his second pack of this draft.
Okay, we see a stockpile. That's kind of a higher end ramp card, not necessarily so good. There are some other early game plays, though. There's an interrogation droid, liberated Wookiee. I believe we saw a Masasi group Marines in there, but
Yeah,
it
I don't
looks
mind
like a judge coming over here. Not entirely sure.
just adjusting, I think, the pile and positioning of cards to make sure everything is consistent with policy. But those early game cards you mentioned, Tower, that Leppy Lookout and the Masasi Group Marines, both powerful stats to kick things off. We've also got a Chio Fane, potentially would require the use of his splash base when we compare those two aspects with the two aspects of the Leppy Lookout. But the Chio Fane with a potentially exciting on attack ability for Dylan, giving both players the ability to draw cards. So it looks like he's put these two drops to the front, brought that three drop to join them, but is definitely prioritizing these early turn plays early in the draft. It's hard to disagree with that, knowing that so much of these limited games comes down to who can get a little bit of an edge based on the first few turns.
Yeah, and it looks like it is going to be the Fiend there for Dylan Sumner, a unit with a solid 2 cost, 2/4 stat line, and an on attack ability that can potentially be quite relevant. Picking this Fiend also does not commit Dylan to either heroism or villainy, whereas the Liberated Wookiee or Masasi Group Marines would both be inclining him towards heroism, and he may be worried about potentially getting cut out of good Belsartha cards by that player on his right.
And I was going to say the Cheofane as a bounty hunter works well with the Boba Fett, but we immediately see this Zeb right at the front of the pack. Such a powerful play, that 4/4 Sentinel, deal 3 or 5 to an opposing unit. Dylan is not even going to look through in detail the rest of the pack. He knows that this Sentinel is one of the most powerful plays in this limited format.
Yeah, I would say that Zeb Orelios is among the very best cards in this set for limited. Honestly, a very strong card in some constructed builds as well. So Dylan sets it aside and is, he is looking through the other cards here, but it was a very fast pick there for Dylan Sumner.
Yeah. However, what that means is you noted already the player to his right also has a Vel Sartha leader. If that player wanted to play Vel, they almost certainly would have picked the Zeb. And so this pick potentially signals to Dylan that Vel is actually wide open. The player to his right is likely choosing to go villainy rather than heroism.
Yeah, you could be right, Grumpy. I think there are a few cards that I might pick over Zeb Orelios, but they would all be themselves very high-end cards. So like, I would probably pick Kanan Jarrus over Zeb, but like, we're really talking about a small group. Maybe you would pick a Mastery over a Zeb.
Yeah, and Dylan following this up, solidifying himself into this heroism route. It's going to be the staccato lightning repeater. It's no mastery, no +3/+3 for 3 on your leader, but it's still +3/+1. And when your leader joins the fray with 7 health, that's going to be a great extra oomph to put on a Vel.
Dylan picking out that shielded hauler as a potential option. That is a very solid space unit, pretty decent stats, and with shielded to make it harder to remove. But looking through some more, the rickety quad jumper there, I think, is a also a space unit, but a much weaker pick. It's a unit that rewards you for having fewer units in your deck, and draft decks typically have quite a lot of units. It
Yeah,
is going
this
to be the
shielded
shielded
hauler
hauler.
It's going to be a great option for Dylan to lane switch if needed. He can put a bunch of aggression early on the ground. He's got these strong early ground units. And then if ground ever grinds to a standstill, but he's gotten his opponent pretty high, the shielded hauler is going to slam down into the space arena and threaten to close the game.
It looks like Dylan Sumner here has isolated Chopper and the Alkenzi Patroller as potential strong early game picks, but that Kessel Hulk there is also tempting. We've seen those be quite effective in this event earlier on. Yes, it's a 7 cost, but the Kessel Hulk is a large sentinel, and that can be really good.
Yeah, I like this pick a lot. It does great work on defense because of that sentinel, just a huge sentinel in space that's hard to get through, but it also does great work on offense. A 5/7 in the space arena, Bell could buff it a great way, again, like that shielded hauler for Dylan to close games.
One interesting thing here is I think this pack actually has two different overcharged freighters. So that is a piece of upgrade removal in a set where upgrade removal is rare. But the problem is that overcharged transport only works as a piece of upgrade removal against the space arena.
Yep, and so Dylan choosing the slightly better statted B-Wing Skirmisher here. Just another strong space presence. I really like how this draft is going for him. Good early ground presence, a couple of strong space units later.
Dylan quickly uh, picking a flash the vents there, an attack pump that also grants overwhelm at the expense of potentially defeating your unit if you do damage to a base.
One thing I note about that pack is there were several cunning cards, including an Urk, that powerful 2/4 hidden with Raid 4. Seems like although a lot of players identified cunning as the most popular color, the strongest color, it may not be drafted highly here at this table.
Yeah, that's true. Now here we have Smuggler's YT 2400 is pretty solid. The likely would require that splash base. And it looks like Dylan is willing to play a card that may not be in his most natural aspects there. It is a powerful unit. Honestly, right now, Dylan seems to have a really solid setup for the space arena, and he adds to it further with a Cavern Angels X-Wing.
Yeah, this draft has been going great for him, and I absolutely like that Smuggler's YT 2400 pick. Right now, the Leppy Lookout is his only splash card if he does indeed pair Velsartha with aggression. So totally fine to end the first pack with two out of your first picks, and he keeps getting past very playable cards in aggression in what is likely going to be his main aspect. So this first pack really, really turning out well for Dylan.
That's right, Grumpy. This salvaged blaster is a bit inefficient, at 2 cost for +2/+0. It's not the best stats for its cost, but upgrades can be very strong in this format, as we've seen. And it does have some synergy in the event that there's some kind of discard effect going on. So I think Dylan can't be too unhappy with most of these. At this point, he finds an improvise, which I think is likely going to be a dead card, but very often the last really even 3 or 4 cards in a draft can end up being off, and I think he'd be very happy with what he's collected so far.
Yeah, those last few watchful improvise from a certain point of view, very unlikely to be played, but totally fine for Dylan because pretty much every other pick of this pack, starting with that Leppy Lookout, a powerful 2-drop that he's totally fine using his splash space on to have an explosive start, ending even with that salvaged blaster, a perfectly salvageable, no pun intended, +2/+0 upgrade. He has the shell of what could be a strong deck. He has essentially locked himself in to likely villainy or likely vigilance plus aggression heroism. So he will be a bit constrained in these next couple of packs, may not be able to take certain double aspect cards, even if they're incredibly powerful. But he can still, if he finds particular bombs, say, for example, a Liberty, that 8 cost Cunning heroism, is still free to take those to add to his deck because of the flexibility that these splash bases offer.
Yeah, and I think we saw some nice general draft strategy there from Dylan, staying open with his first 2 picks, not committing to either heroism or villainy, but then on pack 3, receiving that Zeb Aurelios, which is such a bomb in this format. It's a strong signal the opponent to his right is not going for Vel, and then he commits to heroism, ends up with a very solid pack 1. Pack 2, honestly, not necessarily the strongest pack I've ever seen. It looks like Dylan is going to end up picking a Bith Brute, which is certainly a solid card, but not necessarily what you want from a first pick pack.
No, it seemed like the strongest cards in that pack were Villainy. We had that 000, a nice 4/4. And then there was a Blade Wing, that 6 cost 3/3 that returns an opponent's unit to their hand. That would have been a powerful pick, but it would have required Dylan to use his splash base to play it on curve. So he's making the disciplined choice. He's taking the on aspect 3 drop to make sure he has early plays. And he's also sending a signal to the players to his right? If that Bith Brute made it around too far, players would reasonably think that there's not necessarily someone playing the aggression vigilance combination. So by removing that card from the pool, he's entrenching his place a little bit in those aspects.
Yeah. Now, one other thing is that the Bith Brute shores up Dylan's ground arena. We saw his first pack with a lot of strong space options, but he does likely want to maintain a ground force as well. And it looks like he's deciding between two ground cards here: Ezra Bridger or the Circuit Challenger. The Circuit Challenger, a powerful ambush unit. Ezra has some nice healing, would also likely require the splash base, but has some quite efficient stats.
Yeah, adding now what's likely our third splash base card to the pool, this Ezra Bridger, giving up the Circuit Challenger, an incredibly powerful card in this limited format. But Dylan saying potentially, I don't currently have many strong 4 drop plays, just I believe that B Wing Skirmisher in the Space Arena, where I already have a couple of 5s that I picked up from pack 1.
Yes, and Ezra Bridger's healing ability when played also synergizes with Vel Sartha because with Vel you can make your units more powerful with experience, making them more likely to survive combats. And then if you have a unit that's maybe sustained some damage but is still on the board, you can play Ezra and heal at least some of that damage off of the unit, which I do think is solid. I'm not entirely sure that I would have picked Ezra over the Circuit Challenger, who I think is also a very strong pick, but Dylan made the choice there and going for a weasel with this pack. Another pretty solid early game play.
Yeah, that pack again, not the strongest, really not the strongest across the board, not just for Dylan. Likely the strongest card in there, probably that Forlom Bounty Hunter, but unfortunately not in the aspects for Dylan. That is going to be Cunning, Command, and Villainy. So great for Dylan that there's nonetheless a good 2 drop, but immediately rewarded by committing to this Vel Sartha line. Front card in this next pack, Arvel Skeen.
Yeah, so it looked like it was between Arvel Skeen and maybe that Baylert Valance there. But Arvel Skeen is an incredibly synergistic card with what Velsartha wants to do because Velsartha's ability gives your opponents credits, and Arvel Skeen is probably the best credit hate card in the set.
Yeah, it does have to pass that other inaspectable aspect card in the Bylart Valence, but I think when you commit to Velsartha as a leader, you have to sign a contract that says, I will take whatever credit hate is sent my way. And so getting this Arvel Skeen as a 4th pick in Pack 2, a great sign for Dylan, and can hope to even pick up a couple more.
Oh, now look at this. Once again, Dylan has a very strong natural aspect card with that Baze Malbus, but it's a very late game card. And it looks like Dylan instead going to take I believe that is the Sintakaz 3 cost unit, which is itself a very strong sentinel with Velsartha as the leader and really synergistic as well.
Yeah, slightly different approach to drafting than we saw with Anna in our draft this morning. She definitely prioritized late game bombs over early game plays. Here, Dylan saying, I need a strong early game curve, but both of them found their way to the top 8. So both of them have some strong sense of what they're doing. And Dylan is certainly doing a great job right now of putting together the bones of an incredibly formidable Velsartha early game.
Yeah, there is also, we're relatively early in the pack. It's conceivable that because Baze Malbus is an expensive card that requires a 3 aspect combination, there's like maybe some chance that it would wheel and make it all the way back around to you. But I do think in this format with the splash bases, you really can't rely on things wheeling as much as you would in a normal format.
I agree, especially because it has to go through 7 more players before it gets to you, which means there have to be 7 cards in the pack that are more tempting than that Baze. And that Baze, because everyone can splash it, is going to be at least a consideration for anyone playing Heroism.
Looks like another B-wing skirmisher is taking shape here for Dylan Sumner, shoring up his strong plays in that space arena. In the previous pack, it looks like he may have selected the Rebel Blockade Runner, which is an out of aspect play, but a very solid one. A 4 cost 4/5 with Saboteur. This is a card that's done very well for me in the draft format of Lawless time. And I think Dylan hoping to get some results there as well. Now we see a Haxian Aggressor, 2 cost 2/2 unit with Raid 2.
Yeah, this draft is going about as well as Dylan, I think, could have hoped. Very few broken cards. Maybe that Zebarelius, the strongest card he's been able to draft so far, but very, very few weak cards. He's got strong cards on curve, every curve level from 2 to 5. So just really building an incredibly solid deck. Solid means it's going to be consistent, and consistency is what you need to win not one, not two, but three matches to take down the title of this tournament.
Looks like Dylan now considering the Hunter for Hire versus those Phoenix Squadron fighters does go with the Hunter for Hire. That's an out of aspect card. It is a 3 cost 4/4, which would be efficient. The problem is this action allowing someone to take control of it if by defeating a friendly credit token has a little bit of anti synergy with Velsartha.
Yeah, my guess is that he's taking that just to keep it out of the pool. He knows that's an incredibly powerful 3 drop for other decks, and he says, I'm probably not going to play those Phoenix Squadron fighters anyway. They're potentially too expensive for what he's looking to do. Let's at least take this powerful 3 drop away from my opponents.
Yeah, the old hate draft, definitely an option. And look at that, that rare base, the Great Pit of Carcoon, is wheeling all the way around this table. Not something that players are excited about at this time.
We're at the point where we might see those vigilance, aggression, dual aspect cards coming back around. We're not seeing them here, but we do see a Chopper join Dylan Sumner's deck. Certainly, Chopper, one that you might consider playing because you're likely to get its off aspect bonus.
Undercity Hunting Team, probably another hate pick that Daring Delve, not a especially strong card, and Dylan would rather make sure somebody doesn't have that Undercity Hunting Team. Often, as the you get later in the draft, you end up picking things where it's like, well, none of these are really that good for me. Maybe, given that I might not play any of these cards, maybe the best move is to see what I can take away from other players.
Yeah, this second pack not going as well, I think, for Dylan as the first pack. Definitely the best thing he picked up is that Arvel Skeen. Also, really happy to see that sent to Kaz because she works so well with that experience from Vel as a leader, but is still able to fill out important parts of his curve. A couple 2 drops, a couple more 3 drops. He's going to be looking for something a little bit higher in power level if he can, potentially some more credit hate, potentially some kind of bomb in this third pack to make his deck not just consistent, but a real threat to win the whole tournament.
Yeah, one thing also is that in that last pack, Dylan ended up taking several cards that were powerful but out of aspect. So we saw the Ezra Bridger, the 2 Rebel Blockade Runners. I think he may need to do less out of aspect. And look at that, Lost and Forgotten there at the front of the pack. Very strong removal option in a deck that has otherwise lacked some removal thus far. Dylan seems happy to see that, quickly picking it, going through the other cards just to make sure, but that Lost and Forgotten seems heaven sent here.
Yeah, it seems so important in a format where games tends to go to the 7, 8, 9 resources, and players often have opportunities to play huge haymakers that can attack for 6, 7, 8, or 9 damage. So having this non-conditional removal spell incredibly important. That heal 3 really important for turning races in your favor. Definitely an important addition to Dylan's deck and a really strong card to get to start this pack 3 off.
All right, here's the next pack. Here's the next pack that Dylan will have to choose from. Right now, I think he has a pretty solid. I think he has a pretty solid deck thus far. Maybe just looking for some more removal, some efficient in aspect plays. Not quite sure what's going on here. I think it was a pump card there. Commence the festivities. The problem with commence the festivities is the pump only works if you have lower resources than your opponents. This is a card that I have played many times in Chewbacca. I think it's an amazing card for Chewbacca. But with this Vel Sartha deck, I'm not sure that Dylan will reliably be on lower resources to get the full pump from that commence the festivities.
Yeah, Dylan looking like he wants to make potentially just a pure discipline pick here. That partisan infantry to the front, saying even though I'd have to use my splash base, it's important that I have enough turn 1 plays. But then he also has this incredibly tempting off aspect guild ambush team. Ambush so powerful in this format. He's already passed by a couple of circuit challengers being able to ambush at 5. So this guild ambush team can function as pseudo removal, pairs nicely with that Lost and Forgotten. Is going to have to hope now to pick up potentially another turn 1 play from the coming packs, but definitely adding a little power level to his deck with this Guild Ambush team.
Yeah, Guild Ambush Team is a very strong card, and with those splash bases, you do have more ability to play those. But Dylan has to worry a bit now, I think, about maybe playing too many off aspect cards. However, it looks like he's not so worried as he slots in another Leppy Lookout. Certainly another really good card, but once more, one that might potentially use that aspect base.
Yeah, I think rewarded there by not choosing the command to drop in the previous pack, that partisan infantry, because he would likely not want to have both the partisan infantry and the Leppy Lookout as two additional first turn plays that both require the splash base. Granted, the Guild ambush team does, and if he uses the splash base early, it won't be available later. But Guild ambush team for 7 also a fine choice in a pinch to remove something that an opponent has played.
Yeah, that's a good point, Grumpy. I wouldn't say that Guild Ambush Team for 7 is a star, but I would say it's quite playable. And now it seems like Dylan has his eye on the Onaka Gang Bandits, a powerful later game unit that can swing for quite a lot of damage with 6 power in Raid 3.
Yeah, I think that this card, just a common, has pulled more than its own weight over the course of this tournament because these players all start with just 27 health on their base. So the Anaka Gang Bandits able to hit for 9. That is a third of the job done by just turning one card sideways. So really, really great for Dylan to have to sort of cap out the curve. He'd been really, really strong sort of at the 3 drop, 4 drop, 5 drop slot. But the thing that his deck has been missing thus far is some of those late game finishers.
Yeah, now he has one. Now looking here, Collateral Damage is a card that offers some light removal that also can do a little bit of burn damage to the enemy base. And it does look like Dylan is going to go with that. I think we saw, a few other options. Maybe there was a
Yeah, there was
Dogged
a Dogged
Pursuers in there.
Pursuers there, a nice 5/5 that has the opportunity to deal some damage to an opponent's unit. But this collateral damage just so flexible, able to catch up from board states where you've had a couple of unfavorable trades, but your opponent's units are both weakened, able to do a little bit of burn damage. We've seen collateral damage actually finish games because of that 2 to base. So just a nice utility card for Dylan to have to really round out his very strong units.
Yeah, now here we have another Onaka Gang Bandits. We also have a Vigilant Scouts, itself a relatively strong unit in a race with a 3/5 Restore 2 stat line and available earlier on. Looks like Dylan favoring the Scouts there over a second copy of the Bandits.
Yeah, I think saying I only need so many cards that cost 6 or more, because if everything goes right, the deck that I'm building can be quite aggressive. I've got a bunch of aggressive units in space already. I've got a strong curve early. I'm going to use Vel to give my units experience to end the game faster. So I'd rather be able to end the game reliably on the Vel flip turn than have a higher curve and have my games go later.
Now, here we again have a choice between an earlier game and a later game removal option. We have Attack from All Sides, which is a removal card that does direct damage and does more damage if you have a bunch of aspects. But it's either that or the Industrious Team. This time it looks like Dylan Sumner going for the later game option with the 8 cost Industrious Team.
Yeah, he's shown that he doesn't think his games are going to be going that long, but sometimes nice to have a break in case of emergency card, right? This 8 cost bomb that can defeat another unit and present a threat. Definitely good to have, sometimes one of in your deck.
This card has a lot of vigilance units, but many of them are villainy. Dylan deciding between, I believe, the Stalwart Fleet Trooper and the Shield Drive Outfitter ends up going with the Outfitter.
And that outfitter's so flexible because you can give the shield not just to itself, but to any of your other units. In particular, he could play it and give the shield to Vel and turn Vel into a shielded leader that has the opportunity to grow every turn.
Yeah, imagine playing that Velsartha, equipping her with the Staccato Lightning Repeater that Dylan drafted earlier, and then giving her a shield. A lot of decks would find that very difficult to stop.
Yeah, that's how you end a limited game.
Now, here I think we see the Millennium Falcon. That is a double off aspect card, not likely to be played. Might have been a bit of a hate pick rather than playing, that Boonta Eve flag bearer, for instance.
Yeah. Now we see a pack though that would reward Dylan if he had gone the Boba Fett direction. Pretty much every one of those cards would have been playable in Boba Fett. So even though he got some clear, strong heroism signals early, that Bosk followed by this Houndstooth, both potentially playable in a Boba Fett villainy deck, a Boba Fett vigilance deck, nonetheless, takes the Bosk to hate it, passes the Houndstooth along, and does end up with a Braca Shipbreaker, at least a 4/3 for 3 that he can play.
Yeah, I think that this draft started off really strong for Dylan, and he has a lot of powerful cards, but he does also have a lot of out of aspect things here. So he may have to make some tough choices with respect to when the best time to use that splash base is.
Yeah, and it was an interesting draft to watch Dylan navigate. That first pack seemed to solidify Velsartha aggression so strongly for him, right? Almost every pick until those very last picks were natural fits for that deck. And so we could have thought maybe going into packs 2 and 3, he would be similarly rewarded by getting equally strong cards. But the cards just didn't continue to flow, ending that pack 3 with the opportunity to take some very strong villainy cards, but having locked himself in to heroism already. And so I do think that he's drafted certainly enough playable cards to make a strong deck, but based on the strength of pack 1, I think he ended up pack 2 and pack 3 a little bit weaker than pack 1 would have suggested.
Yeah, I think so too, Grumpy. In particular, I think that the aggression heroism cards did not seem to be flowing as freely later on in that draft as they were early. In pack one, Dylan was actually getting past he got past Zeb Aurelios. He got past the Staccato Lightning Repeater. Those are both extremely strong aggression heroism cards, but we didn't see that same level of card getting past to Dylan in these later packs. So
No, one
I'm not sure. Maybe somebody pivoted. Hard to say.
One function could be, remember, he did pass that Bylart Valence, right? He did pass, and I believe he passed one other very powerful Vigilance Aggression cards as well. So it's very reasonable that a player to his right saw these Vigilance Aggression cards get passed, picked them up, maybe pick 5 or pick 6 in pack 2, and said, you know what, this color seems to be open. I'm going to start snapping up these cards, which meant in pack 3, they then just weren't available coming back to Dylan. That's how sometimes signaling can work in drafts, right? You've made the strongest pick for your deck in that moment, but you've inadvertently pushed a player to your right or to your left into a slightly different color.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. That Baze Malbus, for instance, a very strong later game unit for vigilance, aggression, heroism. Now we're going to look at the full deck breakdown, and we have some very strong early choices and some nice end games. The only spot that seems notably deficient in this curve is there is absolutely no 6 cost unit in this build. We do have the Lost and Forgotten as a 6 cost card, but other than that, there are no 6 cost plays here for Dylan.
Yeah, I think the thing that he'll be trying to do on the 6 resource turn, probably the best thing he can do is deploy Vel and then put that staccato lightning repeater on her, right? If he can do that, put the lightning repeater, and then, as you noted, put that shield drive outfitter into play, that's going to be 5 resources, using 5 of his 6, but ending with a massive 7-8 shielded leader that can grow every turn. That I think can more than make up for the fact that he doesn't have a 6 drop. He also can play Zebarelius on the 6 resource turn, and if he has one of his command units deployed previously, the 4/4 Sentinel for 5 that can deal 5 damage to an opponent's ground unit is certainly pulling more than its weight at 5 resources, and is definitely a feel good play at 6 resources. So there will be options, but you are right to note that as the game goes later, he's got a couple 7 drops, a single H drop. His deck really does peak at that sort of 4 and 5 resource mark.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how this ends up doing for Dylan. And, another thing, looking at this, there are really quite a lot of aspects represented here. We do see there are several cards that would require using that splash base. And of course he has
Yeah.
access to it for the first one, but after that first one, those cards get a lot less efficient. So it might be some tough choices here for Dylan. Where do I
Yeah.
want to use that? Is it the Leppy Lookout for that really efficient early game play, or are you going to hold it for that guild ambush team for a very strong 5 resource ambush play? Or maybe it's going to be Ezra Bridger at 4 resources. Could be some tough choices here.
I think that's a great tension to note, Tower. Just looking at this build, cards that I would want to use my splash base on are those 2 Leppy Lookouts at the 2 drop slot, potentially even that Chopper as a third 2 drop, but one you could play later and give it a couple experience tokens. So we've already got 3 2 drop that might want that splash base. I think we already mentioned the Hunter for Hire, probably a hate pick to prevent another bounty hunter deck like a Boba Fett from getting a strong 4/4/4/3. Almost certainly not going to play that Millennium Falcon, so nothing at the 3-drop slot. But then we get to the 4-drop slot, and we've got Ezra Bridger, a definite inclusion. We've got two Rebel Blockade Runners, really, really powerful, well-statted space units. So all of a sudden, that's three 4-drops that we'd considerably want to use that splash space on. And then at the 5-drop slot, we have those two ambushers you mentioned, the Smugglers YT 2400 and the Guild Ambush Team. All of a sudden, that's 8 cards that want the splash base in just a 30-card deck. The question is going to be, can Dylan comfortably run all of them, right? And know that at some point he's going to have dead cards in his hand that he can't afford to play? Or are there going to be some cuts? Is he going to try and bring himself down to potentially a more reasonable 5 or 6?
Yeah, it's a tough call here. You know, you don't have the widest pool to work with. You know, be interesting to see what Dylan Sumner ends up building. He definitely has some very powerful plays, but at the same time, like you said, there are some tensions in this build, and it isn't quite as clean as I would personally prefer. You know, I think having this number of out of aspect cards is probably more than I would want to build.
Yeah, it means there's going to be some variance when Dylan sits down for each of his matches, right? He's going to shuffle his deck. He's going to draw his starting 6 cards. He's going to draw two every turn. The odds are some games he's going to get a perfect curve where he does not have to overuse his splash space. He can go Cheofane into Arvel Skeen into B-Wing Skirmisher and then have that splash space ready for the Guild Ambush Team on 5. But there's going to be some games where he's going to go Leppy Lookout into Sintakaz, and all of a sudden the 4-drop in his hand was a Rebel Blockade Runner. Well, now that Rebel Blockade Runner functionally costs 6, or maybe it's the Ezra Bridger, which functionally costs 6, and he has to hold on to it, and he's going to potentially have to play another 3-drop on his 4-resource turn. That's just the luck of the draw when you play a deck that is a little bit less consistent because the aspects are so diluted from your two primary colors.
So here's a question, Grumpy. Do you play from a certain point of view in this build, knowing that you have so many out of aspect cards?
You know, I'd almost forgotten that he drafted that card tower, but I do see it now peeking out from the bottom left-hand corner of the screen. From a certain point of view, does cost 1 resource, but it's going to turn off the aspect penalty for any card in Dylan's deck. So he could play that Guild Ambush Team for 6. He could play that Ezra Bridger for 5. It feels bad. It feels bad because it costs you another card, and you still aren't playing those cards on curve. Just thinking about it, I just think it feels bad, Tower, but I do think there's maybe a world where Dylan feels like he includes it just to provide a little bit more consistency. What do you think?
I think like you said, it doesn't feel great, but it would provide some light mitigation to one of his deck's potential weaknesses. And it does feel also like he's a bit low on like strong playables. So it is possible that that could be kind of a space filler card.
Yeah, one good thing for cards like that in Star Wars Unlimited is we are in a draw two game. Every turn you draw two cards, and so sometimes you can afford to give up a little bit of card advantage in the form of playing an extra card to somewhat cheat out one of your other plays because you know, right, you'll be drawing two a turn for the rest of the game. He doesn't have, I believe, any other source of card draw in his deck, so he would functionally be going down a card relative to his opponents, but potentially maybe the consistency it adds could be worth it. He could start with a Leppy Lookout on 2 and then playing a Leppy Lookout for 3 using a certain point of view, right, is not the worst turn to play. Because some of his off aspect cards are ambushers, all of a sudden a Guild Ambush Team for 6 or a Smuggler's YT 2400 for 6 uh, feel better certainly than those cards for 7. But I think Dylan might also say, I'm willing to roll the dice. I'd rather have a deck with a higher power level overall, not have to worry about card disadvantage, not have to worry about spending extra resources, and just hope that my deck gives me the right cards in the right order. You have to get lucky, Tower, to win tournaments like this. Skill can only take you so far. And so even the best players do have to roll the dice from time to time. This might be one of those times where Dylan says, ultimately, it's out of my hands. I've drafted the deck that I've drafted. Will it cooperate to bring me to those finals?
Yeah, that's a very good point, Grumpy. You know, sometimes I would say that from a certain point of view would increase consistency at the expense of power. because it really is a very low powered card, and it doesn't even fully mitigate that penalty because it does cost one. So it is a scenario where I think if from a certain point of view cost zero, you would probably want it in this build, but at one cost, I'm not sure that it's quite efficient enough. Like you said, maybe you just play the higher card quality cards that you have access to, focus on power over consistency, and say, hey, to win this tournament, I'm going to have to get a bit lucky anyway.
And with that, folks, our players in the top 8 have finished their draft. They're going to be moving on to registration. They're going to be taking some time to register those decks, to make those choices. And we are going to come back to you in just a little bit to bring you coverage of the entire top 8. I believe we'll be starting with Dylan's quarterfinal match, seeing how he navigates this Vel Sartha deck through that first round. But we've got a couple of other players to keep our eye on. Of course, we've got Anna, our featured drafter from this morning, an undefeated player from yesterday. The other undefeated player, Amando, also managed to make it to this top 8 despite losing round 1 to Anna. He's going to be facing off against Dylan on that Velsartha deck. We saw Dylan just draft Dylan, of course, in that first seed, Amando sitting in that 8th seed. So hold tight for us. We'll be back with you shortly once these players are ready to go. And we look forward to a few more hours of incredible Star Wars Unlimited content with you.
Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Star City Games Limited Sector Qualifier here in Palm Springs, California. I'm Tower Number 9, joined here by Grumpy Elephant. We just saw Dylan Sumner as our featured drafter building that Velsartha deck, and now we're about to see him take it into the first match of the top 8 against Mariana Aldeco. Grumpy, how are you doing?
I'm good, Tower. This is exciting to watch. These are our two featured drafters of today. Anna, we watched this morning draft a Velsartha deck of her own that ultimately brought her to the top 8. Dylan, we saw draft a Velsartha deck that we're going to now see in action for the first time. And look at this, Tower. Anna has drafted a Chewbacca deck to bring to these finals. A rare leader, not one you're going to see super often, but Anna seems to believe that she's put together the kind of aggressive Chewbacca deck that can take down this top 8. And one thing that I'm curious to see, Tower, is Velsartha, if Dylan chooses to use her ability, is going to be giving credit tokens over to Anna. Chewbacca's notorious for defeating your own resources and forcing you to play below curve, but with those extra credits from Velsartha helping Chewbacca might be able to both use its leader ability and keep pace in plays. So I think this has the makings of a super interesting matchup here to start off our quarterfinals.
That's right. That's right, Grumpy. And I think one thing that is especially notable is that if Dylan chooses to use Vilsartha's ability on the first turn of the game, it would actually enable Chewbacca to deploy on turn 2 because unlike every other leader in the game, really, Chewbacca's deployment is not based on you have to have a certain number of resources. It's only based on paying a certain cost. All you have to do is spend 4 and Chewbacca will hit the field. So if you can make a credit on turn 1 or have your opponent give you a credit and then have 3 resources and a credit going into turn 2, Chewbacca is okay to deploy.
Dylan is definitely going to keep that in mind. And so we may see him hold off on adding an experience when he otherwise might want to for that exact reason. One other thing to keep an eye on is I think knowing now that his opponent for the quarterfinals is on Chewbacca, there's one card in Dylan's deck that has just skyrocketed in value, and that card is Arvel Skeen. We saw him pick up just one piece of credit hate in that top 8 draft, and Arvel Skeen came to him partway through Pack 2. Arvel Skeen, great, of course, with Velsartha to begin with, because you can give experience, give your opponent a credit, and then defeat it when played and on attack with Arvel Skeen. But now Anna's going to be generating credits of her own potentially every time she uses Chewbacca's ability. So this is an open decklist tournament. Anna is going to be looking over Dylan's deck, and she's going to be seeing that Arvel Skeen on the list. She's going to have to be extra cautious if she wants to use Chewbacca's ability, knowing that at any time Dylan may be able to slam down that 3-drop and defeat the credit that she just created.
Yeah, Orvalskine is a great card to have against Chewbacca. Now, with Dylan's deck, we were looking at it in that drafting process, and it seemed like Dylan had some very powerful. It seemed like Dylan had some very powerful plays, but also a lot of out of aspect plays. So it's going to be interesting to see what Dylan's final choices were in terms of the deck list and what he's going to prioritize using that splash base on among all the out of aspect cards he had access to there.
Yep, that was a little bit of a choice by Dylan to have a higher overall power level, right? Every one of the cards in his deck has the potential to sort of play at rate or slightly above, but giving up potentially a little bit of consistency. He's going to need to ask his deck to not give him too many off aspect cards because he can only use that splash base once. If it doesn't cooperate, we might find ourselves later on in the game where Dylan is holding a fistful of cards that are simply too expensive for him to play and keep up with the aggression that we can almost certainly expect this Chewbacca deck to present.
All right. The players, I think we're looking at one another's deck lists there. Now they're shuffling up. We should be getting started shortly with this top 8 round. Should be interesting here. I am a big Chewbacca fan, Grumpy. I've played Chewbacca quite a lot in constructed. Not always a leader that you have access to in draft, a rare leader, but one that has a lot of power in the right situations.
Yeah, absolutely some explosive potential here. We'll have to see. We didn't obviously watch Anna draft this top eight draft, so not sure how she's put this deck together. Is it going to be as aggressive as we see Chewbacca decks in Premiere, or is it going to play more on curve with potentially later Chewbacca deploy? There is the fist bump. Dylan coming into this quarterfinals as the first seed means that even though Anna comes in as the three seed, should be Dylan's choice of initiative for this game one. Would expect to see him start with it as this Velsartha aggression deck.
Yeah, good point for sure. And Anna is using the Vigilance base here, the Daimyo's Palace. So this is an aspect combination that I'm quite familiar with, but in constructed, I would normally be playing with the rare base Alliance Outpost, which can allow you to fairly reliably deploy Chewbacca on the second turn. However, those sorts of options are rare and hard to get in limited, and there's much more of an opportunity cost from giving up that splash base that might allow you to play a really strong card that wasn't in your aspects.
Yeah, we saw, especially from Dylan's draft, he is going to be relying on that splash base quite heavily in probably every game because of the sheer number of off aspect cards. What we see here is looks like both players not satisfied with their first draw of the tournament, going to be shuffling those decks up a mulligan for both players, and that'll be it. The six cards that they draw are the six cards that they're going to have to start with for this quarterfinals.
That's right, Grumpy, and here we go. Let's see if these mulliganed hands are going to give some good options. Dylan quickly resourcing one card and then another. Maybe sees the path quickly. Anna thinking it over. Resource decisions as important as ever in Star Wars Unlimited. Really big part of the game. And they can actually be especially important in limited, where resourcing a card likely means you won't see that card again, since players have a lot fewer copies of the cards that they're playing.
Going to be a
We
Leppy
do.
lookout from Dylan using that splash base early as we thought he might. That is going to turn off a number of other cards in his deck. It is going to be paired off against the Cloud Rider veteran from Anna, a 1/4 that actually pairs up all right with this Leppy lookout as it is. The question for Dylan will now be, do I want to put an experience onto this Leppy lookout to potentially make a clean trade into the Cloud Rider veteran?
I personally think that putting an experience on the Leppy Lookout would be very risky for two reasons. The first reason would be that it would allow Chewbacca to deploy this turn, and the second reason would be that at 2 HP, the Cloud Rider veteran would still be defeated in one use of Chewbacca's ability. Here we
That
see
is
a
certainly right.
Bith Brute take the field, only to immediately be met by an attack from all sides event played by Anna here, and that is going to defeat the Bith Brute, leaving us with just the Leppy Lookout and the Cloud Rider veteran from turn one.
Yep, so a clean trade essentially of their turn two plays, which means we're going to start to see some damage on the base. But it looks like Anna, although we associate Chewbacca with an incredibly aggressive leader in Premiere, taking a slightly more defensive route, using that Cloud Rider veteran to take off the shield of the Leppy Lookout, suggesting that she's going to value getting some board control early in this matchup.
Yeah, one advantage of this approach is that the Cloud Rider veteran does 2 damage to base with an on attack ability. So Anna here can attack into the Leppy Lookout and is only giving up 1 damage on base in exchange for removing the shield from that lookout, putting it in range to be cleared by Chewbacca's leader ability or the on attack ability when that Chewbacca leader flips as a ground unit.
That's a great point. And we've arrived at the four resource turn, which is going to be one of the pivotal moments for Chewbacca. Chewbacca has the option now to use his leader ability, then deploy using that credit, potentially using the leader ability again. That would put Anna behind on two resources, but potentially massively ahead in board presence when we are already still 2 turns away from the Velsartha deploy.
Dylan Sumner thinking it over. The Leppy Lookout could trade here, and if it doesn't trade, it is poised to be removed. But it looks like Dylan thinking to attack. The question is just who is the target? Is it going to be a trade with the Cloud Rider veteran, or is it going to be more damage to base? Dylan opts to attack the base.
Yeah, the concern with not attacking base would be, is Anna going to use that Chewbacca just to defeat the Leppy Lookout and then I leave the Cloud Rider veteran on the board? But Anna saying, you know what, that's a trade that I'm happy to take. And actually, by playing this Hana, says Chewbacca's not going to come out for another little bit.
Yeah, very interesting play here. Anna not developing Chewbacca as quickly as possible, instead playing Hana. But Dylan only has this Braca Shipbreaker to contest Hana, a 3-cost card that actually lines up very poorly here. The Hana ground unit can attack and defeat that Braca Shipbreaker unit while also healing the base and staying alive. But Anna going for an aggressive route instead, going straight for the base, 5 damage to base and 2 healing on Anna's base.
Yeah, Anna
Dylan,
was eager to trade with that Leppy Lookout, but even though this trade into the Braca Shipbreaker would be free, chooses not to take it with the Hana. Now Dylan could, if he chooses to do so, throw an experience token on the Braca Shipbreaker, making it a 5/4. And even though it could subsequently be cleared by Chewbacca's ability, all of a sudden would make for a favorable trade into the Hana. So an interesting switch from Anna there, going from some clear board control to potentially trying to turn towards Dylan's base.
and now we see Dylan, just like you said, Grumpy, using that Velsartha leader ability, giving an experience to the Braca Shipbreaker, but also giving a credit to Anna. And look at this. This is not something that I've often seen. It appears that we have a Terramin Barcona from Anna using that splash base and the, defeats the credit token on Anna's side of the board.
Yeah, I like this a lot. We've actually seen an earlier iteration of this when a player used Arvel Skeen to defeat their own credit to take off on a shield. One thing these players in this limited environment have been more than happy to do is to get some board advantage from defeating a credit, even if it's their own. And what this Terramin Barcona does helpfully then is it brings that Hana up to 6 HP. So we saw Dylan put the credit on the Shipbreaker, hoping to attack into the Hana for a clean trade. But now the Hana is out of range, and Dylan is just left with a 5/4 that's not going to be able to take out either of Anna's units.
Very interesting play here. Not necessarily what I would have expected, but Terramin Barcona defeating your own resource to give out that experience and cross the breakpoint there. Very interesting. Now it looks like the Braca Shipbreaker attacks base, does damage, discards a copy of Weasel, but then we have Zeb Aurelios played. The problem with this is Dylan does not control a Commander Cunning unit, so it's only 3 damage from Zeb instead of 5.
Only 3 damage from Zeb, but now if Anna does attack into Zeb, of course it has a Sentinel with that Hana unit, it will force the Hana unit to trade. We're more likely to see Anna attack into that Zeb unit with the Terramin. The Terramin's going to survive, taking 4 damage back, and all of a sudden it's a 2-to-1 unit advantage in favor of Anna as we go into 6 resources.
Yes, that's right, Grumpy. Now, Dylan could trade here with one of these units. That Braca Shipbreaker is swinging for 5 with the experience, and Dylan says, I don't want that Hana unit to continue healing you. Takes the trade there. Now, Anna finally deploying Chewbacca. And despite being a leader that can deploy as early as 4 resources, we may see both Chewbacca and Vel Sartha deploying on the same turn here.
Yeah, but Tower, here's the danger. Velsartha only has 7 HP. If Dylan flips Vel, as he was just inclined to do, we saw him pick up his leader before putting it quickly back. Chewbacca comes with a base 5 power. That's absolutely massive. And the ability to defeat a friendly resource and deal 2 damage to an opposing unit on attack means Chewbacca is essentially pinning this Velsartha into the leader zone. If Dylan flips Vel onto this empty board, a quick attack from Anna will simply delete Velsartha, and then Dylan will be very much back up against the wall.
But yeah, but Dylan goes for it only to be met with exactly the line of play that you just described, Grumpy. Anna attacks with Chewbacca, uses the on attack ability to defeat a friendly resource, dealing 2 damage to the Velsartha leader unit and creating a credit token. But look at this. Dylan quickly responds with a copy of Arvel Skeen, defeating that credit token and dealing an additional 1 damage to the Terramin Barcona unit on Anna's side of the board.
Oh, to be followed up tower. This is absolutely devastating. A collateral damage finishes off both of those units. And just like that, it seemed Dylan was the one who was behind, but he navigated that turn so masterfully, sort of baited Anna into taking that Vel trade, thinking she was going to be up ahead, but then defeating that credit with the Arvel Skeen stopped her from playing another 3-drop from hand. And that collateral damage absolutely wiping her board. That was one of the strongest turns I've seen in Limited from Dylan.
Very strong plan by Dylan Sumner. I think maybe he hesitated there to flip Velsartha, maybe working out that math, figuring out, making sure that it was all going to line up, but it really did. That collateral damage 2-for-1 to remove two strong units from Anna's board. Now Dylan in a strong position. Anna brings out the Bith Brute, though, a Sentinel that can stop Arvelstein from hitting the base there. Dylan opts for a trade, and Anna plays another Bith Brute to replace the one that was just defeated by that Arvelstein unit.
Now we have reached the higher end of the resource curve, so Dylan is going to potentially start churning out some of those bigger threats that we saw him draft. Here's one of them. It's that Onaka Gang Bandits, the ability to attack in for an absolute 9. And Anna, one resource behind, is going to have to fight now to keep up with some of these big units that Dylan's able to put out.
Yeah, could be a difficult spot. One thing in Anna's favor here, though, is that Bith Brute does have Sentinel. So the Onaka Gang bandits do not actually have Overwhelm, and they would be forced to waste their 9 power swinging into a 3 HP Sentinel. And now Anna plays a shield drive outfitter, spends the extra 1 to give a shield to that Bith Brute, and this situation got even more awkward for Dylan.
Yeah, the only thing better than a sentinel is a sentinel with a shield that's going to do a great job of keeping that Onaka gang out and away from Anna's base.
Oh, and look at this mastery. Mastery on the Bith Brute. And so now this is a huge problem for Dylan. This unit was a 4-3, but now it's actually a 7-6 shielded.
Yeah, and
And
previously would have traded into the Onaka gang bandits by attacking in and then getting an attack in return. Dylan forced to use this experience to prevent a clean trade in Mariana's favor because that 7 power would have cleanly taken out those unbuffed bandits. Instead, it's going to be 7 to base by this absolutely massive shielded sentinel threat.
yeah, Anna now attacking base. Dylan, worried maybe after that amazing turn earlier, has quickly been put in a difficult position. And the Onaka Gang bandits at this point would survive a combat with the Bith Brute, but they would have very little HP remaining and could potentially be cleared out by Chewbacca's leader ability. Additionally, all that combat would get Dylan is a shield token removed.
Yeah, he's going to need some other answer. We saw him draft a single copy of Lost and Forgotten. That's probably going to be the most impactful card he can pull from the top of his deck. A clean removal event that's going to also heal 3 from his base. Outside of that, I don't know if we've seen him draft any strong or clean answers to this shielded Sentinel Saboteur threat. Most importantly, he does have that Cause. He can Sentinel her up by putting an experience token from the Velsartha, but that Sentinel is going to be ignored by the Bith Brute, which has the unusual combination of both Sentinel and Saboteur.
That's right. So that Bith Brute in a very powerful position here. And Dylan maybe a little stifled by that unit. Now, one thing that we do have here as well is Anna with the initiative. So that Bith Brute is going to be able to make at least one more attack. And at this point, Dylan has to solve it either this turn or at the start of the next turn, because with only 4 HP left, another swing from that Bith Brute would end the game.
Yeah, we did see Dylan draw something that could be potentially helpful. Looks like it was the staccato lightning repeater, the ability to grow the Syntacaz, give her Sentinel, and then also take off that shield on the Bith Brute, opens up for some easier trades from Dylan to sort of stabilize this ground arena. So with that, he's both created a Sentinel of his own. He's made the Onaka Gang Bandits able to now cleanly take out this Bith Brute and be protected from a retaliation by, for example, the Shield Drive Outfitters by Syntacaz, who of course, as you noted moments ago, Chewbacca's ability is live and waiting to deal the last 2 damage if needed to those bandits.
Very strong play with that staccato lightning repeater. Oh, but look at this. In hand for Anna, I do see a copy of the Sabine Wren unit, which could potentially defeat that upgrade from Velsartha. Is that what we're going to see here? It is. But actually, this is an interesting choice. It is going to be the staccato lightning repeater that gets defeated. So that is going to mean Velsartha is no longer a sentinel. Now, that Sabine unit does have ambush, but it appears to me that Anna chooses not to resolve it.
No, and I think that makes sense. She has Dylan so close to lethal here, just 4 HP remaining on the base, that keeping that 3 power attacker in reserve feels like it's a potential opportunity to deal the final damage. At some point, it may have to crash into this Sintikaz. She still now has Sentinel because of that experience from Velsartha, but Mariana's not currently under pressure of losing the game, and so does not need to take that action right now.
Yeah, Dylan using Velasarth's ability gives that experience, gives Anna another credit. So we now have 2 credits and 2 resources available for our Chewbacca player here. But Cintiq has once again a Sentinel, so the Shield Drive Outfitter is not able to sneak an extra point of damage into the base. Let's see what Anna can do about this. Ooh, it's going to be Chewbacca's ability use that will inflict 2 damage on the Onaka Gang bandits, setting them up so that if they were to attack into the Bith Brute, both units would be defeated.
It also tower functionally preserves 4 resources still available for Anna the rest of this turn, simply turning one of her ready resources into a credit.
And look at this. Dylan attacks with the shielded hauler, and Anna then plays the overcharged transport, using the when played ability to defeat the shield on that hauler. So now Anna is actually threatening lethal in the space arena in one action. Dylan is forced to take the initiative.
Yeah, I think that was our first sequencing error of this quarterfinals match. Dylan knew he was going to have to remove the Bith Brute this turn, so by attacking with the shielded hauler, he removed his ability to respond to any space threat. Had he instead attacked first with the Onaka Game Bandits, he would have preserved the ready Sintikaz as a sentinel in the ground arena and the ready shielded hauler to potentially deal with one of Anna's space threats. Now, of course, Dylan did not know what Anna's hand was. Potentially, he was trying to play around a different out that Anna might have, but by exhausting that shielded hauler, the doors were open for Anna to present a lethal threat, and all of a sudden, she had a lethal threat in both the space and the ground arena. That Bith Brute with Saboteur, and then her overcharged transport dealing 4 in space. One of the best ways to checkmate your opponent in a game of Star Wars Unlimited is to present a check in 2 arenas. There's very, very few cards, perhaps only single reactor ignition, the board wipe in this particular limited format, that can deal with 2 checks across ground and space.
Yeah, I would have to I'd have to look at that state again to see whether Lost and Forgotten could have healed Dylan out of range of the overcharged transport while taking out the other unit. But tough spot there for Dylan Sumner. As you said, maybe a bit of a sequencing error that ultimately allowed Anna to set up kind of the fork there where there were lethal threats in both arenas. Dylan was not able to draw into an answer, and Anna takes game one.
Yeah, still a fantastic game. We saw the momentum swing back and forth a couple of different times. I thought for sure that Dylan was going to have that game after that collateral damage took out 2 of Anna's units and left Dylan with the only unit on the board. But the combination of mastery plus a shield drive outfitter onto that Bith Brute simply presented a shielded saboteur monster of a sentinel that ultimately allowed Anna to push so much damage to base that she was able to close the game through that forked check.
All right, now we're going to be moving into game two, and I'm not entirely sure. I think there may be some sideboarding going on here from Dylan Sumner, maybe just swapping out a sleeve. You do have the ability to bring in cards from the rest of your pool, not just your initial deck. And while it isn't necessarily as common as it is in the constructed format, sometimes one of those other cards you drafted might be what you need in a particular matchup.
Yeah, certainly. In one of our conversations yesterday with Amondo after a really strong run, he explained that he had started with an out of aspect kill switch in his sideboard, but continuously brought it in just because of the power of the disruption of an exhaust effect. So cards like that that might feel too overcosted to start in your main deck can nonetheless be incredibly powerful to bring in once you get a sense of what kind of rhythm your opponent is trying to hit in their game of limited.
All right, we are about to move into our second game. Dylan Sumner versus Mariana Aldeco should be very interesting to see which of these players can prevail. And additionally, my apologies to anyone whose name I may have been mispronouncing during this process. We are about to see game two. Can Anna take this one and lock in a spot in the top four.
Dylan once again going to start with initiative, having lost game one. Um, Seemed like the rhythm of the first game was that the players ultimately traded early drops. The Leppy Lookout ultimately trading for the Cloud Rider veteran with some damage on base. Dylan had played that Bith Brute that ultimately died to an attack from all sides on Anna. The Chewbacca didn't come out until the 6 resource turn, so it was a relatively slow paced game until that fast and furious mid game. So we'll have to see if one player can come out with a little bit more aggression to begin with, potentially the Chewbacca player potentially seeing something like an earlier flip, or whether we're going to see the same sort of dueling leaders on the 6 resource turn, ultimately trying to finish the game through some of those big haymaker plays, like the combination of mastery and a shield.
That's right, Grumpy. I think that this Chewbacca deck could be much more aggressive with that leader flip than what we saw in the first game, but this strategy ended up working out even after Dylan had that really well engineered turn to defeat both the Chewbacca leader unit and Terramin Barcona.
Yeah, the value of collateral damage for Dylan going up a little bit, in part because Chewbacca has one natural advantage over Val, which is that he can pin her, like we saw in game one, an attack from Chewbacca plus the use of the on attack ability, perfectly dealing the 7 damage, but also leaving Chewbacca exactly with 2 health.
And look at this. Dylan leads off with Chio Fane, and this time Anna has missed a turn one play or chosen not to play it, just going to take the initiative.
Yeah, definitely a stronger start for Dylan here. Not only does he have a great statted 2-4 in Chiofane, he did not have to use his splash base. And so that means some of those higher costed splash base cards, potentially the Guild Ambush team, the Ambusher on 5, are still going to be live once we get to that middle game.
Yeah, I think Dylan has to be happy with that start after a close loss in game one. Let's see what Anna can do to try and build back up here. At minimum, I think we could see. Well, it's interesting. I think Anna actually passes, and then we see a Leppy Lookout using the splash base. Anna brings out the Sabine Wren unit using the Daimyo's Palace splash base on Chewbacca's side of the board, and then Anna's Sabine Wren defeating the shield token on that Leppy Lookout and ambushing to deal 3 damage to Cheofane, taking 2 in return.
Yeah, both players using their splash bases there. I think the decision for Anna, we're going to see a trade here for the Chiofane into this. It won't be yeah, it will be a trade. The Chiofane into the Sabine Wren. The decision for Anna there was she had a Bith Brute in her hand, but she didn't want to play that and use all of her resources. Would have given Dylan the opportunity potentially to put an experience token onto that Chiofane with the Velsartha and then cleanly take out that Bith Brute, leaving him with 2 units to Anna's 0. But the way this all shakes out is now no credit tokens for Anna and just an unshielded Leppy Lookout on the side of the board for Dylan.
Now, Chewbacca could use the leader ability before deploying here to just defeat the Leppy Lookout immediately and would still be able to deploy because the resource you would lose would be made up for by the credit you would gain. But that would be risky against a potential Arvel Skeen. So
Yeah,
instead, we see a normal Chewbacca deployment. The Leppy Lookout does get to swing in for 3 damage on Chewbacca, and then Anna hits the base for 5.
Anna saw that Arvel Skeet in game one. She knows that it's live in Dylan's deck. She knows that Dylan is absolutely going to keep it if at all possible. And so choosing to deploy first, likely the safer option there.
Dylan plays the Vigilant Scouts, a 4 cost 3/5 restore 2, which would potentially be defeated by Chewbacca, but would also get that Chewbacca leader unit off the field with the 3 power on that Vigilant Scout unit. So might be a trade that Dylan would be happy with to get Chewbacca off the board. Let's see what Anna can do here with the initiative. Now, I believe that was a staccato lightning repeater of Anna's own. So that's going to deal 1 damage to the Vigilant Scouts. But more importantly, Chewbacca is now out of range because he has a single additional point of HP on that Chewbacca leader unit from the staccato lightning repeater is enough to make it so that Vigilant Scouts cannot defeat it in one attack. We do see that attack anyway, though. So that is going to do some damage and do some healing. And I think Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe that Dylan might have accidentally added 2 more damage instead of healing 2 damage from that restore 2?
He would have restored 2 and taken a total of 8, so he needs to be 6 higher than whatever he was before. He'd taken I've lost
I
track of
think
how much
I
damage
believe
he
it had been 5 damage on Dylan Sumner's base from 1 Chewbacca swing, plus this other swing for 8, so 13 total damage taken, and should be 2 damage healed, I believe. So it should be at 11, I think,
that sounds right
unless
to me.
I am missing that up, and it
The
looks like they
players
agree.
arriving at exactly where you agree. An interesting attack into that Chewbacca. You have to wonder why, because it wasn't an even trade, but Dylan shows us exactly why this Zeb Aurelius coming out onto an empty board doesn't need the 5 damage from an off aspect unit. Instead, a clean wipe. And just like that tower, off the basis of Anna not having a turn 1 play, really, really clear advantage to Dylan going into the Velsartha flip turn.
Yeah, now I wouldn't necessarily say that Dylan is home free here because we have also had a lot of damage from that Chewbacca leader unit. There's 11 damage on Dylan's base. And if Anna can maybe attack in space or set up some saboteur units on the ground, we could potentially see a situation where that 11 damage comes back to really bite Dylan as Anna pours on more aggression. We're going to see the start of that here with a Bith Brute who does have both Sentinel and Saboteur.
Yeah, Anna took game 1 by putting a mastery and a shield onto that Bith Brute. She may be angling for some kind of similar strategy in game 2. So the question for Dylan will be how quickly is he going to try and remove that Bith Brute? This is the Velsartha flip turn, so she could join the fray and then attack into that Bith Brute, clearing it unless Anna is able to give it some kind of shield.
Yeah, and that Shield Drive Outfitter in the previous game was excellent for Anna, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure I see it in hand here. In fact, I'm pretty sure I don't see it. There's the Velsartha leader flip from Dylan Sumner. Anna still has 3 resources, but I think has maybe passed or taken initiative here, and now a Rebel Blockade Runner played off aspect, so does cost the full 6. But Dylan, I think, is happy to pay that and get a solid unit into the space arena.
Yeah, Dylan now setting himself up to be able to both push damage pretty quickly if he needs to. He's currently got 12 damage spread across 3 units, the opportunity to grow that number if he wants to use Velsartha's on attack ability. But crucially, he also has now answers in both arenas to units that Anna might play.
And in some trouble here, I feel. Has a significantly weaker board. So we do see a collateral damage here, doing 2 damage to Zeb Aurelios and 2 damage to that Velsartha leader unit. This does mean that the Zeb Aurelios ground unit there is now in range to be defeated by Chewbacca's leader ability. But maybe realizing that Dylan Sumner takes the initiative and will be able to potentially trade with Zeb before that's exactly what we see.
Yeah, Dylan could have attacked with the Velsartha previously, but that would have left both Velsartha and Zeb potentially at risk of Chewbacca's leader ability. So instead, choosing to throw that Zeb away.
And look at this. Anna plays Baze Malbus. This may be the exact Baze Malbus unit that we saw Dylan pass earlier in the draft, and now arriving to haunt him as a big obstacle in that ground arena. The 6/8 Sentinel stat line means that even if Sartha were to attack and use her on attack ability to buff that same Velsartha leader unit, it would not be enough power to defeat Baze, and it would not be enough HP to survive against this Baze Malbus unit either. So with that, Anna does seem to have got control of the ground arena back, at least for now. But there is a shield drive outfitter, this time on Dylan's side of the board. And now with a shield, Velsartha will be able to attack into Baze, do a bunch of damage, and not take any in return.
Yeah, definitely a great clean answer for Dylan there. Just a simple 2 resource investment to shield his leader to prevent the full 6 back from Baze.
And look at this. Sintakaz ground unit also played here by Dylan Sumner. And that means that Velsartha is able to attack into Baze, do a bunch of damage, use the on attack ability to buff Sinta. And now that Sintakaz ground unit, herself a sentinel, means that the Baze Malbus unit on Anna's side of the board is not free to attack Dylan's base.
No, and in particular is not free to finish off the Vel leader unit, which means Dylan has managed to essentially preserve his Vel leader for several turns after his deploy. As we get to these later phases of the game, the ability to keep generating those experience tokens on attack is ultimately going to increase the pressure on his side of the board and ultimately snowball likely into a victory for him in this game too.
Yeah. Anna in a lot of trouble here. We do see some options, some more defensive options. There's another Bith Brute. There's a droid laser turret in hand there. There are some things that Anna could do to try and, hold on to the game for longer, but it's definitely Dylan who sort of has the metaphorical initiative here, and Anna who's being forced to respond to Dylan's plays.
Yeah, and even those sentinels would not be able to save the Bays from being attacked because he also has sentinel. So it'll be Dylan's choice ultimately if he wants to make a trade into that massive threat.
Anna opting to make a relatively basic play, playing the Cloud Rider Veteran, a kind of earlier game unit that does preserve a bunch of resources. Oh, but take a look at that. The
Yeah.
industrious team from Dylan Sumner. When played, you may defeat a non leader unit with 4 or less remaining HP. That is enough to defeat the weakened Baze Malbus. And now Dylan's ground arena free to attack. Anna shores up those defenses with the droid laser turret, but the shield drive outfitter from Dylan Sumner's board attacks into that droid laser turret unit, takes 2 damage, but removes the shield. And now that turret is poised to be defeated by any other unit on Dylan's board.
I do think the shield drive outfitter here potentially has been an MVP for Dylan. Just a 2 resource investment functionally gave him a shield, which took off of half of Baze Malbus's health. That allowed that industrious team to finish off the Baze. And then, not to be done, the shield drive outfitter takes off another shield on the droid laser turret. So much value for just a little 1/3.
Absolutely right, Grumpy. Now we see Anna using Chewbacca's leader ability to deal 2 damage to that Vels or to the I'm sorry, not the Velsartha unit, but the Sintakaz ground unit there. Dylan attacks with his Soul Space unit, the Rebel Blockade Runner, dealing another 4 damage to Anna's base. And Anna plays the Bith Brute using one of those credit tokens. That is another Sentinel in the ground arena, but it does look like Dylan is still poised to break through these defenses.
Yeah, this is a tricky position to be in. Anna is pretty far behind in the ground arena, so she does have to focus her resources on getting up some walls, which Dylan is pretty easily able to break through. But the more she focuses on the ground arena, the longer that blockade runner is able to just hit through turn after turn after turn. And so at some point, Anna is going to have to take care of the space arena as well. And when she's so far behind on board now in both arenas, she's already gone down a couple resources from the Chewbacca leader ability. It's hard to imagine her being able to cobble something together.
Dylan uses that Sintakaz ground unit to attack and defeat the droid laser turret. Then the Velsartha leader unit attacks and defeats the Bith Brute, using the on attack ability to buff that Rebel Blockade Runner. On the next turn, Anna uses Chewbacca's leader ability to deal 2 damage to the Velsartha leader unit, defeating her, but is still faced with a very tough board on the ground and in space. Cinta attacks the base and then is defeated by a copy of Attack from All Sides, doing the last 3 damage needed. But Anna still only has that Cloud Rider veteran on the board as a unit, and Dylan is swinging to base with more cards. The Industrious Team attacks base. Anna uses the Cloud Rider veteran to finally defeat that Shield Drive outfitter that caused so many problems, doing 2 damage to base at the same time. But this is a race that Anna cannot win. Another 5 damage from the Rebel Blockade Runner would leave Anna's base on just 2 HP, and it looks like we have a concession, and we are going to be moving on to game 3.
Yeah, that was the same fork that Dylan had found himself in at the end of game one, but this time it was a fork against Anna, brought her up to 25 health on base with a lethal threat in the space arena and a lethal threat in the ground arena. Simply not possible outside of something like a board wipe to stop that fork from reaching checkmate. So Anna's going to scoop it up and we're going to go to game three. Fascinating. The story from game two, though, Tower, is that Dylan has learned what happened to his draft. We saw him pass those combined vigilance aggression cards around, potentially hoping that they would wheel around to him, but choosing to take some reliable, more consistent lower curve cards instead. And it's potentially those cards that solidified Anna into this Chewbacca vigilance deck. We saw that Baze Malbus come out, a formidable 6/8 Sentinel unit for 7. Had Dylan taken those cards earlier, might Anna have gone a different aspect to pair with Chewbacca? We'll never know, but really, really cool to see these storylines come together. A moment of choice from Dylan's draft, leading into his quarterfinal opponent playing those cards against him.
Yeah, and for a moment, it looked like Dylan Sumner's draft choices might have come back to haunt him there, with that Baze Malbus ground unit in particular being a big obstacle. But he was able to find a good way to navigate it using that shield drive outfitter to great effect, following up with that industrious team. Ultimately, Dylan had the answers there, and now we're going to see whether he can defeat Anna in a game three to make his way into that top four.
Yeah, there is, of course, one small asterisk to that game, too. In no way to diminish the quality of Dylan's gameplay, but we have to remember Anna started that game two without a turn one play. So in this game three, she's going to have initiative. She's hopefully going to have a turn one play. And will those two differences allow her to recreate game one, where she ultimately was able to take the game against Dylan? Or will she still fall short potentially to this Velsartha?
Yeah, that's a very interesting point, Grumpy. And I wonder actually if that is itself reflective of some differences in Anna's drafting strategy, because I seem to remember uh, that in the earlier period where Anna was our featured drafter, we ended up seeing a strategy really focused more on some powerful later game plays with less consistency for the early game.
That's exactly right. Anna chose to prioritize some more powerful late game cards and ended up with, a little bit of a weaker early game. Ultimately, that didn't hold her back. She was able to take the first round of that draft and then draw twice to make it to this top eight. So the question is, did she repeat that strategy in this top eight draft, or did she go for a slightly more consistent curve?
This time it's Dylan Sumner who's going to miss his turn one play. Anna plays the Cloud Rider veteran, and Dylan Sumner has no response.
Yeah, that's going to be a rough start for Dylan here because this Cloud Rider veteran with 4 toughness is going to be able to crash in for 3 damage on attack if it can connect with base. If you do that too many times, all of a sudden the 5 power from Chewbacca is going to bring this game to a close very quickly.
Dylan does have a very solid turn two play with that Sintakaz ground unit, a 3/5 that will gain Sentinel once upgraded. But Anna taking the opportunity to attack before Dylan can upgrade Sinta, dealing 3 total damage to Dylan's base, 1 from the base stats on that Cloud Rider veteran, and 2 from the on attack ability.
Yeah, now Dylan facing a decision that you, I think, love, Tower. If he chooses to give that Sinticata Sentinel, he's going to open the opportunity for Anna to deploy Chewbacca this turn. Of course, the Sinticaz will have Sentinel, but Chewbacca could crash in for 5 and defeat a resource to ultimately finish her off. He says, I don't want to give you that opportunity. I'm instead going to claim.
Yeah, Dylan Sumner deciding it is not worth the risk, takes the initiative. Anna plays a mid-rim sharpshooter, which does notably have Saboteur, but does not have an extra resource to play to force the discard here. The Sintakaz ground unit from Dylan Sumner. It looks like Dylan was about to attack with Cinta into the mid-rim sharpshooter. The downside of that play is that it would then open Anna to immediately remove Cinta with Chewbacca's leader ability, dealing 2 damage there to a unit that would only have 2 HP left. So Dylan rethinks it and opts to use Vel's ability instead, giving Anna a credit, but giving that crucial experience to Cinta Cause, making that a 4/6 Sentinel ground unit.
Yeah, the Sinticaz now potentially well positioned to take out that Cloud Rider veteran cleanly, take only 1 damage in return, and require a couple more hits to be defeated, unless, of course, Anna chooses to bring Chewbacca to join the fray this game, in which case Chewbacca on attack could deal the remaining 5. So a little bit of interesting board math for both of these players to navigate. We've got a lot of choices.
And it looks like Anna is going to play the Quarren Contractor. So now we have Sentinels on both sides of the field, and these other units are covered. But that also means Anna will not be deploying Chewbacca this turn. Dylan is happy to attack with Sintakaz here, defeating the Quarren contractor. Anna decides to trade the mid-range rim sharpshooter for the remaining HP on Sinta. Both units are defeated. That leaves us with just the Cloud Rider veteran. Dylan plays Ezra Bridger, but doesn't have anything to heal because Anna did take that trade immediately. However, Dylan is now the one with the board advantage here.
Yeah, for those of you wondering also why Anna chose to use the credit to play that Quarren contractor instead of the resource, it's possible she was wary of Arvel Skeen, didn't want Dylan the opportunity to destroy that resource and deal a damage, but it's also possible that that consequence wouldn't have been severe enough to warrant giving up a full resource going into the next turn. So definitely an interesting choice for Anna to make.
Now, Dylan attacks with Ezra and defeats the Cloud Rider veteran unit, but that does mean that Ezra is left with 4 HP. Anna uses Chewbacca's leader ability to deal 2 damage and is now potentially poised to deploy Chewie, attack into base, and use the on attack ability to defeat Ezra. We do see Arvel Skeen hitting the field and destroying that credit, but there are still 4 resources available for Anna. So Chewbacca is still alive for a potential deployment this turn.
Yeah, and that one more activation from Chewbacca would deal 2 more damage to Ezra Bridger, enough to finish it. Anna would have to go down another resource, ultimately ending 2 resources below Dylan. That feels like a dangerous game to be playing at this phase of the game. But notably for Dylan, if Anna's threatening to do that, he can use Velsartha to give an experience token to Ezra Bridger. That's going to bring him up to 3 HP remaining, which means a Chewbacca activation will not finish off the Ezra. We see Dylan doing exactly that, saying you're not going to defeat this unit this turn unless you attack into it with your leader.
Yeah, very interesting. Anna does receive a credit, but now Chewbacca's on attack ability would not cleanly defeat either of Dylan's ground units here. And additionally, we are potentially looking at Ezra Bridger attacking and defeating Chewbacca in one hit thanks to Raid and the bonus stat from that experience. So Anna opts to just take the initiative, doesn't make any attack with Chewbacca at all, and will maybe be making some high impact play at the start of this next turn. Let's see what
Yeah,
it is.
she needs something because she's left this Arvel Skeen alive. If Dylan's able to attack with Arvel Skeen, well, there's a credit there ripe for the taking. He'll be able to do 1 damage potentially to Chewbacca. As you say, also this Ezra Bridger ready to just attack into this Chewbacca for a clean trade. So Mariana very much in a troubled position here.
We do see the droid laser turret, and Anna wisely using that credit token to pay for the turret, meaning that Arvel Skeen's on attack ability doesn't currently have a target. However, Dylan is going to play a sentinel of his own, Zeb Aurelios, and this time Dylan does have a command unit in play, that Ezra Bridger, so can do the full 5 damage with the on attack ability, heavily damaging Mariana's Chewbacca leader unit there. Chewbacca left with just 1 HP, but Dylan's units cannot attack Chewbacca with that droid laser turret in the way. However, Zeb is himself a sentinel. So Anna's only options for an attack with the Chewbacca unit at this point would be either to stay back or to trade with the Zeb Aurelios ground unit. However, I think I might have seen a card in hand for Anna that could change that. Think we may have a copy of Commence the Festivities there, which could give Chewbacca Saboteur at least for 1 attack.
Yeah, the risk here Anna needs to address is that Dylan has assembled essentially the perfect team. He's got a Sentinel and he's got a ready Arvel Skeen, which means Velsarth is just waiting to give it on experience. That experience is going to throw a credit onto Anna's side, and that Arvel Skeen is now ready to attack, defeat that credit, and deal a damage. So if Dylan can set it up, he'll be able to defeat that credit to take off the droid laser turret shield, effectively defeating the droid laser turret with just 1 attack and again freeing up Ezra. So Anna's going to need to somehow figure out a way how to stop that deadly series of events from taking place.
We do see the Commence the Festivities that I discussed earlier, and Anna is going to use that to attack with the Chewbacca leader unit to against Dylan Sumner's base directly. I believe with +2 here for having fewer resources. That's going to be a mighty 7 damage. But Anna maybe not using the on attack ability here due to not wanting to set up that credit for Arvel Skeen. Like you said though, Grumpy, Dylan can set that credit up himself with Vale's ability if need be. And that
And
looks
here
to
it
be
comes.
what he's doing. Experience on Zeb Aurelios. Another sentinel takes the field, the stalwart fleet trooper. Vel Sartha now deploying. Now, if you're Dylan here, Grumpy, do you go with Arvel's ability? Do you use that to defeat do you use that to defeat the shield on the droid laser turret? Or do you do that to have the last point of damage defeat that Chewbacca leader unit here?
I think you have to defeat the Chewbacca leader unit because your Zeb Aurelius is currently hanging out as a 5/5 Sentinel. It will be so easy to deal with this 2/1 Sentinel next turn. But if you keep the Chewbacca alive, it's threatening to crash into the Zeb to trade it. Dylan wants to make sure that Chewbacca's off the table. It would have been able to throw 2 damage onto the Arvel Skeen and effectively turn off Dylan's credit creation and destruction engine. So by keeping the Sentinel alive, by keeping Arvel Skeen alive, and by keeping Vel alive as a leader, Dylan really has assembled what seems like an unstoppable force. I think this is every limited player's dream to have this collection of cards assembled on the field at one time.
Well, Grumpy, Dylan agrees with you. We see the attack against the droid laser turret. Arvel Skeen's ability used to defeat a credit and deal that last point of damage to defeat the Chewbacca leader unit. Anna left with a much weaker board going into the next turn. Does have the initiative. First action uses Chewbacca's leader ability to deal the last 2 damage to Arvel Skeen. Zeb is still there as a 5/5. We now see an attack from the Velsartha leader unit, defeating that droid laser turret and buffing Ezra Bridger. And Anna plays that same Baze Malbus that we saw in the previous game, only to be answered extremely cleanly. And there is the fist bump with Anna's Baze Malbus lost and forgotten. It's time for a concession, and Dylan Sumner wins.
Wow, really remarkable stuff from Dylan. As a reminder, in game 3, it was Dylan who started without a turn 1 play, but he was able to cobble together enough to get him into the late game. He started out with a Synthicaz. He chose to give her an experience at the exact right moment, turning her into a formidable sentinel. He backed that up with things like Ezra Bridger, a powerful 4-drop, using Zeb as a 5-drop to deal some damage. He had Arvel Skeen at the exact right moment, really, really shining there, showing the power of this Velsartha when you have the right support cards.
Yeah, really, really strong showing there. And you know what? We were talking earlier about how Dylan Sumner had a lot of out of aspect cards and might be faced with some tough choices. But in those matches, it didn't seem like it was necessarily holding him back that much. And in fact, it seemed like he was able to do some very powerful plays with some of those splash cards early on. Really, really solid performance there from Dylan Sumner.
Yeah, I think we saw him just play 1 card with the aspect penalty over the course of those 3 games. There was a Rebel Blockade Runner, that 4/5 Saboteur in space for 4 that he ultimately chose to play for 6. But even that didn't feel too bad because it was a chunky space threat that he was able to develop. Other than that, it seemed like his deck was really humming along. He was drawing the right cards at the right time. In that game 3, of course, he had that crucial Lost and Forgotten removal to take down that troubling Baze Malbus. So, congratulations to Dylan. He's going to advance to our semifinals. And congratulations also to Anna, a really incredible run. One of our undefeated players from day one was able to lock her spot in the top 8 after just 1 round of Swiss today. Should definitely feel proud of herself for the great Star Wars Unlimited she brought this weekend.
Yeah. Now, looking at these other results here from our top 8 bracket, it appears that Matt F has defeated Matthew M. Amando S, who we saw on stream earlier, has defeated Taylor B and will be facing off against Dylan in the next round. And the match between Andrew R and Benjamin O is still ongoing.
I think that's going to be a wrap for us for this quarterfinal commentary. We're just going to be waiting on the rest of the results from that one remaining quarterfinal match. But we are going to be back with you shortly to bring you commentary for the semifinals and then later today for the finals to bring this incredible weekend to a close. I'm Grumpy Elephant. I've been here with Tower Number 9. We will be with you shortly. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the sector qualifier here in Palm Springs, California. We just brought you a quarterfinal match between our featured drafter for the top eight, Dylan S., against our featured drafter from earlier this morning, Mariana A. Dylan S. was able to take it down after 3 games with his Vel Sartha aggression build. We are now, for the semifinals, going to jump you over to the other half of the bracket. We are going to see Matt F. against Andrew R. Matt F. ended this draft with Aura Sang against Andrew R's Harrison Dula. So should be a very exciting match. Star Wars Unlimited, both of these players having battled their way to the top four. Only one of them will leave here and join our final bracket. I'm once again joined by Tower number 9 for this semifinals. Tower, how you doing? Think Tower should be with us shortly, so we'll give him 1 second to get back online. Both of these players looking like they've shuffled up their decks, getting ready to draw their original hands. And if I'm not wrong, here's Tower. Tower, for the second time, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Grumpy. I had accidentally forgotten to remove my mute there, so my mistake. We are about to bring you Matt Freed versus Andrew Richardson, Aura Singh versus Harrison Dula. Some different leaders than what we've been seeing here, but definitely ones that can get some good results, and it should be an exciting match of Star Wars Unlimited.
Yeah, we're going to start this match as we start all of our top eight matches with both players reviewing their opponent's deck list. This is one quirk of limited tournaments in particular. Once you reach the top eight, when you make it through the first rounds sealed yesterday in the draft this morning, both players had to go in not knowing what cards their opponent had drafted. So, in particular, forms of removal, things like Lost and Forgotten, upgrade removal, like that Sabine Wren ambush unit, could really come from nowhere and take opponents by surprise, leading to unexpected blowouts. Here, everyone knows what every opponent is dealing with. If you have a way to generate credits, you know if your opponent has a way to destroy those credits. If you have a way to place upgrades, you know if your opponent has a way to defeat those upgrades. And so it takes away a little bit of the unknown and the uncertainty. Obviously, still some luck involved. We play a variance based card game. Are you going to draw your turn one plays? Are you going to draw your turn two plays? But it definitely dials up the skill a little bit in these top eight matches relative to the previous rounds where you simply didn't know what cards were in your opponent's deck.
Yeah, absolutely. You get that ability to maybe anticipate some of the potential problems that you may have to deal with and taking a look at those deck lists, sneak preview if nothing else, but often it could change your strategy. I think in the previous match it's very possible that we might have seen Anna using Chewbacca's leader ability differently against an opponent who did not have access to Arvel Skeen, for instance.
That's exactly right. We are going to be entering the semifinals with that Harrison Dula paired with Coaxium Mine. That is going to be a Vigilance splash base. It's a color combination we've seen do somewhat well in the sealed portion of this tournament. Harrison Dula, of course, opening up the full aspect rainbow for Andrew. If he can get 2 units to stick on the battlefield, any heroism unit all of a sudden will be played without its corresponding aspect cost. On the other side, we've got Matt's Aura Singh choosing to pair that with Partisan Hideout. Partisan Hideout, a Cunning base. So Cunning was a color that a lot of people spoke highly of. Comes with the ability to have a number of ambushes in your deck. Definitely Matt Freed wanting to see things like the Guild Ambush team, wanting to see things like the Milodon Riders. If he can rely on those ambushes, he'll be able to take out some of Andrew's earlier units and ultimately get to that Aura Sing powerful, powerful flip turn. So my guess tower based solely on seeing these choices of leader and base, I've said this previously when we see Aura Sing join the table, is Matt is going to try and take a slightly more controlling route, using things like those ambushes, potentially using some tempo plays like the Axe Forget to bounce some of Andrew's cards. If he can get to the later of the game, he'll really be able to take over the board off the back of that Aura Sing flip. And on the other hand, Andrew's dealing with a leader that doesn't have as much of an oomph. When Harrison Dula joins the battlefield, she's just a 3/6 unit with Restore 1, of course, with her aspect penalty provision still online. So Andrew's going to need to either use some powerful off aspect cards cheated out using that Harrison Dula ability, or the fact that he has a 5 deploy leader to really push through some damage early before Matt Freed can really grind this game to a halt.
Yeah, I think that the Harrison Dula leader unit is not necessarily overwhelmingly powerful. Swinging and doing some damage while also restoring can be nice, but It's Matt Freed's Aura Sing Leader who can have the much higher impact deployment by immediately defeating an enemy unit. However, that's also going to be probably 2 turns later. So, it's kind of a classic dilemma in Star Wars Unlimited. Do you want to play with a leader card that's more powerful, but is only going to be able to interplay late? Or do you want to play a leader card that isn't necessarily as exciting, but is able to hit the field much earlier?
We have seen Tower over the course of this tournament. These games have not been particularly fast. There hasn't necessarily been a tried and true aggressive strategy. And so Aura Singh has proven to be a successful choice because very few opponents are able to really blitz her down before she can join the fray. So if I were a betting man, I might be inclined to put my money on Aura Singh just because it seems like Harrison Dula is going to be even a little bit slower than some of the other 5 cost leaders we've seen, things like Boba Fett, things like the client. But that being said, draft is a big unknown. So if enough of those double aspect cards, things like Kanan Jarrus, things like Zeb Aurelius came Andrew's way, he may be able to present so much value in the early turns of the game that it doesn't matter what early cards Matt Freed has been able to assemble. They'll just be blown out by those powerful win plate effects.
Yeah, and another interesting thing about Aura Sing is that it does mean that there are some early game plays that become so much worse. If Andrew Richardson has the aspects to play those Leppy lookouts, for instance, but if we see a Leppy lookout, Aura Sing's leader ability will simply defeat it. And here it looks like Matt Freed is going to lead off with a Black Sun Patroller, and Andrew Richardson is going to miss his turn 1 play. And there I see a Leppy lookout in hand, but it's really not a very playable card. And indeed, Andrew Richardson, I think, forced to resource it here.
No, that's the third Leppy lookout that we know is in the pool. We, of course, know that Dylan has drafted 2 of them. So if it ends up being Dylan versus Matt in the finals, Matt's leader ability will simply turn off those Leppy lookouts in Dylan's deck, just as it turned off the Leppy lookout in Andrew's deck, joining the resource row immediately.
We see a Defiant Scrapper here from Andrew Richardson. There's no credit token to defeat, but that is going to develop a 3/4. Matt Freed playing the Black Sun Kabbalist and putting an experience token on the friendly Underworld unit up there in space. Then that unit able to swing in for 3 damage. So here we have very fittingly the Black Sun Kabbalist buffing the Black Sun Patroller.
Yeah, and just like that, Matt freed off to a little bit more of an aggressive start, pushing damage to the base, but not for long.
Oh, here is Kanan Jarrus, the powerful Cunning Vigilance ground unit, a bomb in this format. Andrew Richardson, having missed that turn 1 play, forced to use the splash base instead of Harrison Dula's ability to play Kanan Jarrus because he did not have 2 ground units in play, but still gets that when played effect to bounce the buffed Black Sun Patroller. And then I believe it is a cutthroat pod racer for Matt Freed, dealing 2 damage to that copy of Kanan Jarrus when played. Andrew Richardson then attacks with the Defiant Scrapper unit, defeating that Black Sun Kabbalist that we saw earlier.
I think Andrew pushed into that choice to defeat the Black Sun Kabbalist because if he goes to base with that Defiant Scrapper, the Black Sun can attack into Kanan Jarrus, would leave it with just 1 HP remaining, ripe to be finished off by Aura Singh's leader ability, which would then leave the Cutthroat Pod Racer ready to take down the Defiant Scrapper. As it stands, Andrew starts this next phase with both of his units still alive on board, definitely injured, but still out of range of Aura Singh. I think a better result for him than just getting 3 damage right away onto Matt's base, but ultimately losing likely both units in the process.
Good point, Grumpy. And it looks like Matt Freed actually choosing to attack base here. The Cutthroat Pod Racer would be able to attack and defeat either of Andrew Richardson's units while remaining on the field. But Matt Freed choosing to pressure instead attacks base for 4. Andrew Richardson attacks base for 3 damage with the Kanan Jarrus ground unit and restore 1. And now we see Matt Freed playing the Night Wind Assailants. 5/5 Sentinel.
Yeah, that card, the Night Wind Assailants, has been an MVP all tournament long because it's so well statted with the Sentinel ability. It comes out on the 5 resource turn, the turn when so many more aggressive decks are trying to deploy their leader, Boba Fett, Harrison Dula, the client. But none of those 5 deploy leaders have the ability to clear the Nightwind Assailants on their own. So it ultimately leads to slightly more favorable trades unless the opponent can do something to weaken it, which is exactly what Andrew Richardson does here.
Yeah, incapacitate from Andrew Richardson, giving -2/-2 to the Nightwind assailants, leaves them at 3-3. Then that Defiant Scrapper unit, able to attack and defeat the Nightwind assailants, opens the door for the Harrison Dula leader deployment to deploy, attack the base for another 3, heal Andrew Richardson's base for an additional 1, and then Andrew still has the resources to play a Masasi Group Marines unit as well. So now, all of a sudden, Matt Freed is very notably behind on this board.
Yeah, Tower, one thing I'm not sure of was Andrew's decision to attack with the Defiant Scrapper into those Nightwind assailants. Had he attacked into it with the Harrison Duel leader, she would have only taken 3 damage back, so she would be left as a 3-3 on the board, but the Defiant Scrappers notably would still be with us. Andrew would have 4 units, albeit with 1 weakened leader, but nonetheless able to threaten a ton of damage on this action phase, is now currently left with 3 units. Of course, that Harrison Dula going to be safe from an attack by the Cutthroat Pod Racer because she still has her full 6 HP, but when you know you're rapidly approaching the Aura Sing flip turn, we're going to 6 resources now. It'll be 7 resources next action phase, and that's when Aura Sing is finally unlocked. I think it might have made more sense to end the previous action phase with a full 4 units. We'll have to see if Andrew can nonetheless successfully present enough aggression to bring this game to a close before Matt can claw back in.
That's a very interesting point, Grumpy. I think that the line that you describe using the Harrison Dula leader unit to remove the Nightwind assailants while keeping the Defiant Scrapper on the field to attack the base, that would have been a more aggressive play. And that might be what Andrew Richardson needs in this situation where, as you say, that Aura Sing leader flip is looming, not this turn, but next turn. Matt Freed is going to start us off. The Cutthroat Podracer attacks and defeats that Kanan Jarrus ground unit. Andrew attacks to the base with the Masasi Group Marines swinging in for 4 damage. We're now up to 10 damage on Matt Freed's base, 17 to go.
Now, one thing potentially that Andrew was thinking about is we saw Matt Freed just resource a Rhydonium detonation. That's a pseudo board wipe. Andrew would have known that that card was in Matt's deck, so potentially wanted to not go as wide as possible because he knows that Matt could start that 7 resource turn off with the Rhydonium detonation, which would essentially remove all of the non leader units from the field.
And look at this, a kill switch from Matt Freed exhausts the Harris and Dula leader unit and giving her -1/-1. And it looks like Andrew Richardson is playing the circuit challenger there, but opting not to resolve ambush. Uh, I'm not entirely. I think the reasoning there is that playing the circuit challenger and resolving ambush would leave it in range to be cleared by Aura Singh's leader ability. So Andrew would prefer to develop an additional unit for more aggression. Matt Freed then plays the Vandor Range Troopers, a 4-cost 4/6. Andrew takes the initiative, and we're going into the crucial 7 resource turn. This is when that Aura Singh leader might hit the field.
Yeah, in particular, it's looking like Matt has done a good job of stabilizing that Cutthroat Pod Racer, threatening to attack into that Masasi Group Marines, effectively making that a trade. The Aura Sing flip, threatening to take out the Circuit Challengers. The Vandor Range Troopers hanging out just as a nice 4/6, could also choose to trade into the Masasi Group Marines. So multiple options on the table for Matt now to stall this aggression. And we see here he's not even going to give the Circuit Challengers the opportunity to attack because the Aura Sing flip is simply going to delete them.
Andrew Richardson, focusing on pushing damage to the base, gets an attack in with the Masasi Group Marines and now an attack in with Harrison Dula. Hera only doing 2 damage because that Harrison Dula leader unit is debuffed by the kill switch, but still restoring 1. In terms of base HP, Andrew Richardson is far ahead, but in terms of board presence, it's Matt Freed who now has the advantage with that Aura Sing flip. Andrew spending a lot of resources, though, bringing out Tantive 4, a very powerful unit in the space arena. When played, healing 4 damage from Andrew's base because a friendly unit was defeated this phase, and offering a powerful 5/8 restore 2. Matt probably needs to find something to answer that Tantive 4 in the space arena, even though he's getting control of the ground. Now, what do we have here? I believe it is a betrayed trust from Matt Freed, making it so that that Harris and Dula ground leader unit can't deal combat damage. That will allow these other units to attack and to defeat Hera. And look at this, nothing left to fear on the Cutthroat Pod Racer, +2/+2, and can defeat a non-leader unit with power equal to or less than the chosen unit. That works across arenas and defeats the Tantive 4. It looks like actually we saw a rethink of that play. It got put on Aura Sing instead of the Pod Racer, allowing Aura Sing to attack and defeat Hera and the Pod Racer to attack base. Great plays by Matt Freed here.
Yeah, both players showing they know exactly what they need to do. The proper play once the Aura Sing has stabilized the ground arena is to present some sort of threat in space to try and finish the game. So the Tanta 4, a great choice by Andrew Richardson. That massive 8 health really required a removal spell from Matt. Matt then pairing his deck building, knowing this Aura Sing leader flip is potentially vulnerable to threats in space, has that removal spell ready to go. Turns out the +2/+2 from the Nothing Left to Fear lined up super well with the stats of that Tanta 4, was also able to use that betrayed trust to make a clean trade into the Harrison Duo leader. So Andrew had the potential out to this Aura Sing board control, but Matt had the answer to Andrew's answer, and we're left once the dust has settled with really strong dominance from Matt across the ground arena.
Another large unit being played by Andrew Richardson, though. This time it is the Beach Patrol AT-ACT and 8-9 Overwhelm. Andrew spends all his resources to get this unit on the field, and it does look like Matt Freed could defeat it just with the forces currently on the board. But Matt would have to trade all of his existing units for this Beach Patrol AT-ACT if he can't find some other answer or bonus damage somehow.
Yeah, I think it's easy to feel demoralized once a control deck has really stabilized board presence and sort of deleted all of your current efforts. But Andrew showing absolute persistence here. He says, I know how I can still win this game. I am going to be able to present large threat after large threat. We started with that Tantum 4. Now we've got this Beach Patrol AT-ACT, which, as you say, Matt can deal with, but it's going to lead to a full board reset for Matt if it stands as it does now. All 3 units forced to crash into that massive threat. And we know that there's more threats in hand for Andrew. We see a Rey Skywalker, another 9 power unit looking to join the battlefield as soon as next turn. Matt potentially saying, I'm tired of playing board control. I think I can turn this into a race. I'm going to send all my damage to base.
Yeah. Matt Freed focuses on the base here, brings out Django Fett, a shielded 6/5 on attack can exhaust an enemy unit. And I believe that with Django's arrival on this field, we now have Matt Freed threatening lethal damage while Andrew Richardson, might be able to swing for a mighty 8 with that Beach Patrol AT-ACT, but would not be in a position to win the game in one attack. Now, we could potentially see a use of Overwhelm here. That AT-ACT could defeat the Pod Racer, for instance, and still do a lot of Overwhelm to the base. Let's see what Andrew Richardson decides.
Yeah, even if Andrew's able to take out one of those units, Matt Freed still potentially threatening lethal off the basis of the power of the 3 remaining. So now it is Andrew who's in the position of needing to stop one of these threats from Matt. The Beach Patrol AT-ACT can attack and it would deal 7 overwhelm if it attacks into that Cutthroat Pod Racer, for example. That would bring Matt Freed to 23, but we would still have 6 from the Django, 4 from the Vandor Rage Troopers, and 3 from the Aura Sing. That's a total of 13, enough to get Andrew to 28. But also importantly, Tower, Andrew does have to start this turn by attacking with that Beach Patrol AT-ACT. If he doesn't, that Jango Fett has an upgrade on it. On attack, Jango Fett is able to exhaust an enemy unit. And so if Matt's able to get an attack off with that Jango before Andrew's able to attack with the Beach Patrol AT-ACT, the Beach Patrol AT-ACT is never going to get the opportunity to attack this turn.
Oh, but look at this. Lost and Forgotten from Andrew Richardson, defeating that Django Fett unit and healing 3 damage from the base. But Matt Freed does have an exhaust option even without Django Fett. Hold for questioning, exhausting the Beach Patrol AT-ACT, looking at Andrew's hand and gets to discard a card that shares an aspect with it. So either this Jin Urso ground unit or the Ray ground unit both share that command aspect and could be discarded here.
Yeah, that does present a choice for Matt. That Ray, obviously a huge threat waiting in the rings, but with so many resources spent, Andrew wouldn't be able to play it this turn. So the Jin Urso potentially threatening an exhaust of another one of Matt's units. Taking that from hand, Matt says, okay, I'm gonna actually potentially stop something disruptive that you can do. But unfortunately for Matt, the other card in Andrew's hand was that Sentinel, that stalwart fleet trooper. So it's nonetheless going to present a little bit of a roadblock to Matt. Matt says, doesn't worry me, my Aura Sing is going to take it out right away.
Yeah. So now Matt Freed is pretty far away from having lethal this turn, thanks to the Django Fett unit being defeated, the healing from that Lost and Forgotten event, and now the Stalwart Fleet Trooper acting as a roadblock. But Matt could still potentially deal 8 damage this turn, and still has 6 resources to play with. Let's see what he can do using some of those resources. What card is he playing? It is Common Cause, giving a unit +1/+1 for each different aspect among units you control. I believe that's going to be a +3/+3. Then attacks the base with both of these units, getting Andrew Richardson's base up to 23 damage. And I don't think Andrew Richardson has an out here. Either of those 4 cost units would now have lethal. Andrew Richardson scoops it up.
Yeah, really, really well done by Matt Freed. Was able to get to a commanding position off the basis of that Aura Sing flip. Never let go of the gas after that. Understood when it was time to switch from controlling Andrew Richardson's board to actually pushing damage to base. Didn't blink when Andrew deployed that Beach Patrol AT-ACT for the first time. Could have thrown all 3 of his units into taking it off the board, but instead, no, it's time for me to become the aggressor. You've put all of your eggs into one basket, and I'm going to show you that was the wrong basket because I can end this game before I ever give you the chance to attack with that massive walker.
Very interesting game. Matt Freed was able to stabilize in the mid game and then was able to navigate the late game, even with Andrew Richardson playing some powerful units. Now, I believe we are taking a quick look at Matt Freed's Aura Sing deck here. Look at the options that this Vigilance Villainy leader has to play with.
I immediately clock 2 things, Tower. Of course, it's hard to not zero in on the bottom right corner of this screen. Matt is living the control player's dream in a draft, potentially 3 massive board wipes across that Fear and Dead Men, that single reactor ignition, and that Rhydonium detonation. He pairs that, of course, with the certain point of view. His ability to turn off the aspect penalty on those means there's so much control potential for Matt. Looks like Andrew with this Harrison Dula deck slightly lower on the curve. We didn't see anything above the 6 resource cost for the event side of things, potentially a couple higher cost units. We saw that Tantive 4, we saw that Beach Patrol, we saw that Ray Skywalker. So definitely some things for him to play with even in the later phases of the game. But Matt, seeing Matt, sometimes these Aura Sing players have more traditional curves, sort of units going all the way up. Matt really leaning heavily into the control aspect of his Aura Sing leader, which means Andrew knows from reviewing the deck list that he has to deal with as many as 3 board wipes over the course of this game.
Yeah, it's kind of a tale of two opposites there. Matt Freed with a lower curve for his units, but some very high end events, while Andrew Richardson has some quite high end units, but isn't playing any of those big events.
Yeah, of course, we've said this before, Tower, but anytime a player doesn't have a turn 1 play, we do have to give a little bit of an asterisk to the results of that game because sometimes their decks just don't cooperate and can be very, very difficult and limited to come back from an early game disadvantage, particularly if you are the aggressor in that matchup. In our game 1, Andrew Richardson did not have a turn 1 play. That was exactly the wrong start for this Harrison Duel leader, needing to push through damage before the Aura Sing leader can grind things to a halt. He did, of course, have that powerful King Jairus on 4 resources that helped stabilize things by bouncing that buffed up Black Sun Patroller from Matt Freed. But at the same time, that combination of plays didn't provide the aggression that it seems like Andrew Richardson is going to need to finish this game before Matt Freed really controls things. So fingers crossed for Andrew here that he's able to start out with a unit, and it looks like he does.
Okay. Andrew Richardson leads us off with the Liberated Wookiee, and it's, I believe, the Alkenzi Patroller for Matt Freed, a 2/1 Sentinel in the Space Arena. Might be useful to have if Andrew Richardson ends up playing bigger, higher end space units like that Tantive 4 again. The Alkenzi Patroller's stats aren't the best, but it can at least absorb an attack with that Sentinel keyword. Andrew Richardson attacks 2 damage to Matt Freed's base. We then see, I believe, a Cage Elite played by Matt Freed, and Andrew Richardson plays the Masasi Group Marines. Matt Freed now deciding, do I want to attack Do I want to attack with the Alkenzi patrollers or just take the initiative? And initiative is the choice. That Cage Elite is a 2-3 with raid 2. So would be able to attack and trade with the Masasi Group Marines here, or could attack and defeat the liberated Wookiee while remaining on the field. Let's see
Yeah,
what Matt
absolutely the
chooses
right
to do.
choice. If he'd attacked with the Alkenzi patroller, Andrew would have claimed, and then that Masasi group Marines would threaten to simply eat the Cage Elite and stay alive with 2 HP remaining, not enough to be targeted down by that Aura Sing leader. So by claiming Matt gives himself the agency to determine whether there's going to be a trade or looks like simply eat that liberated Wookiee.
That's right. The Cage Elite still on the field with 1 HP. Now, the Masasi Group Marines could still attack and defeat the Cage Elite while remaining on the field themselves and just taking that 2 damage. Andrew Richardson deciding what to do. We see that lost and forgotten in hand again for Andrew, but there aren't enough resources to play it at this phase, and there isn't a really good target just yet. He's instead going to use the splash base, play Kanan Jarrus, and decides to bounce the Alkenzi Patroller here, but maybe rethinking it. Now, Andrew does have a command unit in play, so could use Kanan's ability to bounce the Cage Elite instead, and decides, actually, I like that more. Let's send that Cage Elite back to hand.
Yeah, Matt Freed could choose to replay the Cage Elite, but the Masasi Group Marine's still available to take it out. Potentially, the right thing for Matt to do here is exactly what he does. He says, all right, I'll bide my time. I'm going to attack for 2 with this Alkenzi Patroller, force you to throw your attack. Now the Masasi Group Marines is exhausted, and Matt has a little more agency to deploy something to the board.
And it is going to be that Cage Elite unit that was just bounced by Kanan Jarrus, taking the field again and joined there by the Imperial Door Technician. So Matt Freed dealt a bit of a setback by that Kanan Jarrus bounce ability, but decides to just replay the Cage Elite, who is, of course, now full HP, and another small unit to boot. We are now reaching the 5 resource mark, which does mean that Harrison Dula can be deployed this turn. Andrew Richardson, with the initiative, has the opportunities for some favorable combats and takes one here. The Masasi Group Marine unit attacking and defeating that Cage Elite.
Yeah, a bit
Let's
surprised it wasn't the Kanan Jarrus to crash into the Cage Elite, keeping that 4-4 Masasi group Marines at full health. Because right now, the Imperial Door Technician could finish off the Masasi Group Marines, ultimately healing 2 from Matt's base and deleting that unit. I think between the two, you're less worried about restoring damage right now. You'd rather have additional power, so sacrificing the Kanan Jarrus for those 2 units to trade a little bit better. But potentially, Andrew, looking at the cards in his hand, wants to keep that double aspect for the Kanan Jarrus alive. It looks like he does have a Jaunty Light Freighter in hand that's going to potentially give experience tokens based on the number of aspects. So the triple aspect of Kanan potentially more valuable than the double aspect of Masasi Group Marines.
Yeah, and that's a you raise a good point there, Grumpy. This is really a set where aspects matter, and that they don't just matter in terms of how much you pay for things. There are also effects that are stronger or weaker based on those aspects. Now, Matt Freed plays a Ruthless Duo, does control another villainy unit, so can deal 2 damage to clear the Masasi Group Marines. Andrew Richardson attacks to Matt's base for 3 damage and 1 healing from Kanan Jarrus. Now we are going to see the Jaunty Light Freighter that we were just discussing, and there are 4 different aspects on the board for Andrew Richardson. There is Cunning, Vigilance, and Heroism from Kanan Jarrus, and the command aspect on the Jaunty Light Freighter itself means it gets 4 experience tokens, and this is essentially a 4-cost 5/5, a very powerful unit for Andrew here.
Andrew's choice now to preserve that Keaton Jarrus makes perfect sense for this turn. And Matt now probably quite grateful to have that Alkenzi Patroller as a sentinel all the way back from the first action phase of the game, because that's going to soak up at least 1 attack from this Jaunty Light Freighter and buy a little bit more time for Matt to get to that 7 resource Harrison Dula.
Yeah,
Sorry, 7 resource Orison.
and it is worth noting that I believe we are here on the 5 resource turn, and Andrew Richardson will be able to deploy Harrison Dula to add some extra pressure. So, this board is already looking a bit favorable for Andrew, and it's going to be even more so once that leader arrives. So Matt Freed may be forced to play defensively for the next turn or two until until Aura Singh can show up and try to even the tide. There's the Harrison Dula leader unit deploying after an attack from the Imperial Door Technician, attacks the base, another 3 damage on that base, and 1 point healed from Andrew Richardson's base. We're now looking at 12 damage for Matt, 4 damage for Andrew.
Yeah, if Matt didn't have that Alkenzi patroller, I would say things were looking a little bit grim because that Jaunty Light Freighter would be threatening to crash in for 5 damage. Because the Alkenzi patroller is going to soak up all 5 of that damage, despite having only 1 HP, it could potentially buy Matt the time he needs to get to that Aura Sing flip. And if he could flip Aura Sing now, he would take out that Jaunty Light Freighter without question. I wouldn't be surprised to see him take out that Jaunty Light Freighter, even if it takes 2 damage back from the Alkenzi patroller.
Yeah, I think a unit that can swing for 5 damage in the space arena is really not necessarily what you want to see, especially because it seems like Matt Freed's forces are focused in the ground arena. Matt adds to that ground arena even more with a droid laser turret, the 2-1 shielded sentinel. So now he has sentinels in both arenas, holding off some of Andrew Richardson's aggression. Andrew now plays a sentinel of his own, the Canto Bite security. And now, if Matt Freed makes any attacks with the units, he'll be giving Andrew Richardson credits with which to get closer to some of those powerful endgame cards.
And importantly, Andrew Richardson has now diversified the threats that Matt would like to eliminate with Aura Singh. Both Canto Bight Security and the Jaunty Light Freighter have 5 health at the moment. Perfect targets for Aura Singh on the flip, but Aura Singh can't deal with both of them. So Matt's going to be forced to choose, do I want to send both my Ruthless Duo and my Imperial Door Technician to deal with this Canto Bight Security? But as you know, Tower, that's going to give Andrew Richardson 2 credits in a deck that we know is playing Rey Skywalker, that we know is playing that Beach Patrol. Instead, if he chooses to deal with the Jaunty Light Freighter, if he chooses to take out the Canto Bight security, he doesn't have a way to deal with the Jaunty Light Freighter. So these 2 threats doing a really nice job of pinning Matt Freed's options both this turn and next.
We see a hold from questioning from Matt Freed, getting to exhaust one of Andrew Richardson's units, look at the hand, and discard a card that shares an aspect with that unit. But he has a tough choice. What does he want to exhaust here? What aspects is he looking for? If we exhaust Hera or the Jaunty Light Freighter, he can discard a command or heroism card. If he discards Kanan, though, he would be able to discard a vigilance or cunning card. Or I'm sorry, if he exhausts Kanan, it's going to be Hera who gets exhausted. And looking at the hand, there we do see there's still that lost and forgotten, and it's an illegal target because it's vigilance only. But this Ray and this Tantive 4, two powerful endgame units, could both be discarded here. Which one will
Yeah,
Matt
I
Freed
think
choose?
I think either way, those 2 units are going to be more enticing than the Lost and Forgotten. Matt currently has nothing on the board that really is an attractive target for removal, whereas both the Tantive and the Ray give Andrew the kind of late game finishing power that can come back from an Aura Sing leader flip. So no surprise there to see Matt take the Tantive. That's the unit that's going to come out a little bit earlier, and he's going to therefore hopefully stall some more aggression from Andrew for just one more turn.
I think that's a good point, Grumpy. And also, being a space unit, the Tantive would be more difficult for these ground units to mess with. So, a strong option for Andrew Richardson removed here. And we are about to be on the Aura Sing flip turn, which could be a big turn here for Matt Freed, trying to turn the momentum around and stop being so heavily on the defensive.
Yeah, it is going to force a choice, though. Do you use that Aura Sing ability on the Canto Bight security, or do you use it on the Jaunty Light Freighter? And before that, do you try and deal with this Kanan Jarrus that just has 2 HP left, potentially attacking into it with that Ruthless Duo or that Imperial Door Technician? I suppose you can't do that because it's protected by the Canto Bight security. So if you want to get access to the Kanan Jarrus, you first have to flip the Aura Sing to deal with the security. But if you do that, you then leave the 5/5 or now the 5/3 Jaunty Freighter alive in space to crash through for 5 damage a turn. This board is presenting a huge puzzle for Matt Freed.
Yeah, and it looks like he's contemplating his options here, Grumpy, thinking how best to stave off the aggression from Andrew Richardson. And we know Andrew Richardson has some strong late game plays. We know
Yeah.
there's that Lost and Forgotten. We know there's the Ray unit that is immune to a lot of effects that would be able to defeat other late game plays. So Matt Freed has to think not only how do I counter this board, but also how do I get into a state where I'll be able to counter some of the powerful units that I know might be arriving later.
I think Matt has forced himself into the position where he has to use Aura Sync to take out the Canto Bight security. And why I say that is he took the Tantive from Andrew's hand, but left him with the Ray. If Matt this turn attacks that Canto Bight security with any unit, and he simply has to start dealing with these ground threats, It's going to give Andrew Richardson a credit, which is going to allow Andrew Richardson to play that massive, undestructible 9-9. Can't be removed by events, can't be taken by Matt Freed. Simply can't afford to let Roy join the battlefield this turn, so has to leave that Jaunty Light Freighter alive.
Oh, look at this though. Andrew Richardson counters with a Zeb Aurelios, and he has the command unit to do the full 5 damage, defeating the ruthless duo there. And now Matt Freed's board has shrank further. He only has relatively light units on the field, and Zeb Aurelios is a 4/4 Sentinel. None of those units are able to defeat Zeb in one go.
That's very true. I see that Matt in his hand does have a break in case of emergency radonium detonation, does have the option to simply return or remove all non-leader units on the board. He's going to hold off that for a second, but one thing that's very scary for Matt Tower is if Andrew gets to the next turn and can deploy Rey Skywalker, she is functionally immune to those board destruction effects that Matt has included in his deck. That's going to give Andrew the absolute finishing power he needs if Matt can't figure out something very, very quickly.
Matt Freed in maybe a bit of a stressful spot here. He has substantially more damage on his base than Andrew does on his own base. And Andrew has the board advantage here as well. Matt Freed has a bunch of resources, and he's opting to go for the reset. It's the Rhydonium detonation. Each player may return a non leader unit to its owner's hand, then defeat all non leader units. Andrew Richardson opts to return Zeb Aurelios to his hand. And I think for Matt Freed, I believe it was the droid laser turret.
Yeah, absolutely makes sense for Matt Freed holding on to that shielded sentinel. Gonna be clutch in future turns. Can definitely block an attack from that Rey Skywalker. For Andrew, I could see both that Zeb and potentially taking that Jaunty Light Freighter. But the problem with the Jaunty Light Freighter is it needs other aspects to get those experience counters. And with all of the other units being defeated, particularly that Kane and Jairus going to the discard pile, it's unlikely that that Jaunty Light Freighter would be able to come out again as a 5/5. So without the Zeb, without the Kanan, I think definitely the Zeb, the better choice to hold on to, potentially getting that very explosive win played.
Andrew Richardson attacks Matt's base with Hera. Matt attacks Andrew's Hera with Aura Sing. Then going into the next turn, Andrew Richardson again attacking base with Hera. We're up to 16 damage on Matt Freed's base, and Andrew Richardson has healed all the way down to just 1 damage on his own base. Now, Matt did get a chunk of healing himself from that Imperial Door Technician leaving the board. Aura Singh attacks and defeats Hera, and Andrew opts to play Rey, a 9/9 unit. Opponents can't take control of this unit, and this unit can't be defeated by enemy card abilities. This is going to be a massive threat that cannot be removed easily by a lot of the effects in Matt Freed's death. Even the mighty single reactor ignition would not defeat this Rey Skywalker ground unit. Matt has to find an answer, chooses to develop the droid laser turret that was bounced back to hand by that detonation earlier. This is going to be a 2/1 shielded sentinel. Rey doesn't have saboteur, doesn't have overwhelm, so this is something that can potentially hold her back, at least for now. But we know Andrew Richardson still has, if nothing else, that copy of Lost and Forgotten, which could defeat that droid laser turret and open the path for Rey.
Yeah, I think that's absolutely going to be the path for Andrew here. He wants that Ray to connect with Matt Space at all costs. Even though the droid laser turret just costs 3, it's absolutely worth it to spend your 6 resources to remove it if it means you have a chance to crash in with Ray before Matt can assemble enough damage to deal with her.
That is exactly what Andrew Richardson chooses to do. Lost and Forgotten, defeating that droid laser turret and healing the last damage off of Andrew Richardson's base. 16 damage on Matt's base. Andrew Richardson's base is unharmed. But okay, we're gonna buy some time. Matt Freed plays Betrayed Trust, and for the rest of this phase, that Rey Skywalker ground unit can't deal combat damage. So then Andrew Richardson, I believe, taking the initiative. Matt Freed ambushes the Rey Skywalker ground unit there with Mylodon Rider, inflicting 5 damage and not taking damage back thanks to that Betrayed Trust event. Let's see what happens next. Aura Singh attacks in. That Rey Skywalker unit is left with just 1 HP, but is still on the field, threatening to hit Matt Freed for a very powerful swing. Is there some kind of attack pump Andrew Richardson could use to end this game in one go?
Yeah, that betrayed trust there doing massive work, both preventing that full attack from the Rey Skywalker, as well as allowing Matt to get 8 damage while still leaving both of his units on the field. Andrew, of course, is going to be able to kick things off with a full attack from Rey. Looks like there's not going to be a pump, so it's going to be a massive 9 to base that's going to bring Matt to 25. Any single 2 power or greater threat from Andrew is now going to threaten to end the game. Matt will be able to take out the Ray any number of ways this action phase, but is going to have to be wary of any other card that Andrew plays from his hand.
Really exciting finale here. That betrayed trust was crucial for Matt Freed, got him much closer to stabilization, but Ray was able to get at least one attack in, and now there's only 2 HP left on Matt Freed's base. Even like the weakest early game units might be able to end the game here. Matt Freed attacks Andrew Richardson's base with Aura Sing, inflicting 3 damage there rather than going for the Ray Skywalker ground unit. And now Andrew Richardson, I see a Jin Urso in hand. We could potentially exhaust that Mylodon rider here.
Yeah,
What will
I
Andrew
really
Richardson do?
not sure about that attack by the Aura Sing. It seems like he's trying to bide some time, potentially has a clean answer in his hand, but it gives Andrew the opportunity to potentially deploy another lethal threat. Here comes this ambushing space unit, and all of a sudden, Andrew presenting check in both the space and ground arena, forcing Matt to have answers to both of those units this turn. Can, of course, still answer the Ray with those Mylodon Riders, but then any ground unit from Andrew is going to present another check in the space and ground arena. So, really not understanding why Matt here chose to put that 3 to base from Orasing rather than putting that 3 from Orasing into the Ray, at least taking off the biggest threat from the board.
Yeah, the Smugglers YT 2400 now threatening Matt Freed in the space arena, as well as the Ray Skywalker ground unit threatening Matt Freed in the ground arena. Now, that Mylodon Rider could trade with Ray, but you would be losing a powerful unit to do that. And Andrew Richardson could potentially play more units on the ground. Matt Freed looks to be maybe in a spot of trouble. What does he have in his hand that could get him out of this scenario? We are going to see the trade. The Mylodon Rider attacks and defeats Ray, but both the Mylodon Rider unit and the Ray unit are defeated there, and that allows Andrew Richardson plays Jin Urso out of aspect, giving an experience. I do think gives the experience there actually to the Smugglers YT 2400. Now, I do think it might have been a little stronger for Andrew Richardson to actually play Jin Urso before the Smugglers YT 2400 and exhaust the Mylodon Rider, because then Matt would have really had to search for an answer for Ray. But we did it in this order. Matt Freed still can't answer both of these units, and that's going to be a concession. Andrew Richardson wins.
Yeah, really just enough sustained pressure, especially off the back of that Zeb Aurelius, able to make it through a full Rhydonium detonation, following it up with that almost undefeatable Ray, right? Matt forced to put so many resources into defeating her, a betrayed trust, and 2 full attacks, still not enough to clear the Ray from the board. Then Andrew ultimately able to push enough damage to pin Matt from both arenas. Well played by Andrew, bringing us to a game 3 for the semifinal.
Yeah, so looking again, look at those top end units for this Harrison Dula deck. Tantive 4, Ray, the Mercenary Fleet, the Beach Patrol ATACT, the Phoenix Squadron Fighters, and there's one other large blue unit there that I cannot quite make out. Can you recognize what that one
I think
is,
that's
Grumpy?
the
The second 8
industrious
cost?
team.
The Industrious Team, that's right. So not only a powerful unit, but also a piece of removal. This is a really powerful high end for this Harrison Dula build.
Yeah, Tower, both of our semifinals players seeming like they're trying to do an imitation of premier decks. We have that Aura Sing deck with 3 full board wipes, and here the Harrison Dula saying, I'm actually going to play a ramp deck. I've got 2 copies of Windfall, the ability to get 3 credits. I've got this stockpile that's going to let me ramp twice. I've got the Max Rebo Band that's going to give me a credit every turn, so I can get to this huge collection of haymakers. I think that's not a strategy that we see very often come together in Limited, but obviously it worked for Matt in the or it worked for Andrew in the quarterfinals, and he's now bringing it to the semifinals. Was able to take game 2 from Matt. Now Matt also has to know, even once I stabilize the board off this Aura Sing flip, Andrew's going to have haymaker after haymaker to present absolutely massive threats across both arenas. Makes for a super, super interesting matchup. A very true to control Aura Sing limited deck, followed by ultimately a ramp Harrison Dula deck.
Yeah, should be interesting to see what can happen here as we move into this third and final. We've had a lot of these nice close 3 game matches today and yesterday, Grumpy. This has been an exciting event for sure.
Very much getting our values worth from these streamed matches.
All right. Let's see what
Having
happens
lost
here.
game two is going to start game three with initiative, potentially giving him the opportunity to make some favorable trades or set up good use of that Aura Sing leader ability, trying to hold Andrew back to make it to that flip turn. But now that we know the full dynamic of both of these decks, Andrew not necessarily trying to win this game before the Aura Sing flip, potentially just trying to win this game off the back of the absolute monster units on his top end.
All right, we do see the Black Sun Patroller leading things off for Matt Freed, solid 2-2 shielded unit in the space arena. Andrew Richardson exhausting 2 resources of his own and playing the Liberated Wookiee, a 2 cost 2/4 on the ground. All right, Matt Freed thinking about what to do next here, tapping the card there. Maybe a tough resource decision here for Matt Freed. And as we know, those resource decisions can be critical in Star Wars Unlimited TCG.
Yeah, it looks like
What
the
will
card he's hovering over might be a Cage Elite, which is that 2/3 Raid 2 Saboteur that we saw played in game two. If he can get that safely deployed on the board, offers a potential nice trade into that Liberated Wookiee, but we saw it ultimately get bounced by the Cannon Jarrus. We know Andrew Richardson does have some early game disruption. So I'm at trying to figure out what is the best use of my resources on this 3 resource turn.
Oh, yeah, let's see how we do it. It's going to be the Droid Laser Turret again for Matt Freed, a card that has definitely slowed Andrew Richardson down in the past. Andrew Richardson responding using the splash base and playing the Canyon Frontrunner. So on attack, if no other units have attacked this phase, including enemy units, you may give a unit -2 power for this phase. This does mean that Andrew Richardson could potentially take the initiative, attack at the top of the next turn, and debuff that turret. Matt Freed instead takes the initiative to prevent that, and Andrew Richardson decides to trade 2 damage on that liberated Wookiee in exchange for clearing the shield token from the droid laser turret.
Yeah, not the ideal 3 resource turn for Andrew there, playing a little bit under curve. But unless Matt has multiple copies of the droid laser turret in his deck, ultimately might be a relief for Andrew to get that out of the way because he knows that if he can get to the later turns of this game and throws down his threats like that Walker or the Ray, that there won't be that shielded sentinel to stop them from connecting with base.
All right. Matt Freed once again taking his time thinking about the resource decision here. Must have a pretty strong hand, I think. It looks like he's perhaps going to resource a Ruthless Duo, which I think is really quite a good card. So I think the rest of his hand must be cards that he wants even more.
Yeah, it has to attack with something to prevent that Canyon Frontrunner from doing the devastating -2/-0. It's going to be the droid laser turret.
Droid Laser Turret trades with that Canyon Frontrunner, so both of those ground units defeated. Andrew Richardson does have the Liberated Wookiee in position to potentially attack Matt Freed's base, but first is going to play a different card. Uh, and I believe it is I think that's going to be a seasoned tracker there, the 4/4 hidden unit.
Yeah, just a perfectly on rate 4 drop. Nothing to worry about there, but does develop the board a little bit a nice threat.
Matt Freed responds with a kill switch on Andrew Richardson's Liberated Wookiee, then uses Aura Sing to defeat the Liberated Wookiee, which only had 1 HP remaining. Then we see a Black Sun Kabbalist once again buffing the the Black Sun fighter over there, which swings on into the base. That Black Sun patroller dealing 3 damage thanks to that experience token.
Yeah, after all said and done, Matt probably pretty happy with how this has turned out. Getting to that 5 resource phase with no damage on base off the back of that droid laser turret being a shielded sentinel. Andrew, however, can't be too upset. Has a nice 4-4. Harrison Dula gonna join the fray. This action phase probably crash through for another 3 to base. So at least 7 base threatening to connect with Matt this turn. It's a good chunk of the way towards the 27 that Andrew's gonna need.
Yeah, and it is also worth noting that with some different sequencing, Andrew Richardson could have done an additional 2 damage last turn. He opted to play that season tracker before potentially attacking with the liberated Wookiee, and the liberated Wookiee ended up being exhausted and defeated. If Andrew Richardson had attacked with the Wookiee first, that could have been 2 damage in. Here, though, we see a Smuggler's YT-2400 for Andrew Richardson played with no ambush. Then an attack to the base from the Black Sun Cabalist. Harrison Dula deploys and then gets hit by hold for questioning, which is then going to discard a Deveronian doorbuster from the hand.
Yeah, that doorbuster there, the only legal target because the other two cards don't share an aspect with Harrison Dula. But that being said, Andrew has started to develop quite the sizable fighting force. Has that 1 unit in the space arena, 2 units in the ground arena. The decision not to ambush, I think, a good one because it's going to give him a likely chance to connect to base with that 4 power attack.
Yeah. Andrew Richardson's board significantly stronger than Matt Freed's at this point in the game. Andrew has taken a little bit more damage on his base, though, and we know that Aura Singh has yet to deploy. But there is Kanan Jarrus, this time played using Harrison Dula's ability. And that is going to bounce the buffed Black Sun Patroller back to hand. All of a sudden, this space arena looking very favorable for Andrew Richardson, and the ground arena looking pretty good for him, too. I believe that is Django Fett taking the field, though, for Matt Freed. Certainly a powerful card on that side as well. 6/5 shielded on attack. If this unit is upgraded, exhaust an enemy unit. This could cause a lot of problems for Andrew Richardson.
Yeah, Matt looking to do probably a trade and an exhaust to start the 7 resource turn.
Andrew Richardson attacks to the base there, 3 damage on Matt Freed's base, plus a point restored from Andrew's own base with Harrison Dula leader unit there. And now it looks like the Onaka Gang Starhopper swings for 2 more damage on Andrew's base. Andrew attacks with that seasoned Hunter ground unit for another 4 damage. And now Matt Freed thinking, do I want the attack with the Black Sun Cabalist or do I want the initiative? Ends up taking the attack. Andrew Richardson attacks with the Smuggler's YT-2400. Now Matt Freed takes the initiative, and then Andrew Richardson is going to develop the board even further. And we see a Rhodian Bondsman taking the field, a smaller unit, but still another threat. And Matt Freed's base HP rapidly dwindling here, 15 damage on, only 12 remaining.
Yeah, we've crucially reached 7 resources, so Aura Singh will be able to join the fray this turn. We've also got that Django Fett threatening to potentially attack into the Harrison Dula and exhaust some other unit, potentially that seasoned tracker. Aura Singh also removing another unit, but because Andrew Richardson has been able to build such a wide fighting force, he's going to have opportunities to push through additional damage, bringing Matt likely into the 20s after this action phase. And that gets us to the point that we saw with the game that Andrew Richardson won previously. He's got enough huge haymakers in his deck that he can eventually present lethal threat after lethal threat. And Matt's going to be forced into the very difficult position of having to answer literally everything that Andrew Richardson puts onto the board.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Andrew Richardson's deck, maybe not the most aggressive that we've ever seen, but he is still managing to put the pressure onto Matt Freed with the combination of solid early game plays and some really threatening late game plays. Matt Freed, thinking about what to do here, does have the initiative. We could see a Harrison Dula flip that could, you could immediately defeat the Smuggler's YT-2400, for instance, or uh, I'm sorry, it's an Aura Singh flip. You could also flip Aura Singh and defeat Kanan. You could defeat the seasoned tracker. You probably just want to get as much damage off the field as possible, but maybe it would be more efficient to attack with Django instead. What do you think, Grumpy?
I think we also have the question, is Matt Freed holding on to any of his board wipes? We've got Rhydonium Detonation that could come out on 7 resources. We've got Fear and Deadman that could deal 4 damage to Andrew Richardson's entire team. That would clear a number of units on its own. I think the amount of time that he's thinking suggests he probably doesn't have either of those answers. But then we have to ask, does he have the copy of Single Reactor Ignition? That would potentially let him start the 8 resource turn with a board wipe and is absolutely going to affect the sequencing that he wants to choose this turn. I think what he's choosing between is the Django attack or the Aura flip. It's going to be the Django attack to kill a unit and then potentially exhaust an opposing unit.
Yeah, and look at this. Matt Freed opts to attack the Rhodian Bondsman. Now, normally that would be a much lower priority card to attack and defeat. I think what this means is that Matt Freed wants to get access to that credit token. Maybe this is an opportunity to go for that single reactor ignition or something now that there are 8 resources available. I'm not
Yeah,
entirely sure, but I think
that
otherwise
attack
you
is
have to choose a different target.
that attack has to be bad news for Andrew because it's not minimizing the damage on board, but it is ramping Matt to 8, which means here it comes. It's the board wipe.
That is right. The single reactor ignition, fueled by the credit token that Matt Freed gained from attacking and defeating that Rhodian bondsman. Defeat all units. For each enemy unit defeated this way, deal 1 damage to its controller's base. That is going to be a hard hit against Andrew Richardson's base. 4 separate units were defeated. Also, it wipes the board completely, and that Aura Singh leader can still potentially be deployed to immediately defeat whatever Andrew Richardson plays. That's exactly what we see. The Masasi Group Marine ground unit immediately defeated by Matt Freed's Aura Singh leader deployment. Andrew Richardson doesn't have another play, and Aura Singh is now the only unit left on the field. Additionally, the damage is adding up fast on Andrew Richardson's base. Matt Freed may have turned the corner.
That was a very high risk, high reward play because if Matt Freed, by giving the credit token to Andrew Richardson, enabled a Ray Skywalker in response to the single reactor ignition, Matt Freed would have likely lost on the spot. Lucky for Matt, Andrew had nothing but a Masasi Group Marines and now a second one to start this turn. Andrew desperately needs to pick up one of those haymakers from his deck, but so far it seems his deck is not cooperating.
It's another Masasi Group Marines for Andrew Richardson, only to be ambushed and defeated by a Mylodon rider. But now we see Andrew Richardson playing Incapacitate, the -2/-2, enough to defeat the weakened Mylodon rider unit. But once again, Matt Freed, the only one with units left on the board. We know Andrew Richardson has a bunch of powerful large units, but he's not finding them yet. I think we just saw him draw the Beach Patrol AT-ACT, though, so that could be another unit threatening lethal damage to Matt Freed's base in just one attack. Will he have that? And will Matt Freed have an answer?
Yeah, Matt Freed currently holding on to a pretty large fistful of cards. I think that's 5. Definitely several answers in his deck. We saw the single reactor ignition. There's definitely still a Rhydonium detonation either in the deck or in the resources. So he will have some outs if Andrew Richardson can deploy these big threats. But at least for Andrew Richardson, he knows he has a shot. He knows he's got one of his large answers, potentially will be able to put Matt in check off the back of that walker.
Orasing swings. Now we see the credit token spent, 7 resources exhausted, I believe. And there we have the Beach Patrol AT-ACT 8-9 overwhelm. All it is a big chunk of stats. But crucially, those are exactly the stats Andrew needs to threaten lethal. Can Matt Freed answer it? Yes, the Rhydonium detonation. Now, the Rhydonium destination returns a non-leader unit to its owner's hand, then defeats all non-leader units. So it doesn't actually kill the Beach Patrol AT-ACT. All it does is bounce it. Andrew Richardson could potentially replay it this turn.
He's not going to, though, Tower, because he drew into the Ray Skywalker, which is going to be an even harder to remove threat. So I would expect first action this turn, we are going to see Andrew Richardson slam down that 9/9. But first, he's going to take a look at the discard pile. Because this is open deck list, he's got in his mind the things that could block that from being lethal. He's going to see that droid laser turret that he dealt with all the way at the start of the game, probably relieved to know that it's out of his deck. It's not going to step in the way of a massive threat like that Walker or the Ray. So the question is, we can no longer remove this unit. What else does Matt Freed have?
Matt Freed plays Common Cause. It's going to buff Aura Singh. She gets +2 power. That's exactly what he needs for lethal. Matt Freed wins.
Wow, an incredible finish. Not one, but two board wipes from Matt Freed, buying just enough time to get Andrew Richardson in range of a lethal attack from this 3-7 leader. Most people criticize Aura Singh because she just has 3-7 stats on a 7 deploy leader, but for Matt Freed, that 3 power was just enough, boosted by that 2 from the common cause. Aura Singh swinging in for lethal, facing down what otherwise would have certainly been a lethal Ray Skywalker. What a climactic finish to this absolutely incredible semifinal.
Very well played by Matt Freed. I really thought he was in trouble that game, but he clung to life. He found the options that he needed to extend that game. And ultimately, the 3 power Aura Singh was able to swing over and over again and just barely had enough power thanks to that common cause event to close out the game. What a match that was, Grumpy. Really exciting.
Really incredible to watch. And of course, huge congratulations to Andrew Richardson, not only for doing so well in this tournament, making it all the way to a top four, is going to walk home feeling hopefully very proud of himself as well as with a large bundle of prizes, but also congratulations for drafting what's a really, really interesting draft deck, right? That Harrison dual leader turned into more of a ramp style with so much top end capitalized off by that Ray Skywalker. Really, really neat to see. We're going to bring you back now to our top eight bracket. It looks like Dylan was able to take down Amando in the semifinals, which means that Vel Sartha aggression deck is going to pair off against this Aura Singh Cunning deck for a climactic finals for our last round this tournament.
This has been a thrilling tournament to cast, Grumpy, and we are going to have the distinct pleasure of seeing our featured drafter, Dylan, in the finals. Will he be able to prevail? Don't go anywhere. We will be bringing you the finals soon, and we will find out who will take the top prize here at the Sector Qualifier in Palm Springs, California, brought to you by Star City Games.
And that's going to be all for me, actually, for this weekend. You'll be joined in just a moment by Josh Snyder of Next Gen Gaming. Tower and Josh, of course, are going to leave you in very capable hands as they help you navigate this final match. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. These games have been so, so fun. So thank you for watching and thank you for sticking with us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of this tournament. That's going to be all from me, Grumpy Elephant. I'll catch you next time.
Great casting with you, Grumpy, and stay tuned for more Star Wars Unlimited viewers. Welcome back to McClunky Gaming's coverage of the Palm Springs Sector Qualifier event brought to you by Star City Games. I'm Tower Number 9, and I am joined here by Josh Snyder as we're about to bring you our final match of the event. It's Dylan Sumner, our featured drafter from earlier today, going up against Matt Freed, who we just saw get an incredible win with his Aura Sing deck. Josh, I am excited to see what this final brings us.
Both of the streamed matches so far here in the top cut have been pure insanity. Dylan Sumner doing a fantastic job coming back, taking that match in the quarterfinals against the only undefeated player going into the top cut. And then how about Matt Freed in this crazy Aura deck, multiple board wipes that common cause just the basic common card that you don't think too much about, very unassuming, and it literally closed the door in games 1, in game 3. Absolutely fantastic stuff. You couldn't ask for a better ending here. This is going to be great.
Here's Matt Freed's Aura Sing deck using the Partisan Hideout, a Cunning splash base, and we see some very powerful cards for the end game there with that single reactor ignition, Rhydonium detonation, Fear and Dead Man, all board wipes or near board wipes. Now, in terms of units, the end game isn't as strong for Matt Freed. His curve is much more focused on early game units plus some strong removal options to deal with his opponent's board.
Yeah, that opening turn, the 2-drop slot there. He's got plenty of options for solid turn 1 plays. Also has a lot of 4-cost units as well. Little weak in the 3-drop slot. I believe that's why we saw Matt not have a 3-cost unit in one of those games. A little tougher to find one of only 3 units in the deck by turn 3, but definitely has a solid early curve there and does have some strong late game plays. Not a ton, but does have them. That Mylodon Rider, of course, a great answer and puts 5 power on the board. And we've seen Django Fett close out some games this weekend as well, Tower. Then you've got Houndstooth at the top of the curve, which can put on a little pressure in the space arena and also another piece of removal. So definitely a solid build here. And I'm excited to see it play out again because it was some really interesting lines we saw.
Yeah, and here's Dylan Sumner's build. Now, one thing that is immediately jumping out to me here, Josh, Dylan Sumner has three different early game units with only 1 HP, two copies of Leppy Lookout and the Cavern Angels X-Wing. Normally, those units, the Leppy Lookout in particular, would be very, very strong, but against an Aura Sing leader, her leader ability can just defeat them since they only have 1 HP. So, those are going to be near dead cards for Dylan Sumner here.
That is such an excellent point. Ara Singh and that action ability, deadly against these 1 HP units. So let me look out arguably the best opening play for Dylan outside of maybe that Chio Fane. We've seen Chio Fane do some good work as well. But yeah, the Leppy lookouts here, just unfortunately dead cards for Dylan, does make it a little bit more difficult in the early game. We're looking for some very specific units early. But of course, we've got some great things as we get into turn 2. We've seen that Centicaz and how well she pairs up with Velsartha's action ability, immediately getting that 4/4 Sentinel. So while the Leppy Lookout is an issue, we have some very good turn 2 and turn 3 plays, leading into, of course, the bomb Zevarelios.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. There's the fist bump as we get underway.
All right, should be exciting. Over 200 players entered the field here in Palm Springs, California. Just 2 remain. We will crown a new sector qualifier champion at the conclusion of this match. Matt Freed and Dylan Sumner, both planetary qualifier champions. They've both had great runs in major events. Matt Freed was able to day 2 the Denver sector quite a while back, and Dylan has been on a tear recently, finished in the top 32 in Atlanta a couple weeks ago, and here he is again, now playing for the title. Dylan Sumner with the initiative. It's Chio Fane to start things out, and the Black Sun Patroller for Matt Freed.
We were just discussing this Josh Chiofane, perhaps the best of Dylan Sumner's opening plays, given that those Leppy lookouts are liabilities against the Aura Sing leader, but it is just Chiofane that Dylan Sumner found. Has to be happy about that.
Definitely. You love to see it. It's in aspect. You didn't have to burn the epic action on the splash base for your turn one play. And Chio's going to get in for 2. That on attack ability, going to mean both players drawing a card, as Matt Freed will call that 2 damage. It's 2 apiece now on each base. And here comes the Haxian Aggressor. So not one of these great 3-cost units, but nevertheless, Dylan currently holding the initiative. That Haxian Aggressor can swing for 4.
The Haxian Aggressor is a big threat if Matt Freed doesn't get something going in the ground arena, Josh. 4 power on is effective 4 power on offense on a 2 cost card is a big problem. And while Matt Freed does have some good removal options, a lot of them are kind of later on in the curve. We'll see what he can put together to try and stop this Haxian Aggressor. The best might be the droid laser turret. He doesn't have it, but look at this.
Oh,
Nice
he's got
combo.
Kill Switch. I love it. Love Kill Switch with Ara Singh, giving it -1/-1. So now Dylan Sumner has to make the decision. Do we give an experience token to the Haxian Aggressor? And Dylan says absolutely. So now it's 2 HP remaining once again on the Haxian Aggressor. As Matt Free does get a credit token, will just claim the initiative. So ultimately, I think Dylan has to be happy with that exchange.
Yeah, what an interesting exchange. Matt Freed trying to set up the -1/-1 with Kill Switch to use Aura Singh's ability and defeat the Haxian Aggressor. Dylan Sumner counters with Vel Sartha's leader ability, the +1/+1 counter from that experience, getting the Haxian Aggressor out of range here with that experience token. And now Matt Freed thinking about what to do.
No presence in the ground arena right now for Matt Freed. Still just holding on to the shielded Black Sun Patroller. Will be outpaced quickly with that Haxian Aggressor, showing 4 damage still. The kill switch and that experience token essentially canceling each other out on offense.
Matt Freed thinking over his options, has the initiative, but is presented with a daunting ground arena to deal with from Dylan Sumner.
And we know that Dylan has some great 4-cost units in this deck that could be fired out here on this turn. Matt
With
Freed
that
just trying to figure
credit,
out.
Matt Freed could play a 5 cost here, but he's not going to do anything at first. It's just going to be an attack.
Trade some attacks, we will. 2 damage to Dylan Sumner's base, and it will be a total of 4 damage to Matt Freed's base with that aggressor. So Matt Freed once again faces the decision. How do we mitigate some of the pressure in the ground arena? That's a great way to do it. Tower the Cutthroat Pod Racer with just 2 HP left on the aggressor. That wind plate ability taking out the Haxian Aggressor on Dylan Sumner's side. Chio Fane will attack for 2. 8 damage on Matt Freed's base. On attack ability, both players getting another card.
Now we're going to have to see what Dylan Sumner can find to make the best use of his 4 resources here.
Centicaz not bad at all. It's a 3-5, but Velsartha will pump it up right away up to a 4-6, and it will have Sentinel. One thing to keep in mind, though, that's 2 credit tokens now for Matt Freed, so we could start seeing some of these bigger units come out. We know he has some 6-cost units in the deck.
For the last 2 turns, Dylan Sumner has played a little below maximum resource utilization. We saw a 2 cost unit on the 3 resource turn and now a 3 cost unit on the 4 resource turn. And to make matters worse, on each of those turns, Dylan Sumner has given his opponent a credit token. We could potentially see some big plays from Matt Freed coming out quite soon. And Matt Freed has the initiative. Let's see what he's going to go for as we move into this next turn.
Lots of
Matt's
options now.
Yeah, Matt's
Centicaz,
considering his options, deliberate player, not moving at the blistering speed that we saw from some earlier, but he's been getting results so far. Let's see what he does.
at this point, I love it. Take your time, think through these actions. This is the finals of a sector qualifier. Every decision, every resource decision, every attack, every action taken is magnified at this point and will have
Yeah,
huge implications.
we are in an untimed finals as well, so you can feel free to take your time, hold for questioning.
Okay, so Centicaz unit is exhausted. Matt Free taking a look at Dylan Sumner's hand will be able to discard a heroism or vigilance card. And there are, I believe, just two options, the Staccato Lightning Repeater and the Ezra Bridger.
Yeah, it looks like there are a lot of aggression only cards in that hand, or rather, there's two aggression only cards and two. I think there's a cunning card, and is that a neutral card?
Yeah, I believe it's the Kessel Hulk, that big space sentinel as well for Dylan Sumner. Matt
Well, it
Freed will
ends up being
definitely,
Ezra Bridger who gets discarded there by Matt. Definitely a
Matt
bit of a
definitely wants to
slowdown here for Dylan.
take note of those cards in hand, saw the collateral damage and the flash the vents. Some good tricks for Dylan Sumner. Geofane will attack for 2, 10 damage on Matt Freed's base. 10-4, the damage totals in favor of Dylan.
That Chiofane attack also drawing each player a card, which does mean Dylan is already getting options that Matt Freed doesn't know about back into his hand after that hold for questioning.
Geofane really expanding all of the options for both of these players. That's 3 additional cards each player has drawn off of Geofane. Here comes another 2-cost unit. It is Val for Matt Freed, an experience token off of the When Played ability onto the Cutthroat Pod Racer.
So when played, Val can give a shield token to another friendly unit, but when defeated, gives a shield token to an enemy unit. In this case, Val gives that shield to the Cutthroat Pod Racer, which now means the Pod Racer can attack and deal 4 damage to Sintikaz while not taking any damage back in return.
Dylan Sumner throwing down one of the cards that Matt did see, that Staccato Lightning Repeater, giving Geofane +3/+1, and 1 damage will be dealt to both Val and the Cutthroat Pod Racer. The Pod Racer just losing the shield token.
It's a very clean answer from Dylan, though, to the shield token on that Cutthroat Pod Racer. Now Matt Freed in a bit of a spot. That Cutthroat Pod Racer cannot attack without being defeated by the return damage here from Sintikaz, who is a Sentinel.
Black Sun Patroller getting in for 2. 2 damage on Dylan Sumner's base. And that experience token on Sintikaz really proving to be troublesome. Not only is it a Sentinel, but having that 6 HP means that even an attack from the Cutthroat Pod Racer, and it would have 2 HP remaining, dodging that action ability on Ara Singh. Quite the
Yeah, and
roadblock
now
early.
and now Dylan Sumner, I do think has a stronger position here with two fairly solid buffed units on the ground. One of them, that Sintikaz ground unit, a big obstacle as a Sentinel. Matt Freed has some decent cards of his own, but also has a bit more damage on his base. The main thing that I think Matt Freed has to give hope in this scenario is those two credit tokens that might accelerate him towards some strong plays early.
Geofane going to attack right away as Dylan Sumner had the initiative. That's 5 damage getting into Matt Freed's base, 15 damage on. Sintikaz representing some more damage as well, another 4. Matt Freed has to find an answer to this ground arena and has to find it quickly, but there's going to be another big ground threat on this turn tower. That Velsartha can deploy as well.
You are absolutely right, Josh. Vel Sartha can hit the board this turn, and even if there are no upgrades for her, she could potentially attack, use her on attack ability to give herself an experience token, and thus that Vel Sartha leader unit would be swinging right off the bat for 5 damage. And Matt Free just simply doesn't have that all that much HP left on his base. If even if he stops Cinta here, if Vel gets to deploy and attack for 5 more, Matt will have suffered 20 damage and only have 7 HP left.
It's not the spot that Matt wants to be in here.
Now,
Sintikaz. Go ahead,
Matt
Tower.
does have some board wipes, and those credits are accelerating him towards them. We could potentially see something like that hitting the board early.
Here's a play that was absolutely needed. That droid laser turret, a sentinel unit with the shield token. Matt Freed hoping that this sentinel unit will buy at least a couple actions thanks to the shield token. But now the action
Yeah,
back over to Dylan Sumner, has all those resources to work with. It looks like he's lining up a big play. The Lost and Forgotten will take it out, healing 3 damage in the process. And now, once again, that base is wide open.
You might normally think that spending a 6 resource lost and forgotten to defeat a 3 resource droid laser turret is a very inefficient play, but here I think it's just what Dylan Sumner needed to pour the aggression on. However, Matt Freed has another Sentinel using those credits.
The credits come in big, Tower. We talked about it multiple times. Those 2 credits that were stored up. Matt Freed finally able to cash in back-to-back Sentinels. And that 5-5 lining up nicely into Centicaz here because Senta only has 4 currently. However, if Dylan wanted to do so, he can buff up that Centicaz once again with that action ability on Velsartha. And of course, Velsartha, as you mentioned, can attack for 5 herself with that on attack ability, buffing her up with an experience token. So Dylan still has some options.
Yeah. Dylan has multiple, even with all of his resources spent, Dylan Sumner has multiple options here for dealing with this Night Wind assailants. We could see Velsarth's ability used to buff the Centicaz ground unit up to being a 5/7, which could then attack and defeat the Night Wind assailants unit. Or we could see the Velsartha leader unit deploy, attack and buff herself, which would give her enough power to defeat the Night Wind assailants on her own but would leave her damaged afterwards. Dylan is just going to take the initiative.
Just claiming the initiative. Very interesting. Really curious what he has in his hand. We're going to see 2 damage coming through for the Black Sun Patroller. Maybe he has a solid answer to that Sentinel unit that just is more efficient than what we have with these 2 possible units. We're going to see some more attacks here. The Cutthroat Pod Racer will deal 4 damage to Centicaz, and then that will conclude that turn.
One thing that I think is also possible is that Dylan may want to try and find an answer to the Nightwind assailants that doesn't give Matt Freed a credit. He knows Matt Freed has powerful board wipe effects from seeing the deck list, may not want to potentially ramp his opponent into those. So we could, for instance, see Dylan Sumner instead attacking with Chio Fane here, which with that staccato lightning repeater attached would be enough to defeat the Nightwind assailants in one go.
Absolute fantastic point, Tower. Dylan Sumner has options once again. We're back where we started, staring down the Nightwind Assailants, the 5 HP Sentinel unit. How does Dylan Sumner start? We know that there is Flash the Vents. We've seen it earlier, and he's going to play it here. Flash the Vents onto Centicaz +2 power. So that is a total of 6 going into the Nightwind Assailants with Overwhelm. So that will be
That's
1 damage to Matt Freed's base, both units defeated.
That's right. So Sintakaz has essentially traded with the Nightwind Assailants without Dylan having to use Velsartha's leader side ability or the on attack ability. So Dylan has avoided giving Matt Freed that credit token, but has still cleared the Nightwind Assailants.
But now, as we waited for Vel to come out, it's the 7 resource turn. Aura Singh deploys. And with that one action, the wind deployed ability taking out the Chio Fane unit. Dylan now deploying his own leader. The Velsartha unit is in play. Matt Freed.
Now it is Matt Freed who has the stronger board, though. But with 16 damage already on the base, if Dylan Sumner were to attack with Velsartha and that leader unit were to buff itself with the on attack ability, we would be going up to 5 damage on the first attack, 21 damage on Matt's base. And if Dylan got a second attack, it would take Velsartha up to 6 power with the on attack ability. With 21 damage already on, that would be 27 damage and be lethal. So Matt Freed needs to stop Vel here pretty fast.
Now, Jango Fett is a fantastic unit, but it doesn't have an immediate impact when played. So Velsartha is open to go to base for 5 with that experience token, 21 damage on. And Matt Freed has to respond to Velsartha. One more action with Velsartha with the on attack ability could close out game number 1. Now, Django, of course, gives us that option because if nothing else, Matt Freed could claim, and that Django Fett we know could exhaust the Velsartha. But Dylan could then just flood the board, possibly with other threats.
Yeah, or if Dylan had some way to deal damage to Django Fett and remove the shield token on there, Django Fett's on attack ability would no longer be able to exhaust Vel. It does say if this unit is upgraded, exhaust an enemy unit. I think Dylan had a collateral damage earlier that could
That's
potentially
right.
knock that shield off.
I think you're absolutely right. I thought we did see that collateral damage earlier. It's going to be a B-Wing skirmisher after Matt Freed claims the initiative, just knocking off the shield token on the Black Sun Patroller. But Matt Freed has the initiative.
This does leave Matt Freed in position to attack with Jango Fett and exhaust Velsartha. But if Dylan Sumner were to then attack with that B-Wing skirmisher and play the collateral damage, that would also be lethal. And the damage directly to base from collateral damage may not be what Matt Freed's expecting here. Let's see if Matt Freed can find a good solution to this threat.
Unless our eyes absolutely deceived us, I am pretty sure that we did see that collateral damage earlier. And I would be surprised if Dylan Sumner resourced it. So I think that's an absolute great call. Matt Freed has to currently be focused on Velsartha because that is where the one action lethal would come in. So Django is going into base. No, he's going into
No, wait.
Vel. So he's going to go into Vel. 6 damage on. Shield gone for Django, so that exhaust ability turned off. Vel's exhausted. 4 damage to base with the B-Wing Skirmisher. If that collateral damage is in hand, Matt Freed needs to heal his base right now.
Can he do it? Does he see that coming? Matt Freed thinking about his options here. He is poised to remove Velsartha this turn, but it may not be enough.
That's going to be the play. Ara Singh taking out Velsartha. Is collateral damage there for Dylan Sumner?
Yes, it
You
is.
better believe it. 2 damage to Black Sun Patroller, but more importantly, 2 damage to Matt Freed's base. On to game two we go. Dylan Sumner, 1 game up here in the finals.
I think the way that Dylan played that was very strong. Yes, he could have played the collateral damage the turn earlier to remove the shield from Django Fett and open for a potential Vel attack. But I think there were probably more things that Matt Freed might have had that could have answered that Vel Sartha. You know, we could have seen a Sentinel, an exhaust effect, something. However, by doing things the way that Dylan did, he essentially locked Matt Freed into making that attack to exhaust Vel, which then put him in a position to have the winning line with the B-Wing skirmisher into the collateral damage played on the next turn.
We are seeing top level Star Wars Unlimited here in Palm Springs, California. Once again, taking a look at the deck list. First off, for Dylan Sumner, as they can go into the sideboard here and possibly make some changes. Would be very curious to see if Dylan Sumner makes any changes. If there's anything that's outside of the deck that's remotely playable, maybe we bring that in over that Leppy Lookout that's just dead on Aura.
Yeah, you know, those Leppy lookouts. Now, there is a relatively fringe line, but it is possible to get some value out of the Leppy lookouts under the following circumstances. First off, you could play them after Aura Singh has deployed while she is still on the field and therefore does not have access to her leader ability. But secondly, it is possible that Dylan could play a Leppy lookout after Matt Freed has either taken the initiative or already used his Aura Singh leader ability, and then Dylan could use Vel Sartha's ability to give an experience token to that Leppy lookout and bring it out of range. So it's not a 100% dead card, but does require some more careful play than what you would see normally with it.
That's absolutely right. Great point. And we've seen Dylan Sumner make these kind of plays. I mean, he seems to be one step ahead of his opponents right now, and that could be the kind of play that we would see him make. The last game, the Flash the Vents play, that play where he claimed the initiative tower, using the Flash the Vents to make sure that he could one action take out the Sentinel unit while not having to give that credit token to Matt Freed, I think was absolutely amazing.
It was yeah, it was some cool stuff. And now we're going to see if Dylan Sumner can do it again. He was our featured drafter at the start of the top 8. drafted this Velsartha deck. He's been winning with it. He's won game one. He is one game away from taking the finals and being the sector champion here in Palm Springs, California. But Matt Freed has himself had some really impressive gameplay today. Can he stop Dylan's aggression here in game two and take us to a 3-game match? We are about to find out.
It all comes down to this for Matt Freed. Must-win situation against Dylan Sumner. We talked a little bit at the beginning of the match, the kind of run that Dylan Sumner has been on. And Tower, he's played in 4 major events, and he's finished in the top 32 every single time. Here it is. Matt Freed has the initiative. It's the Alkenzi Patroller to start in game 2, and Dylan Sumner following up with the Chio Fein. Couldn't ask for a better start here. We saw how much work Chio Fein put in the first game, and Dylan Sumner's found it once again.
Alkenzi Patroller, a 2-cost 2/1 Sentinel in space. Not necessarily the strongest stat line, but could be a nice obstacle if we see, a large space unit in the future. One note though is that Dylan Sumner does have access to a few strong space units that have Saboteur and would be able to attack right past that Sentinel. I'm thinking of those Rebel blockade runners that he has as a potential out of aspect option.
Matt Freed with the initiative, putting down a Sentinel in the ground arena as well, the two-faced Troig. Dylan Sumner going to give a credit token to Matt Freed as the Chio Fein gets the experience token. He's got Arvel Skeen to back up the action ability. That's exactly what you want to see. 1 damage onto the two-faced Troig, and now the buffed up Chio Fein takes out the Sentinel unit. Wow, what a line from Dylan Sumner. Arvel Skeen followed by Arvel Skeen after that Chio Fein. Perfect combination with Vel. This could not have been drawn up any better in game 2 for Dylan Sumner.
Great navigation of the barrier poised by that two-faced Troig. The Arvel Skeen ability here, when played, you may defeat a credit token belonging to any player. If you do deal 1 damage to a unit or base, Dylan gave his opponent the credit token with Velsartha's ability to buff the Chio Fein unit, and then took it right away with Arvel to deal the extra point of damage he needed to get rid of that two-faced Troig and open up the ground arena. Matt Freed, probably not too happy to see that.
It feels so good when your opponent has already spent all their resources, so you can safely give that credit token and then slam down the credit hate. And Arvel Skeen has that on attack ability as well, so we could see it potentially come into play again, that credit hate, as the Alkenzi Patroller attacks for a second time. 4 damage into Dylan's base here. And Dylan is going to return some fire with Chio Fein. 3 damage to Matt Freed's base.
Let's see what Dylan chooses to do here.
We have the Ruthless Duo coming out, but unfortunately, no other villainy unit in play for Matt Freed, so the win plate ability not happening. It's just a 3-5, and Dylan Sumner with the door open again. It's going to be a experience token on Arvel Skeen, another credit for Matt Freed, but Arvel is free to use that on attack ability as Matt Freed claims the initiative. Arvel with the attack. Where does it go? It's going into base for 5. 8 damage on Matt Freed's base. The credit is defeated. And the
This is a
extra
tough
damage
spot.
to base.
This is a very tough spot for Matt Freed. Arvel Skeen with the Velsartha ability means that Dylan Sumner can just keep giving Matt those credits and then defeating them for bonus damage if Matt doesn't find some way to deal with Arvel quickly.
And now these threats that Dylan Sumner had already produced will be protected by the Bith Brute Sentinel unit. Matt Freed will have the initiative, but the damage is pouring in quickly. The Arvel Skeen needs to be answered, or this experience token train will continue without the downside.
Yeah, I think Matt Freed is really in trouble here, honestly. The combination there of Arvelskeen and Velsartha is really strong, and Dylan Sumner has been able to use it repeatedly and is now threatening to use it even more if Matt Freed can't find some kind of option. Dylan is giving those experience to his guys and then defeating the credit each time. So Matt Freed is not being accelerated towards any big closer effects. It's a tough spot.
Ruthless Duo will start attacking into the Bith Brute. The 3-cost Sentinel unit for Dylan Sumner is defeated. But now the ground arena still wide open for Dylan. Arvelskeen will attack first. Just get that 5 damage in. 14 on for Matt Free, just 13 HP remaining. Here comes a big play for Matt Freed. Once again, the 5-cost Sentinel. The Nightwind Assailants again tower.
Now, with Arvelskeen having already attacked, Dylan Sumner could use Vel's ability, but it's a little riskier unless there's some other anti credit effect because Matt Freed could potentially use that credit at the start of the next turn. Arvelskeen not able to defeat a credit this turn. So Dylan needs to maybe find some other way to deal with these units. And look at that. The staccato lightning repeater. Excellent play here.
That is going to take out the Ruthless Duo. 1 damage onto the 5-cost Sentinel as well. 2 more damage coming in with the Alkinzi Patroller. But it is just not stacking up to the damage pouring in from Dylan Sumner in the ground arena. Chio Fane now has a total of 6 power with the Staccato Lightning Repeater and that experience token. Dylan Sumner still has resources to work with. Here comes Weasel. Matt Freed
Tough spot
just
here for
claims the
Matt.
initiative.
Matt Freed far behind at this point. He's made impressive comebacks before. We saw it in the top four, but he has his work cut out for him here in the final if he's going to stop Dylan Sumner from taking another win and taking down this whole event.
Now, Matt Freed has claimed the initiative, so Dylan Sumner's options now are attack into that Sentinel unit with Chio Fane and potentially buff up one of these ground units with Velsartha's action ability. So that is the contemplation currently.
Yeah, and could of course also do both. We could see Chiofane attack and trade with that Nightwind Assailants unit. So both the Chiofane unit and the Assailants would be defeated. And then Velsarth's ability could still be used to buff either Arvel or Weasel for potential extra damage next turn. Dylan Sumner taking his time here. He has the advantage, but he wants to make sure to play it cleanly. Opting not to attack or use Vel's ability. We're going to the next turn.
Okay, I like this from Dylan Sumner. I think I would be terrified to give a credit to Matt Freed right now because we know there's at least 2 7-cost events in Matt's deck, the Fear and Deadman and the Rhydonium Detonation, that could really change the outlook on this board. So Matt Freed with the initiative. Let's see how he decides to try and navigate this extremely dangerous ground arena that Dylan Sumner has presented.
Players thinking it over. This is an untimed finals. And if Dylan wins this match, it's all over. So both Matt and Dylan really thinking about how to best use their resources, how to best use their cards in order to try and secure victory here.
The Nightwind Assailants will attack and defeat Weasel, but here's collateral damage to finish off the Sentinel unit that Matt Freed had, and 2 damage to base to 16. But Matt Freed says, hold on just 1 second. I've got another Sentinel unit, and it's one that can slow you down by multiple actions. The droid laser turret to once again try and put the brakes on Dylan Sumner.
Now, Dylan, it looked like Dylan was thinking about using Vel's leader ability there, or maybe deploying Vel. We could potentially see Vel giving out experience, giving Matt Freed a credit, and then having Arvelskeen take away that credit. The problem with this is Matt Freed is going to have an opportunity to use that credit before Arvel gets a chance to attack. Let's see what he can do with it.
So an experience token given to Chio Fane Chio just growing and growing. A total of 7 power now for Chio Fane. Does Matt Freed have a way to cash that credit in right away before Arvel Skeen is able to defeat it and just pop that shield token with the on attack ability?
It might be tough here. And it is worth noting that even if he spends this credit now, Dylan could potentially flip Vel, attack, and create another credit.
So here comes Kill Switch. Will be attached to Chio Fane, the much more threatening unit currently. Chio Fane is exhausted. And now Arvelskeen is going to attack in to the droid laser turret. Shield removed. And a couple damage back on Arvelskeen. 8 damage now on Dylan Sumner's base as Alkinzi Patroller attacks from the skies once again.
Vel Sartha can still potentially deploy this turn, but Dylan Sumner is not going to do it. He takes the initiative.
We saw this exact line in the first game when there was a Sentinel in the way and Vel could be deployed to help deal with it. Dylan Sumner says, I would rather have the initiative. We saw Flash the Vents right away following this line in game one. What is going to be the opening play for Dylan Sumner here in game two?
One thing that I think distinguishes Dylan Sumner's play here from some of the other Velsartha players that we've seen earlier on stream is that Dylan Sumner is much more careful about giving his opponent a credit token. And I think it makes a lot of sense because earlier we saw some games where people essentially put their opponents on really strong plays with those credit tokens and ended up getting blown out. Dylan has been careful to avoid that.
Now we see Chio Fane taking out the Sentinel unit on Matt Freed's side of the board. No on attack ability. Does not want Matt Freed to have any more cards to work with to try and answer all of these threats. Ara Singh will be deployed, and the when deployed ability will defeat Arvel Skeen. Dylan Sumner will now go back to work. Velsartha has yet to be deployed, and that is what he's reaching for now, that leader unit that can become an absolute monster over the course of a couple turns. Action back over to Matt Freed as he stares down Dylan Sumner's leader unit and just 11 HP left on base.
Arvelskeen was a thorn in Matt Freed's side in the early game. He's finally managed to get that annoying ground unit off the board. But Dylan Sumner still has a lot of threats to present here. Matt Freed's still on 7 resources. We'll have to see what he does here. This is a tense moment. The game is hanging in the balance. If Matt Freed can stabilize here and win, we'll be on to game 3. But Dylan Sumner still has a fair bit of aggression left. Neither player has used their resources yet this turn.
Here comes a big play for Matt Freed. It's Django Fett again. Doesn't have that immediate impact, so Dylan Sumner has the green light. Velsartha attacking into Matt's base for a total of 5 as Velsartha becomes a 5-8. And now Matt has to claim the initiative. Dylan Sumner can put more threats on the board.
Here's the thing. Right now, Django Fett could potentially attack. I believe Django Fett has enough power here to attack into the Chio Fane, defeat Chio in one hit, use the on attack ability to exhaust Vel as well, and essentially lock down Dylan Sumner's threats for the turn. Dylan Sumner probably wants to either remove that shield from Django somehow or develop additional threats. But Matt Freed still has that Alkenzi Patroller as a sentinel in space. However, the Rebel Blockade Runner now offering a saboteur option in space that can get right past that sentinel.
And the Cavern Angels X-Wing as well that has that when defeated ability that can deal an extra 2 damage to base. Matt Freed really staring it down once again here in game 2. He'll have the first action, and first thing he has to do is answer the ground arena.
If you have the single reactor ignition, you can't actually play it here because the splash base has already been used. So it's going to be the Django Fett attack.
Django Fett will defeat Chio Fane. Velsartha is exhausted. The action back over to Dylan Sumner. 4 damage to base with Saboteur. It's 25. 2 more damage would finish it. The Cavern Angels X-Wing is that 2 damage. Matt Freed has to heal, and he has to heal right now.
If the Cavern Angel's X-Wing gets to attack into the Alkenzi Patroller, it will be defeated, but the when defeated effect will do the last 2 damage that Dylan Sumner needs to win. Matt Freed is in a huge pickle. What can he possibly find that will stop Dylan Sumner from winning this match? He's looking at his cards, he's thinking it over. What can he do?
Matt Freed. Can he figure it out? There's the handshake. Dylan Sumner has taken it down. He's been so close several times. He is now a major event champion. The sector qualifier champion in Palm Springs, California is Dylan Sumner.
Well played to Dylan Sumner. He really put the pressure on. He was our featured drafter earlier today. And to be honest with you, Josh, I thought he had some very strong cards in his deck, but I also wasn't entirely sure about the large number of out of aspect cards he was playing. However, I never saw it be a big obstacle for him. He was able to navigate these games really well, and now he is our champion.
A sector qualifier champion. Dylan Sumner has worked so hard. He was 19th at the Galactic Championship. He was in the top 4 of the Portland Sector Qualifier. He was 19th 2 weekends ago in Atlanta. And now his 4th opportunity to play in a major event. He has done it, and he will take home the crown. Dylan Sumner on top. And in just a matter of 3 weekends over the last few weeks, this new team, ECL, put together within the last month 2 major events since they formed. They've taken both events down. What a run for Dylan. What a run by Tyler in Atlanta. This team is hot right now.
That's right, Josh. This Team Eclipse is a relatively new group in the Star Wars Unlimited competitive scene, but they've already had some really impressive results. We saw the Lando Lake Country deck a few weeks ago. That was developed by them and went to great success, winning that sector event earlier. Now they've taken down another sector qualifier with strong play from Dylan Sumner in this limited format. Really good showing for Dylan and for his team.
It really was. What an event. Started with over 200 players, all down to Dylan Sumner taking it all. And I do believe we are going to have an interview with the man himself. Dylan Sumner will be with us here very shortly to bring us all the spice and tell us how everything unfolded here through this Top Cut draft. We got to witness it. He was the featured drafter, and he takes it all down in the end. We'll be excited to hear from him here momentarily.
Yeah, Josh, and this should be. I'm going to be very interested to hear from Dylan on his limited strategy, on the choices that he made in the draft. I mean, I think it's always so exciting when you get to see someone go from being the featured drafter, see all the choices they were making, and then see how those choices play out, ultimately culminating in a finals win. Really cool stuff.
Absolutely. There's definitely some luck involved with limited, but at the end of the day, that draft takes a lot of skill. He made picks precisely, accurately, put together quite the Velsartha deck. He noticed the angle early. He noticed what was open. He found his lane. He built a very strong deck. He was rewarded with Arvel Skeen and the great synergy built in to take care of those credits that are given to the opponent. And in the end, it was enough. I do believe we have Dylan Sumner now getting some audio here. You there with us, Dylan? Dylan Sumner is here. First off, huge congrats, man. You've been so close, had so many great runs, and now you take it all. Can you tell us right now what's going through your mind?
Yeah, I mean it's I would like to say inevitable, but it's really hard. You play a lot of tournaments and you fall short a lot of times, and you just keep playing and eventually you win, I guess.
Well, you did it here again. Congrats. Now, let's go back to the draft. When you opened things up, you took that Velsartha. You were in Vel, and I believe there was another Velsartha to your right. I believe there was a player to your right that had it, and so we were a little concerned with the player to your right would be passing to you 2 separate times, maybe cutting you off from Vel. So I'm just curious what your thought process there was early with the leaders.
Yeah, I was a little worried about getting cut on Vel as well. I started sort of neutral with the Leppy Lookout, I believe was my first pick, because I had Boba and Vel, so I can go either lane. Um, and then I believe I got a Zeb passed to me, I think from that same player, the player to my right. I got a Zeb passed to me like third pick or like a
Yeah, I
card that
think
I
it was
don't
the
think should
third
be.
pick. You got past the Zeb after you had made two kind of ambiguous picks in
Yeah,
the first two packs.
yeah. So that was to me a signal that I was free to go because I can't think of 3 cards better than Zeb. I can think of one. So I just figured I'd be open. Maybe people would be averse to drafting blue when it gets cut pretty often in this format for draft. I just got lucky, I guess.
Well, I think it ended up being very strong. One thing that I was interested about watching your draft process is that you had a relatively high proportion of out of aspect cards. And to be honest, when I saw your deck at first, I was thinking he might have too many of those cards. Yes, there's the splash base, but there are a bunch of cards there. However, I didn't really see that impeding you at all when it came to these games. How many out of aspect cards are you typically looking for in this format?
I think I was told, so I haven't practiced this format draft at all. Today was my first draft of this format. So I was told the number is like 6, roughly. I don't know if that's 100% true, but generally I feel comfortable splashing cards that I'm also okay just paying 2 more for. Something like the Rebel Blockade Runner for 6 is reasonable. It helps you end the game, that kind of stuff.
Cool. Yeah. Well, I think it worked. It worked well for you, as we saw, and it's an especially impressive accomplishment to have won with this having been your first drafts in a lawless time.
Yeah, I was pretty nervous going into this event because we didn't practice any, or at least I didn't practice any limited. Um, but I got a bunch of good advice from everybody. A number of people helped me, so I'm very fortunate to have so many great players around me.
Well, Dylan, we're so thankful you took the time to talk to us again. Huge congrats. I know that SCG needs you, and I know we got to keep this interview short. But before we go, is there anything you want to share? Anybody you want to shout out?
Shout out Navarro. Shout out ACL. Shout out Troy. He's right behind the camera. Um, Shout out everybody that says hi. I love interacting with the community, and I think Sue is fantastic. I'm very much looking forward to seeing more and more people at every event.
Absolutely. Well, you are a sector qualifier champion now. Can't wait to see you at the future big events. I'm pretty sure you'll be at that Galactic Championship. So best of luck there. Again, thank you so much and congrats on the win today.
Thank you.
Congrats, Dylan.
Appreciate it.
All right, there we go. That is going to wrap up the interview. What a weekend, Tower. We saw so many amazing games, so many great bombs being pulled in the draft section and the sealed section yesterday. We just kind of saw it all here. I love the limited format. It was great.
Yeah, absolutely, Josh. This was a really exciting broadcast here. Big shout outs to Star City Games for, hosting this event, to Fantasy Flight Games for making this great game in this competitive circuit, and of course to Tim and Claire, the McClunky Gaming production team. We could not do it without them.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Thank you so much to Tim and Claire and everyone there from Star City Games and all the staff, the judges, everyone that made this weekend possible. FFG, as you mentioned, everybody's just put so much work into making these events possible, and we are so thankful for it. There's another sector qualifier next weekend in London being organized by Organized Play Events, so definitely tune in to that event. And then the regional for a lawless time, May 22nd through the 24th in Prague. That's going going to be super exciting. And now less than 3 months away at the end of July. Make sure you get your tickets for the Galactic Championship. You don't want to miss the biggest event for Star Wars Unlimited. I think that's going to do it for us here from Palm Springs, California. Thank you so much for tuning in and sticking with us through this exciting limited sector qualifier. Until next time, may the force be with you. We'll see you again soon.